deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노래는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서 저렇게 잘 봐날 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 바가게 써니 목소리 내못 가 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 앨리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss baby or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 close 말했잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들을 한 곳으로 모여 잠위 ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려 넣어 버스 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느끼 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you, better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 걷는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있으면서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주세워 맛보게 fade. 빛이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 절대 can't change. 내겐 없어 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day again.
Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why. It's not a second to waste. They're ticking away. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away.
can't take me down.
All 12 teams are still alive and fighting for a chance to reach Masters Santiago. Welcome everyone to the second week of VCT EMEA Kickoff, where we're starting things off in the middle bracket. I'm your host, Ginny, and I am joined this time around with Billy and Minnie. Both of you, first show of the year. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
I think we finally kind of recovered from being a little bit ill. Go us.
Yay.
I mean, you can still
Happy to be
hear.
back.
I'm usually nasally, but I'm not usually this nasally, so
Okay.
I'm still a little bit.
Which is why I'm like sitting all the way over
Yeah,
here. You know,
yeah.
you guys can have like your little territory.
okay.
But you know, we gotta do what we gotta do. Either way, if you, however, told me that VCT EMEA 2026 kickoff was gonna be starting with champs teams losing, I would have literally laughed in your face. But somehow, Billy, this is exactly where we are finding ourselves today. Is this the change of the new guard?
I don't know. I don't feel that surprised. I don't know how you feel, Minnie, but I think when we look at the champs teams that we had last year, Giant X obviously coming into this year, not making a roster change, feeling super strong about their roster. And we think about Fnatic, they always kind of have a slow start at the start of the year, I think is fair to say. When we look at the last 2 years of Kickoff, I think the last time they found success very early on was 2023 lock-in, right? So, and I think as well, Team Heretics making one change. For me, it's about finding their footing and being put through the bracket at a later stage. Didn't really give them the opportunity to warm up to the stage in that sense.
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of material reasons why, and it's kickoff, things go a bit weird, but I honestly think it's different than previous years, where it does feel like to me that some of these teams, it's going to be a more competitive year, I think, in the year.
Yeah.
I don't know about that top echelon yet. Like, I do think Vitality look really good, but like, in terms of the middle of the pack, for sure, there's a lot more teams fighting each other, and you know, going to be surprising.
Would you say it doesn't feel as top heavy then? Because I feel like in years previous, like when we think about some of the Ascension teams last year, coming into this year, I feel like they look stronger.
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think it'd be less top heavy, but it really depends on how like those teams ramp up. Like those teams who drop down into that middle bracket,
Yeah.
are they going to bounce back and recover and kind of, you know, will Fnatic just be Fnatic like usual? Will Team Heretics bounce back?
I think that's also like quite a nice thing to have this time around when we're looking at kickoff and looking at that bracket where you have that middle section. You have that opportunity to ramp up a little bit. You have like this extra life, so to say, to play with to make sure that even if you snooze, you don't immediately lose.
Well, yeah, because if we were looking at the bracket last year and you saw those champs teams in the lower bracket instantly, it would be like, oh my goodness, what's going on in EMEA? But I think, yeah, being able to have a triple elimination this time round is kind of giving teams a bit of breathing room. But honestly, you don't want to drop into that lower bracket because it's a long way to make it to one of those BO5 finals.
But then to be devil's advocate, it does actually give you more reps. So
It's
maybe
football.
that's like
It's
the
like
big
6
brain.
games.
But that's a big brain strategy. You get 6
Crazy.
reps.
That would be kind of a cool montage, just seeing them go through every single, because it is like a ludicrous amount of games. And like KCTL today, like one of them going into that lower bracket already,
Yes.
like those are teams that you would thought were, you know, going a bit further than a lower bracket in second week.
Yeah, absolutely. But also that kind of like hints at the schedule for today. We have 2 best of 3s to grace your screen. It's going to be KCTL, and then we also have Fnatic, FUT. But I think really importantly, something that we've already touched upon a little bit, specifically you, Minnie, is that there have been a couple of changes which have allowed certain teams to flourish a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that if you look at the top part of that bracket, the teams that are doing quite well right now are, you know, abusing what is now good in the meta. We haven't really talked about it that much, but there has been a huge patch. There's a lot of changes. Like there's less utility in general. You know, initiate. Good for people like you.
Camera, so
people
nobody
like
knows
me.
why you're laughing. I'm like, yes.
So like, you know, there's less tools to work with. In EMEA, we usually like our tools to be a bit slow and methodical around the map. But yeah, the teams that are really thriving right now are the ones that I think are, you know, on the right. We see here, like, operators are dominating. Like, we're seeing double duelists being used by 3 out of 4 of those teams at the top. The weird thing here, though, is that we're not playing much of the Chamber and Veto. So I think that's something that, like, if operators are dominating, there's less utility. We're seeing Chamber used a lot in Americas right now. So
Yeah.
those are 2 things that I'm...
I almost feel like we're not quite at the level to be able to play the Veto right now as well.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
you know what I mean? Like, no shade to like our region, but I just don't think that there's any point in playing it if we don't think we'd find much value from it right now by understanding the agent properly. And I think as well, the reason why the operator is so important, like you mentioned, is because of the changes with your signature utility. Obviously, this got a lot longer cooldown now, and you're not able to recycle that utility, so you can't clear out things like the operator. And I think weapon diversity this year is going to be super important as well, with things like the operator, the Odin, and whatnot.
All I'm hearing is free entertainment, to be completely fair. But either way, Liquid is on the chopping block today against KC. And this time around, Liquid does have the full roster here, Billy.
Yeah, I think something that we kind of need to touch on is obviously last week they had Kicks come in and sub in for them. And this time we're expecting Wayne to come in, which is really exciting. He's obviously making his debut in Tier 1, his debut in EMEA, and he's coming over from Tier 2 in Pacific. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he merges with this team and actually seeing what Team Liquid have to offer with him joining.
Yeah, despite like last week, Team Liquid had a really close game with Vitality despite having that substitute. So they're off to a good start, honestly. Like Lohan and Nats, we know the leadership and structure is there. Even Nats recently was talking about it's not whether this roster is necessarily better or worse than the last roster, which I would argue is a little bit of a downgrade, but it's more how good is the working environment. So obviously some maybe issues last year, and this year it sounds like they're kind of just getting together a bit more. And as for Wayne, yeah, I agree. Like I think that he maybe not be, he might not immediately be a 300 ACS player, but like he's gonna, I think he's got room to grow and was doing very well in Tier 2 and APAC.
Yeah, and I also feel like when we're looking at the way that the bracket is like set up, it does give them that room to grow, and it also gives them kind of the opportunity to answer some of the questions that we have, specifically about who is going to be stepping up and be able to go toe-to-toe with Nats to present more of a united front rather than what we were seeing last week specifically.
I think as well, like it's just kind of the expectations that we have to set for Team Liquid, given that they went to every single global event last year, and now we're kind of thinking, looking at their roster, is this potentially a downgrade because of the star power that they lost last year, especially with Kiko? Of course, we kind of touched on that last week on the desk. But I think as well, I'm looking at the players that are coming in and who's going to step up. I think Miniboo put up a great performance last week. I think oftentimes we saw Miniboo being that scapegoat on Team Heretics for when they weren't performing at their best and maybe choking in those grand finals that they did. And I think Purple as well has been another great addition to this roster. I think he's someone that, when you look at his year last year on Giant X, having to switch role, then eventually being dropped from the roster, to then having to go back to Tier 2, like he farms in Tier 2. He quite literally farms in Tier 2. So now for him, it's about bridging that gap by coming back to Tier 1 and being able to prove himself, I guess.
Yeah, Purpo to me was that player that would always just like 2022, 2023, that old era, he would just farm us in scrims every single time.
That's like 3 years ago. It's not that old.
I mean, like in Valorant age, that's like half our that's half our age.
That's half of the esport, yeah.
Yeah,
true.
So like for me, Purpo is that player who always had that potential, and so to me, it's about whether Nats and Lohan can put him into the structure and elevate him. And to touch on Miniboo, honestly, like I've even been critical of Miniboo, but like his heights are one of the best duelists in this region. Like the stats he can put up are ridiculous. We just never saw that consistency.
Yeah, so it's a matter of finding that consistency and also finding that confidence within the roster. And I think like last week specifically, the showing that they had was already quite a great one. And today they're going to have a chance to prove that against the KC roster, who, when we're looking at it, this is an organization that has been going through changes every single year. So the question really is, for me, Mini, is this it? Like, have they found the formula?
Yeah, I mean, the one consistent factor here has really been the coaching staff. So like Eng's been, you know, trying to search for a new thing. It's not worked. Like last year they went for an experienced IGL. Now they're going for an experienced player who's not experienced at IGL. So it's like a bit of a different thing here. On paper, I think this lineup's looking pretty good. I think they have a lot of bright spots, like Aves and Sagetsu keeping them from last year. Unfortunately, last week it felt like they were, to be honest, like the only ones doing their thing again, and the other three kind of need to kind of find a bit more on the server.
I think this roster looks promising, honestly. And I said that about last year's KC roster, I'm not going to lie, when I saw it, but I think this
How much
one,
did they pay you to say that?
They did not. You're the KC girl around here, let's not forget that. But no, like genuinely, looking at it on paper, like you said, Minnie, I think being able to retain Aves, who was a great rookie last year coming into the league, I think Sugetsu as well, being able to move back over to that Sentinel role is going to look great for them. And DOS9 is coming in as this primary controller, which sometimes we don't really have in VCT EMEA, having someone that is stuck on that smokes role and actually thrives on it. So I'm looking to see him play well.
Yeah, honestly, DOS9 was one of the kind of most exciting pickups, I think, of this season. I think that like coming over from APAC, like he was absolutely tearing it up over there. And I was like, he's coming over here with Sagetsu and Aves. It's like, this on paper has a lot of potential.
Yeah, and Shada specifically coming through as the IGL as well, even though that's not necessarily something that we're used to seeing from him specifically, but we can sit here and, you know, talk about it as much as we want. But why didn't we not hear from the man himself, sending by an interview with Ginny? Thank you, Ginny. We're joined with Shados from KC ahead of their matchup against Team Liquid. I would love to dissect last week. That comes later, because first, it's really your role this year as the IGL. You're on MKOI last year. That wasn't the case. You're now on KC. You're leading the team. What's the philosophy behind that? What happened?
Philosophy that I become agile.
Because you're good?
Yeah, I mean, why I become agile? Because basically in off-season period when I was like training for the team, basically like one of the steps that I wanted to go forward is like to become agile. That's why like I said, okay, then if I choose already to go KC, like there is very good coaches around me, so it's very good opportunity for me to become agile exactly in this team. And how to say, like the season is also like long time period. That's why like step by step I'm gonna just learn and become the best.
Okay, so what do you think has the qualities that you have developed over time allowed you to be a good IGL right now?
I think the most important thing is like leadership. Like you need to be also like outside of the game, like cheer up your mates, like sometimes just talk about life, you know, like just be friends with them and stuff like this. And also like because I'm playing already a lot of years in VALORANT, I have like some experience, and that's why like if you combine it with experience, it's gonna like help a lot.
Okay, so it sounds like the perfect storm, the combination of experience, of your leadership skills, and of the team, you know, getting back together and just everyone being very comfortable with each other. So then that brings me to my question about last week specifically.
Yeah.
What went wrong?
I
You're
mean,
laughing already, like, okay.
I mean, to be honest, it's like what went wrong, like absolutely everything went wrong, you know, and that's why like also it's like only first game for us on the stage, like all of this also like to be agile for me, like like something like new on the stage. So we see that after this game we see a lot of gaps that we didn't see in practice. That's why like it's good, because kickoff for us is just to small like experience to get before the split, and that's why like we just take lessons and going forward. That's it.
So what is the biggest lesson that you took individually from last week?
Don't rely on others.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to be heading over back to the desk, so Ginny, take it away. All right, you know what? Last week, nothing went right. So, I mean, that means that this week, everything should go. It's only, you can only go up, only upwards from here. And I think of Billy specifically when we're looking at this roster, when we're looking at his role as an IGL, it really brings into question whether or not there was specific scenarios occurring that made it a bit more difficult for him to keep certain pieces in check.
You're saying it, but I'm going to say how it is completely on the nose. I mean, Shados trying to IGL when he's finding his team in so many 4v5 situations because Levin, it's another year of Levin being disruptive, being chaotic, which back on his time in BBL last year was the game plan. It worked. It looked really great for him. He thrived in chaos, and we really enjoyed being able to watch that. But I think KC, you have a new IGL coming in with Shados, and I think if you're losing a player that quickly by giving your opponents that first pick so quickly and easily, like I say, it's kind of putting him in a tough spot where he has to then control what happens in the mid round, and I think that that was maybe perhaps part of what suffered last week. And so I think for me, looking at Levin joining this KC roster, I want to see more discipline, and I want to see what that looks like so that they can, you know, get the best out of their players.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say like last year. I think that it worked for BBL because they kind of all came together and kind of understood that this was how Levin wanted to play.
Yes.
But I'll be honest, like even times then, it felt like a bit too much. So it's like the big question here is it even possible for Levin to kind of come back? Some of these rounds, he's like 30 yards ahead of everyone, and I'm just like, I don't even know what poor Shados is supposed to do in this
That's
situation.
what I mean. Like, I think the discipline over time could overall impact Shados's IGLing and the ability to IGL, and I don't want us to start, you know, dissing on teams instantly when he's doing the best he can.
Yeah, I think that also brings a question in terms of the identity of KC that we're potentially gonna be seeing here, because of course, like, you bring all these different pieces together, which one is gonna, you know, have more push and which one will have more pull. Today's game should be answering that question, because both of these teams are finding themselves in the middle bracket with still a life to play with, but expectations. So let's head into our first game of today, of course, KC against DL.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Keep falling. Took a risk even though my hurt me.
left today, Liquid against KC. Loser drops into that lower bracket, which would be one heck of a run to try and make it into finals. You're struggling a little bit here, Mini, but it's gonna be a great one to see, because last week specifically, when we were looking at KC, when we were looking at the tricks that were up their sleeves, there literally were none.
Yeah, it was disappointing to see on like Haven, for instance.
Yes.
Shao came out after the match for Na'Vi and said that, you know, we watched the Haven in the off-season, it was the same as what we played this week. So hopefully we can see some different maps this week potentially, and KC bringing in some of those classic KC at kickoff, weird stuff looks, you know?
I was just about to touch on that. I think something that we have praised KC for in the past is that innovation and that creativity. But looking at this map veto coming up, I think Pearl and Haven, those were the same maps that both of these teams banned last week, so no surprises there. I think Abyss is nice to see. We've not seen this map from either of these teams just yet. It was left afloat for both of them last week, so I'm intrigued to see what kind of compositions they come up with.
Yeah, KC in the off-season were running a Clove with an Astra on snap, so it'd be interesting if they go for that. But Levin was on Jet, and I think that that might be just a big win condition here. Put him on his comfort and just see how he goes.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think as well, going ahead and looking at Split, interesting considering that Team Liquid have picked into this, because KC were able to give Navi a close game on it last week, and so I'm wondering if they've perhaps identified a weak spot potentially.
I think in this map pool, Team Liquid historically with Lohan has really understood both Abyss and Split. I think at one point they're one of the best Abyss teams in the world, and maybe even one of the best Split teams in the world. So I think we're talking historically from this Team Liquid, they have such a good understanding of these maps. And I think that it's pretty good map pizza for them.
And then we get to end on Breeze. And EMEA have been loving Breeze so far throughout kickoff.
Yeah, I think that we've been really good on it. Usually with like big changes on maps or maybe new maps, we're maybe not so good. But EMEA right now, I think we're looking really good. And it's really nice to see us embrace some of that newness and watching two teams that we've not seen play yet.
Also, a little bit of a great one for KC here, because they have already had the opportunity to see Liquid on Breeze. That was a game against Vitality, and again, like, that's a pretty good contender either way.
Yeah, on Breeze, sorry, I just said before we didn't see either of these on Breeze. Okay. Team Liquid, we absolutely did. They got very close to Vitality, and honestly, Vitality I was really impressed with on Breeze. So to get them to 13-11, to me signals that it's a strong map in Team Liquid's map pool.
Yes.
But it does give KC obviously the advantage of being able to kind of look into those worlds and see if there's anything to take away.
I also like the composition that Breeze played, right? Leaning into that double duelist of having your mini boo and your purple that we kind of touched on today already, and then Nats being on the Viper just feels like such a highlight for me as well. And it's like you say, being able to get that close against Vitality last week, this map veto looks really good for Team Liquid.
Again, for KC's side of things, I think I would really like to start off with Abyss specifically here, maybe a little bit more of a deep dive, because it was a map that they also left open in the veto last time against Na'Vi. Na'Vi was the one who banned it, so potentially this could be where we see something a little bit more disruptive. We see the KC that we've been hoping for, Billy.
Maybe not if they're running the Clove Astra that they ran in the off-season. I don't know. I'm intrigued to see what they run. I do agree with Mini, though, in the sense that it would be nice to see Levin on a more comfortable agent for him, like that Jet, like you kind of mentioned, and it looks as though we are going to see that. And rather than the Clove, they're looking to pick up an Omen. I quite like this.
Okay, changes coming through, and that's exactly what we need to see from them.
I think as comfort for KC, this makes sense. I'll be honest, though, I don't love having double orb controllers, but I'm not going to go through it. KC looking comfortable. Team Liquid, on the other hand, looking like Breach composition. I'll be honest, in this meta, I feel like Breach is completely out of it, but on Abyss, we're seeing it quite a lot globally. So I think that there's this just very simple strategy for Team Liquid when you're playing a Breach, and it's just, let's go to a site, stun it, and try and get on there quickly. So I don't mind it, but at the same time, Breach has been, I think, nerfed quite a lot, and is generally a little bit simple to play around.
I think on that note, something that we kind of touched on earlier as well is teams being able to clear out that operator, and I think if they are going to lean into this double initiator composition, both agents very good at being able to clear out a potential of having Levin on that operator being on the Jet here. So yeah, I think the double initiator I don't hate too much. I think Breach, yes, there has been changes to the agent since the recent patch. I think even the ultimate now as well is not finding as much value, and I think on a map like Abyss, I don't know how I feel about it.
I think specifically about the operator, though, they don't have a drone. Like, the Teo drone doesn't work the same as, like, a Sova drone. They don't have that Sova drone. So, like, the Teo is going to have that little robot, like, scampering up, you know, B main or whatever. And if Levin's deep enough, he might be able to get picked. So I do think that that is a very open opportunity maybe for Levin to get some up picks.
And that's what we're looking forward to see which team is going to be playing most around the operators. That's kind of been what we're seeing, the changes in the meta, but we're ready to head into our first map of the series. So let's head over to our casters, Tom and Mitch.
Liquid and Casey down on that stage, ready to kick us off here. Another day of Valorant in the studio, Tom, and we're starting it out with Abyss. Were you surprised, as the analyst desk, were to see no Clove in play?
No, I think that was, during the Blender tournament, they used Omen in map 1, so by their rules, they weren't allowed to use Omen again in map 2.
We don't have those rules.
Yeah, thankfully we don't have those rules, so they can bring out the Omen once again. So I'm not overly surprised. A double controller coming in, looking quite popular at the moment from what we've seen, and I think Sugetsu is going to be very good at sort of playing that as like almost a quasi-sentinel, which is where we kind of see him do his best work. I am a little bit sad we don't have anybody playing that Yoru Waylay, because I do think just the executes on this map are utterly filthy, but I think that having Miniboo being able to take those sort of aggressive entries, I think he's fantastic at the way he uses his utility, better than most duelists, so I think that he's going to be tough to deal with.
Yeah, and I think Purpo as well, sitting on this initiator, definitely where he had the most comfort in the debut for this roster the other week down on that stage. The second duelist really wasn't hitting, and perhaps this is, but the KO looked okay. So we'll see how the breach works, perhaps an idea to challenge that role issue that he was having last time. Bit of a shaky performance. KC, defensive side, already hearing a lot of noise coming towards this A side, and a big dive going in. Levin even steps into that. He's 47 HP as the salvo hasn't rooted him from sight, and he ends up with one. Good damage done as well. Still a good chance when it comes to the retake with KC fully grouped up as well. They might be able to isolate this low HP on some players. Wayne, though, has a paranoia that could change this fight.
Yeah, he's set up nicely. Pop flash on the other side. There is the paranoia back in response. It's worked out perfectly. He's just been wallbanged by Classic, and Dosia just taking over the round, leaving it down to just one. But that one is the deadliest. Not this time. It's Dosia, new man on the block, already taken over in the pistol.
Yeah, it really looked like they were off to a flying start there from Liquid. I think that counter of the paranoia perfectly landing, catching 3 players, completely halting the push, but then you throw a cat amongst the pigeons, and my goodness, it came plummeting down. An incredible performance to start this off, and for KC, a 1-0 start to their defensive side. I think that confidence is going to be a big deal for them, because I can see Liquid snowballing. I can see a lot if they can put the pieces together. Whereas for KC, I think I look at them as needing that little bit more time to grow from what we saw the other week.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a fun matchup for quite a few reasons. It's like, I don't think we saw the best from Dosia in that last matchup. I think he's someone that, at his peak in Boom, was an absolute monster on the server. But also we've got Wayne, who I feel like is a relatively unknown quantity, especially coming into the Tier 1, his debut for the squad. And while there is Miniboo, he's already taken down Dosia, the hero of the last round. How much more can they hope to get to that? Because he's just got a Bulldog from that.
Yeah, the funny thing is they hit 3 players with a paranoia. It looked like that play was dead in the water, but Miniboo's gone for an audacious dive in and a huge reward as a result. They're already through the smoke, but Abez was there waiting. The kills come back in favor of KC, but they don't stay that way for long. The problem is that Nats only has a classic, and on range, he is not going to be very helpful here. It's got to be Miniboo to do that damage, to take down at least a player, give Nats a chance in this clutch. Time is ticking, but KC have already made it out to Rafters. They're about to get towards that spike, and Miniboo, his biggest challenge around that corner. It's Levin down. Low HP on Sugetsu with 49 just below. He's up top and clinging on for dear life. KC, in a round that should have been easy, it comes down to a hair's width on the clock, but by 0.25 of a second, they will get it across the line.
He double tapped that defuse, and I thought he'd screwed it up. I was so worried that second click might have been enough for them to run out of time, but it was just enough to get it over the line. Definitely not a particularly good second round for KC. You kind of hope those are nice and clean, not coming down to Sugetsu to have to clutch it out at the end. And well, he's stressed already.
He saw that double tap and he's like...
It's round 2, and Zeisha's already looking like it's been like 2 months. Like, he's ahead of the game. Bit of an early pause of a technical nature, it seems, but we are going to be looking to get the purchase up relatively soon for Liquid. And what the major question here, Mitch, will be, how much did KC actually put into this round? Because normally you play this as a bonus. You play with what you had. They only had a singular SMG remaining, so not so much to play with here.
Yeah, you're already burning up the reserve credits that you will have had on some other players. I think we can see in server that there's been a weapon ball, but we never know how that's going to play out. I think it's a really tough decision though, Tom. Like, I do think you just take this round as a probable loss, play some sort of a gamble, whether it's stacking a site, whether we've seen now, you know, especially on Pearl players sitting in spawn, when you're up against a predictable play like a KO, I think this comp that Liquid are running is a bit more of a chance to burst straight in, but without giving you as much of a heads up. But for KC, like, if they invest, you're talking about okay, the 2 players that already have weapons, they're okay, but even then, they've got like an SMG, maybe a Guardian if they stick with it. And the rest will have like 2K to spend. It's going to be a Spectre round instead of a full buy in the next. I don't see any other choice for them but to just take the L now.
Yeah. I'm excited for this game for many reasons. I think it's a lot of sort of opportunities for players to sort of prove that they're here, like in a different team. Like I'm looking at Levin, came in as a rookie last year. We saw he could do it under BBL. I think definitely had some high highs and low lows. I think Miniboo's another one. I think that battle of those two is going to be entertaining because Miniboo is someone that I think took a lot more flack than he deserved when being on Heretics. Like, I think that for a team that was built as a squad of youngsters, after they had early success, they were looked at as, oh, you now need to win everything, and if you don't, it's that guy's fault. Like, it seemed to happen every week. Yeah. So I'm a new beginning for him, where I think maybe slightly less pressure in the sense that he's no longer a scapegoat, but also more pressure is like, okay, I can do well outside of that team. And he started strong in this match. I want to see more of that this year. I want to see what he's got, because he's still in a high-pressure team. You got Nats on your team. There's going to be pressure.
Well, indeed, we'll see how high that ceiling goes as KC on the defense now. Looking for a bit of aggression. They have gone for the low buy. They've taken the pistols through on the most players so that they can have that credits, or the credits, buy up in the next. This fight in mid, not going their way. Starts with a flash from Avez, a swing, but Purpo unblinded, easily able to take down that player of Levin alongside the majority of Team Liquid. I like that they're just pumping the brakes here. They realize they've done, on that attack side, they know they've done a lot of economic damage. They know that when it comes to ranged fights, their opponents can't really go pound for pound with them. And so they spend the first minute just saying, you guys want a ranged fight? Come on, take it. And they got a mad advantage for it.
Yeah, there's not like, I'll be honest, for Liquid here, I think even losing 2 players would be a little bit too much. Like maybe Sugetsu is the major danger. Like you got to watch out for him. He's always good with a single shot to the head weapon. We do have a couple of players in the right place at the right time. Avez as well. He had some solid maps in their last series, but
30 seconds left.
With only a Spectre here, I don't expect that.
Liquid were stopped, but the rotations didn't really come in.
Good flash.
KC still have a disadvantage in terms of the numbers, but that doesn't last long. Doja does well with the bandit, and the jump in from Wayne completely sells him. It's a 2 versus 4 with 12 seconds left. The plant needed, the site not taken, 2 players covering the cross, and the flank coming in from Sugetsu. There is no way out for Team Liquid, and after a very shaky start in that second round, KC bounced back, not even investing everything here, and find a third. A remarkable beginning to this match.
That is not what I expect to see. Avez does fantastic work. Like, his flash, for starters,
his knife
is
before.
Superb, but then also just the timing of the swing out. It really is. That's a painful one. Because I said, going into the round, I think if they lose more than 2, that's bad. Even 2, I said, was bad. And immediately we're going to see a tactical break coming out for the side of Liquid, and you can understand why, because you set everything up perfectly for you to get a nice boost into the half. Instead, you're 3-0 down and kind of lost it in a bit of a silly way.
I didn't see it in the moment, like the exact timing of it, but the knife certainly appears to be a big factor in that round with Avez stopping 3 players. I remember certainly it was Wayne and Miniboo caught, so you're missing your paranoia for entry, you're missing your dive from Miniboo, and actually the other player was Purpo, so you're missing the other flashes, any initiation's gone at that point. So they were about to burst out of the smoke. They're then pumped, the brakes are pumped, and they decide to recommit in. The thing is though, Tom, that would explain the round loss for me. If KC had gone, there's 3 here, rotate, and there was like a 3rd player close by, a 4th one, they were already stacked up, but nothing changed from the execute, just that maybe the dash was already active or something like that, so it didn't get used. But for the most part, KC just had 2 players on site with weak weapons, and they decimated that attack. For Liquid, I'm not surprised at all that they want a moment here.
Yeah, they've got to get themselves back on the horse. Immediate purchase into the Stingers, though. Clearly still some faith in that SMG. We talked a lot at the end of last season about the buffs to the Spectre and the changes to this gun that could make it a little bit more random than it had been in the past, but we'll see. There's still belief on the Liquid side. Maybe they can make this work.
The Stinger of all things, a little strange. Purpo's gone. He's off the map. He's fallen down. He went quite far out as well. But,
special stun off the map?
Yeah, it's a lineup.
You needed the angle.
It's a lineup for a flash, I guess, through the floor. Lovely. They'll never see it coming.
Spike planted.
They'll never see you going. But look, having a player jump off, you're still in the 4 versus 4. There's some real promise, but his stunned up Abez still good to land that first shot. Levin onto Wayne. Camo. Oh, that's a lot of damage! He's left it down to Levin! And he will take it, giving up no inch, no ground, and finally a round on the board for Team Liquid. What was that? Oh no.
This isn't the replay I wanted.
Oh, that's not even his fault. Oh, that's tough.
Now we get to the good. Yeah, there we go. The positive part of the replay, where Camo just absolutely obliterated everybody.
All of them up.
Was that one mag? It was one mag of a Stinger right up close for the 3.
Yeah, I'm not going to doubt the Stinger again. I'll put it that way. They did buy 4 of them. They only needed 1.
Well, I think that the nerf was really to kind of mid-range usability. That was quite close. So
yeah, it shouldn't be that good.
Well, in fairness to him, I think every shot was a headshot there.
Yeah.
Like that spray control looked like a laser. So fair enough. Wow. So a shaky start for KC. They then come through with a 3rd round off really low weapons. We get super worried about Team Liquid. And then Camo gets a 4K with a Stinger. It's been a normal game so far. Yeah, it's just a predictable match.
They used to know about it there as well. There was no utility for the Liquid side. Already, execution begins, but it's a little disjointed. Nice trade out from Minibu though.
Plan the spike.
I'll put things back into a 4v4. That's been the story of this game so far. Advantages not being held. Camo, he will be taken out. And again, they're going to get into these proactive positions.
Thunder put into play. It's towards the spawn. They're going to push on the back of it. I think it only caught one player, though. A firing squad waits around that corner, and Liquid have realized too little too late. Now the retake fully underway, and Minibu left in a 1 versus 4. The first is easy. It's gifted, but the defuse is underway. He can't even get there in time, surely. And with players between him, it's a guarantee. 4 on the board for KC.
Yeah, they've been really good at those retakes so far. Like on that side of the map especially, I think just holding to make sure no extra ground is able to be taken. But yeah, definitely a few spots going unchecked, it seems, on the entry into the site. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication coming through from that Liquid side. And
let me just insane retake, insane.
There you go, another insane retake. 4-on-1. What has been a sort of weird back and forth has definitely worked out. We're going in the direction of A. Once again, it's going to leave Liquid with a bit of an awkward economic spot. A couple of rifles to play with, enough to buy into the next round. So this is all about just if those players can be the heroes. And to be fair, Minibu and Camo have been the players to watch so far for Liquid.
Oh, only 1 round on the board, but this could change it. Yeah, those rifles, those big players, and a deep play from Minibu. You know, in a round like this, you're also much less restricted. You can take some risks. You can play aggro. Weapon maybe can't be recovered, but give your squad a chance. Minibu, he's taking a lot of space. He doesn't want to go further. So the rest of the squad groups up a big hit. Surely underway, and actually that smoke towards heaven. Seemed like they wanted to go A. That's the message they're trying to send to that KC squad. They're trying to get rotations. They're trying to get some faces out of that defensive side, but finally they'll make their own opportunities straight in towards heaven. It looks like a hellscape. 5 versus 2, and only that 1 rifle left.
Not looking like much hope in this one.
Last player standing.
Vance was just trying to sneak his way through, but they haven't really pulled
30
much
seconds
of a
left.
move from any of the players on the other side. And for Camo, there is almost an argument of just keeping the rifle through to the next round. It will give them a slight bonus in terms of credits. His ultimate's not particularly close, so even hunting for the orbs doesn't have that much value. It's also worth mentioning as well, just in this series, that although we're in the middle bracket, and it feels like of the brackets, it's the least important, for these teams being in that sort of like first match, if you go 0-2, the gauntlet back is insane because you're probably gonna have to get into one of the finals and beat the team that's probably been in a final or two already.
Could be two,
played in the best of fives. You're gonna have to maybe beat the team that made the run all the way through the upper or the middle bracket. You have to fix things very, very quickly. And
6 wins in a row as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel confident if I'm any team about like not having a bad day. And also you have to bear in mind that you then come in to like one of the last finals, only getting one opportunity to make it through. So it really is a brutal gauntlet to run if you go 0-2. From 1-1, you still have a couple of extra lives. You're not in any major danger, and you have a better chance of getting 2 bites at the cherry, basically, to try and make it through.
Well, Bladestorm active for Levin. KC, again, you know, those first 2 rounds, it looked like Liquid were going to be the ones coming out swinging, but completely different result. Rifles out, though, for the attack side. And a very, very slow approach. They had sent Wayne towards B, clearing out a lot of that space. That's the hold down mid and late play their flank protect. It looks like KC lightening their control over this A side, at least to begin with. That's left Levin a little isolated, but he wants to fight. He's going to win at least. He's going for more. He's sending it through the smoke. The aggression pays off here, though. That's a 2 for 1.
I like the use of the fragment. You're not really expecting somebody to come through the other side when they've just thrown a grenade onto the floor that denies the space, but it doesn't do much damage to him and gives him a free fight. I think Wayne is just starting to learn a little bit about Turkish Valorant and how sometimes they're going to do the thing you least expect. With 35 seconds on the clock, though, they're making a switch up a position for Dosia. Oh, there's the spot. That's the information he needed. There's another rotation coming through. Nats wins the first. The second he gets away from. Gives them a way back into this round. But Dosia, as said, is well aware of their positions.
Here.
Whether they go through this together, he's actually going to get both! Even having to switch guns in between, and Sugetsu will be there to close out the lurk of Nats. I thought he'd get one at best, but fair play.
Well, you know, I think this was the same kind of looking at last week as well for KC. When it comes to their map pick, they seem so prepared. And last week's game kind of left me in this position where it comes to split. I kind of feel like that's somewhere Liquid are going to have a lot of success, especially if they've looked back at the things that did work out for KC, because I feel like there were a lot of problems there if there hasn't been changes. But then again, looking at that coaching staff, I would be shocked if there's not been some switch-ups in terms of the mid-rounding for KC when it moves to map 2. Point is, though, that could be a punish in the next. So I came into this thinking, if Liquid get off to a good start, we could very well have a 2-0 on our hands. But with KC looking this good this early, if they keep this momentum up, I've no doubt we've at least got that 3rd map on the horizon. If not, maybe a better look at split.
But the funny thing with what you're mentioning as well, though, is like, I think it was KC lost both pistols and still only lost 13-11 with things not looking good.
It's not awful.
If they fix 1 or 2 things or win a pistol, they
like
probably win the map.
Start.
Yeah.
Oh. I think the main thing was they looked like they didn't have a lot of ideas, and the ideas that they had from the get-go didn't work. That's why I sort of expect some changes.
Yeah. But yeah, it shouldn't need much. And I also think that from form, at least, Na'Vi have looked like a better squad so far. Although Liquid only took the defeat to Vitality. With many put as one of the favorites for this one. Already, though, an opening in their favor. SMG working out again for Purple. In fact, the only round they've won has been off the back of a stinger. Unfortunately, they're now walking into Abez, who really hasn't missed much of the beat so far.
30 seconds left.
Knife will catch both. That's all utility gone, and with the amount of time left. And again, these A-site holds have been massively unsuccessful so far. The retakes from KC have been superb.
I like the discipline here from KC, from Abez in particular. Gets to, waits for his teammates. Quick flash, pop down, and a swing. Flash. Beautiful. A 3rd kill already for the man leading the charge. Now the defuse comes in. Nats cannot. Oh, he's going to try it. He's going to drop down. He's actually pulled them off it for a moment, but we're running low on ammo in those clips. 7-1 now for KC. Sensational performance from Abez. Dozier's looking incredibly comfortable as well. Really looks like there's not a lot of problems on that defense, and well, Liquid are taking note of that. They call the timeout.
Few misses here and there. But yeah, but Dosia was one of those players, as I said, super excited to see him come into this team. I think they had one split with Boom where they looked incredible. The next, it was kind of a fall-off, but a lot of it came down to him being brilliant. And so the fact that, yeah, the first game was a little bit hit and miss. If you watched any of Blender, I think he was playing most of it with 80+ ping and playing with a judge. So we're yet to really see how good this guy is actually going to be coming onto the stage, but he's one of the players that I think has most excited me coming into this year, especially with the pickup from KC.
Oh, there you go. It's history you were talking about. I mean, you got to say as well, being down on that stage, it's somewhere that it stops you from being able to play your own game a lot of the time. Like, the comfort's taken out of it. You feel that, like, your body's locked up, the stress is there. And moving regions as well. Obviously, you imagine it's going to be a whole new set of eyes. You got to make a name for yourself again. He hasn't looked uncomfortable at all, and especially not kicking off this game. It looks like a walk in the park for KC, 7-1. If you get back into the game, it is KC's map pick, but Liquid no doubt wanted a stronger start than this. Still time for them to bounce back and make this attack at least an easier pill to swallow.
There needs to be some sort of response, and quick. For Wayne, the debut hasn't been one of dreams just yet. Lucia going looking for a little bit of information, but as of right now, that pressure looks to come into mid once again. There's been space given at times, but with nothing spotted on either side of the map, no early presence, it's very easy for KC to figure out where the opponents are. A missed shot from Levin, but nothing really gained just yet for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, having sent the op out, not finding the shot on the back of it, you do have a pretty simple learning of just go back, post on an extremity, hold that map control late. A is usually the choice. And I think that's something Liquid should be reading now that they've seen that op not in mid anymore, no more peeks from the A side as well. They send the drone in and they see nothing. Thing is, they're not going to walk up on the back of that and give the op a pick. The intention here, it seems, was a fake towards the A site, at least to start. But now they're going to go back to B and back to A. Are we on the double fake? Is that what's happening here?
It's also worrying because
30 seconds left.
Baited any util. So like KC still have a full belt. They still have 2 stars ready and raring to go. They're going to have to try and make the play through it, which is what they've done. Minibu's made it to site. But this execute has to be absolutely everything. And so far, KC have been quite happy to almost just play off the back of the retakes. It's where they've done their best work so far.
Left.
And, well, once we do get into the after plant, we're leaving it pretty close. If there was something online to deny them, that would be terrifying, but they will get the plant
planted.
down.
Yeah, a swing or a spam at a haven't going to change the game. KC looking for another solid retake. This time, Cosmic Divide available, and already you're going. You see the abilities removed on the other side. Liquid caught by KO up close. Wayne gets completely blinded. It's an Aves round again. He might not get the kills, but he has set them up for success, leaving Nats alone inside of main. The defuse, undeniable, not only because there's so many players defending it, but there's a big impenetrable wall in the way. 8-1 now for KC. Team Liquid, they did so much work in that second round, couldn't connect the third, got the fourth, and have failed to find anything since. This is a disaster.
I don't think in a long time, I've seen anybody get caught by KO flat shoes as much as this.
Yeah.
He got 3 members of their team, and he was going to get an assist anyway because he was using null command, so we don't know how blind those players were, but they all got hit by that flash in the replay. And yeah, Avis has just been having an insane game, but I also don't think he's had too much of a tough time. If someone's getting caught by every little pop flash you do, half the time he's peeking off his own flashing. He's not even flashing for anyone else.
Well, there's the opening for Levin. Was missing last round, and they still managed to put it together, no problem. Now, it's Minibu down, and the player that would have been entering into the site that potentially would have put down a convergence path to get them control. And when you look at this map, how helpful those ultimates are. Convergence path and Rolling Thunder, they clear so much space. They make it so uncomfortable to defend. But now it's going to be difficult to attack, missing that dive. They'll go for a split instead. The B site under threat. But that means you're walking into Aves, and you know what? Best of luck.
Well, you're not going to see him. Because either you'll be dead from the first shot, or he'll pop flash you and kill you anyway, so. 50 seconds left. Rotation now coming back in, which should be heard.
It's that A main aggression. So much info in play. And Shado's down though. A problem until Aves is on the scene. He'll be caught. For Liquid, a chance.
They've still got to clear out Dosia, but he's stunned up at the back of the site. Slowly being surrounded. First shot does go away. He knows there's another player above, though. That aftershock gives the game away, and he's able to just tuck into the corner. In fact, he goes back and starts looking. Well done by Dosia to come out with 2 there. And now they have to go and get the spike. That's going to buy extra time. And Levin's just a bodyguard for it. Peeks back out, but there's the flank from Sugetsu. And what was looking like their best opportunity, Dosia surrounded, boxed into the site, and he still comes out with a double.
I can't believe he got away with that. I mean, after the first kill, they're not even looking. He's able to walk out in the middle of the site, in the open, exposed to main, exposed to window, and just take a kill on a man looking the other way. Like, they know he's there. They put utility. They think he went back side.
Purpo aftershocked him, so they had to know he was there.
I'm sorry, but just real quick, they also cleared every other part of the site except where he was. Where did you think he went? Anyways, look, the point is,
maybe
that was just pretty good. He's pretty, maybe he extended the range of his TP by 400 meters. Oh my goodness. Anyways, that was just, he's done remarkably well in this game so far. 11, picking him with the off this time. He comes in with the outlaw and goes back in for more. 11
down A.
He's still getting the ace. He's still getting the ace.
Off the map. The only way to deny the ace, it seems.
He's like, who stole my ace? Who did it?
What is this game, bro? How do KC keep winning these rounds? It's like they're rolling fake dice, bro. This is loaded. That's unbelievable.
How did Wayne...
Spike down
Oh, no.
What are you doing?
Crazy.
What the...
Oh, dear.
Hold on, real quick. Wayne, what a good teammate. I mean, he saw Purpo do it earlier, and he said, I'm going to make him feel a bit better. I'll help him out. And that's what you need from a teammate.
Let's go with that.
Love it. That's what I always do for my friends.
You know what? It's a rough first match. At least the only way is up. We'll look at the positive. Miniboo is almost dead.
He hit that.
Where is, like, I'm just watching Lemon up dropped over the top of the smoke. And he's managed to then finish off Miniboo. I'm not even sure I want to know how. I guess the smoke faded and he was still just peeking the angle. But they have managed to trade it back. Wayne is also almost dead. And Dosia has already got them info outside. It's again just so slow from the side of Liquid. It almost feels like at times they're playing a little bit scared. They're expecting aggression, and there has been a lot of aggression. In fact, I was going to say this would be a weird angle to play with an operator, but Lemon clearly had a spare gun, maybe off the corpse of Shados, and is now in the corner. They're going to flash. They have to clear this. They have to clear this! They've been aggressive every single round. What is going on? And now he has the chance to finish what he started, unless Wayne's going off the side of the map again. It's 8 kills. Still on. A chance for 9 kills in 2 rounds is not going to happen, but it doesn't matter. 11-1. Men against boys. KC, this is a completely different squad to what we saw just the other day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it really feels like KC are going to be the squad to write a book on how to ruin someone's perfect day. Team Liquid came in maybe as favorites in a lot of people's minds. They've got the firepower, but no shots landing. KC 11-1. The second half will be coming up, and you know what? You better not go anywhere. It might not be long after this.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to get into half number 2. And, well, Tom, I think this is one of those situations where I'm going to confidently say, chest out, I think the pistol round matters a lot. A man like Levin, if he comes in hitting heads like he did in that first half, it's going to end the game real quick. What a performance.
Yeah, I think those stats will probably change by the end of today. He's been off to an absolute flyer on this one. But yeah, that was sort of the question we had coming into today. It was like, firstly, you look at the agent pool, he's definitely had a tougher time than agents that aren't Jet. He's playing Jet, he looks fantastic. But also, he was within a Turkish org. When he started there, he had a Turkish coach, Turkish manager. Like, he had a lot more, I guess, homely things. But when you see a player move into a roster, like, wait, there's a different culture, etc., different coach, different people around him, you always wonder how that's going to pay off. Week 1 didn't pay off. Week 2, looking a little better. A lot better.
A lot better, yeah. A hell of a lot better. Obviously, those stats you saw for 2026 are not including this game, or they would be significantly higher. A big uptick in performance from not just him, but this entire KC side as an identity. You can see they've got full control. And as I said, in terms of their map picks, I think they've looked good in the round-to-round play. 11, 1 and done. It's a rare start for him. Camo to shut him down, but Abez has snuck himself behind that box, and a crunch comes in. Purple and Wayne do well to stabilize, though. The man advantage now with the defense, and they manage to deal with Doja. That should be it. Team Liquid, with a pistol, have doubled their rounds.
Ah, there you go. A lifeline found, but it's, yeah, you got a very slow heartbeat. Obviously, for Liquid fans, they're used to having a little bit of a problem with their heart because of the way that they sometimes play. I'm sure this is no different, but I think this may even just come down to, let's warm up into the game a bit. We've made some silly mistakes. We've had 2 players fall off the map, and not in the manner in which angers a certain Polish analyst. Accidental falling off the map. And then you've also just had like very, very silly rounds.
I thought we ruled that Purpose was to set up a flash under the floor.
Oh yeah, and Wayne's was to deny an ace.
Yes, so don't ever diss our boys like that again, okay? Our players here still make mistakes. There's a little aggression from Miniboo. Shot doesn't land, and he's forced back. Pressure on if he peeks that back side. SMG up close. Has an easy time taking him down. Levin finding the first. Down goes Nats. He's up close, though, and surrounded by players. A bit of support from backside. Lines up with his teammate. Love it. Wayne's here to help him. Runs out of ammo, and it looks like Liquid have run out of luck. Maybe that happened a long time ago.
What luck?
But a blip on the radar that got them the pistol. Now it's Purpo in a 1v3. KC seemingly right back to winning ways, but Purpo could stand between them. And victory, but Abez wraps around with the stinger to lock in 12 and put KC 1 away from dishing out embarrassment.
Yeah, I think for KC, they just knew that, like, let's just go for the stinger buy. Everything we've done has been working for us. Okay, we lost the pistol round, but, like, they've just been playing so much better as a team. And being able to just swing this one together, have the multi-spray down of Dreams that took 3 players with them all at once, have the flank from Sugetsu. They're just super confident at this point.
Okay,
and
I need to stop doing that to you.
I think, yeah, we just need to almost write this one off. For Liquid, look towards their own map choice and try and reset, because they're coming in up against what is almost a full buy with 3 sheriffs, a stinger, which, hey, has been their best weapon so far, and a singular rifle for Miniboo.
Somehow this will be the one they win. This will be the 3rd on the board. I can feel it. For KC, a very slow approach. As expected, you're against the weakness. There's no need to overplay your hand. I think the only problem that KC have had when they go for this kind of play is that there have been a bunch of times, similar to what Liquid ran into in the last half, where they play the default a little too long. They don't bait out utility, and they end up with 20 seconds left, having to blitz into a site that is full of utility, and sometimes stacked up as well. So I want to see them pace it up a little more than what we saw last week, and already we're seeing that the extremities are being pressured. They're looking for information. Yeah, giving it away on A.
The spike's not committed either
should
way.
Be B late. They're making too much noise on A.
Nice shot from Miniboo. He's taking a little bit of damage in response. Sugetsu's been spotted jumping over, though. That might just be enough to seal the deal of the rotation.
30 seconds left.
Trying to take that additional space, has support coming in from Dossier, and the spike comes with him. A little bit slow to react, maybe just focused on the utility he was putting out, but he has fought the space. The rest of the players are only just making it here, and that spike is now getting onto the cross.
Headbutt the nade.
Just block
fine,
it.
but duh. Plant has come through. Now the retake with weaker weapons. Doja, surprisingly, giving them a chance up close, being embedded like this. Especially with the plant being back from main. It is a problem. Camel's able to catch them off guard in the first fight. He gets there, but a little bit too late. Purpo alone, one shot on the Shados. Would put a 1v1 on the board, but Doja doesn't let him anywhere near him. 13-2. I mean, looking at KC play this game, it looked like they're operating on a different level.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit worrying for the Liquid fans out there. It doesn't seem like their team showed up to the party in map number 1. Luckily, this was their opponent's choice. We'll see if in map number 2 they can fare at least a little better.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
틱틱 boom 문을 타고 있죠. 이건 데ja vu 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시 주위 red dot. 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Tough guy 된 혀꼬여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shade 날 주워와 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge I'll forever If I never leave
What was promised to be a close affair in this middle bracket. Now you're already laughing. I can't even finish that sentence. I mean, 13-3 for KC coming out swinging on Abyss after, you know, everything did not click last week. And Billy, coming into today, you were like, you know, 11, 10 opening deaths. And I definitely think you heard that and just like took it personally because
yeah, I'll hold my hands up to that one. But, you know, this is what we kind of wanted to see from him. And we kind of mentioned it as well in that agent select, him being back on that jet, something that's more comfortable for him. I know we throw the comfort word around quite a lot here. But being able to get onto that operator as well, he had so many highlight moments throughout the map. And I just think as well, like, he was playing still with risks, but it was such high risk, high reward in the way that he was playing, the way he was able to anchor over towards A or towards mid. It constantly kept Team Liquid curious about where he would be, and that's again where we saw the kind of weaknesses in Team Liquid's composition, where how do you clear out that operator when he is frying like this? I did notice that they were using the salvos quite a few times from the Teho to try and do that, but it's very difficult to go up against Levin when he is just locked in like this.
Yeah, and there were rounds, like, we were a bit critical that sometimes on the attack side it felt like maybe they weren't kind of creating a game plan around him. But on the defense, for sure, like when he was going aggressive at times, they were trying to meet him and kind of understand how he wants to play and, you know, support him effectively. Sometimes, like, even still, like, he'd go off and die, but, like, most of the time he's just frying, so... You know, that's what you want to see. It reminds me last year on Abyss, he was doing the same in Kickoff.
On Yoru, he was doing a lot of that kind of stuff on Yoru, but he was like pushing down mid very deeply, and it's like you say, having the right support around you to be able to make those plays is, I think, perhaps the difference maker here.
I also feel like just last week specifically really was that wake-up call that KC needed. Like, yes, it was your first match on stage, but I think at this point, like, you have shaken off some of those nerves that you had. You're kind of used to all being together under high-pressure situations, and I think also maybe a little bit more trust that I feel like we're seeing from KC's side of things. And in general, just more organized. Because when we're looking at how KC was playing specifically around a lot of the ultimates from Liquid, Billy, it was perfection.
I think it was their defense in general, though, like recognizing when they needed to play retake. Their retakes pretty much always looked clean. It looked very well drilled and very, like, the protocols were there and they were constantly winning them out. I think this round in particular was round 5 that we wanted to kind of highlight, because for me, I know Mini, we kind of discussed it in the green room, that Team Liquid just looked a little bit like they were trying to throw things at the kitchen sink in a way.
Yeah, so here, it was almost like Team Liquid on their first cycle quite a lot of the time. KC done a really good job of using that gravity well to completely isolate off the attack if they got through. And most of the time, the Whaley wasn't even getting through at all. So after that first wave, being like destroying them basically. And then here we see a disciplined KC retake again. It felt like they just really understood that playing around that backside once they got those opening advantages and then they could play a disciplined style was working really well for them.
I think as well something that we touched on in Agent Select was not really seeing the value in the breach being brought into this composition, and that's something as well that KC were doing very well. They knew how to play around this composition, and specifically the breach as well, because they were very rarely getting caught out by Purple's utility on that breach. It wasn't really finding much value.
I'll be honest, not playing a serve on this map. Like I said it in the pre-match, like there were so many times in which that second cycle wasn't able to happen, or the defense was able to slip the net on the utility because there's no drone in their face. Because there's no drone in their face, they're able to just do what they want on the site and then, you know what I mean, like just shut down any attack.
And it feels like besides just the composition and also like the utility or lack thereof when it comes to dealing with KC, Liquid also just wasn't able to build up any of that momentum. We saw an early attack timeout in round 3. We saw the win that they got on the attacking side, which was round 4. Just a clutch coming through from Camo. It really brings the question as to what is going wrong, because it feels like the answer to that at this point, Billy, is everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to answer what is going wrong. Like, fair enough, they've had a bad map in this opening of this series, I think, as well. Like, we do have expectations of Team Liquid, like I mentioned previously, because of the results that they were able to pull up last year. I think as well, though, like, I don't want to discredit KC and the work ethic that they've been able to put in, because of course their opening matchup was against Na'Vi, who's now a top 4 team in Kickoff right now at this moment in time. So I don't know if it's just a Team Liquid bad. I think it's also very much like a KC good. They looked very well drilled. That Abyss looked great from them.
Yeah, but the Abyss, however, is done and dusted, and Split is coming up next. This is where we want Liquid to shine, because ultimately, Mini, you already touched upon it, like, they should be very comfortable on this one.
Yeah, but I also did say that about Abyss.
Yeah, well, sometimes, you know, you can be right once a day.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, for Split, it should be, like, classically they would run the double duelist, the Yoru and the Raze. I think it's the best composition on this map. It'd be Yoru, Raze, Fade, Astra, and Viper.
Yeah.
I think that if they run that, they know how to play this composition. It's worrying to me if they pick that composition and then look flat again. Playing Abyss, they played a bit of a weird composition, not a traditional, I wouldn't say it's a traditional Team Liquid kind of style, and they didn't look comfortable with it. I think going to Split, it should be a little bit more bread and butter Team Liquid.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to lean into that double duelist like they had last year. I know that we had Kiko that was on that secondary duelist last year with Camo, but this year we have Miniboo and Purple, like we mentioned, who will be able to jump onto those 2 agents, and it's agents that they've played previously, so I'm hoping that they'll be able to carry that over. I think Nats as well, being on the Viper, has always kind of been a highlight, the kind of lurks that he's able to get away with. And I think on KC's side, the player I'm looking at, And do you know what? He has warmed up to the series. It is Levin, but when we look at that split game that they had against Navi last week, it was those first deaths, man, on the Waylay. It just didn't look like a great agent for him.
Yeah, but it feels like the first deaths is now something, at least from the first map, that is under wraps, and they feel like they did get that under control, which is a great thing. And then it kind of brings me into the point, Mini, where we've already seen KC on split, so if anything, there should be something from the side of Liquid that they're looking forward to exploiting here.
Yeah, and I think it might just be those Levin deep
I mean, it didn't work so far.
deep aggressive things. Honestly, if I'm KC, I wouldn't even mind just Levin switching to Jet. Like, I know that teams put in a lot of work into the strategy, and they think that, like, they really need to kind of not waste all that time. But sometimes, you know, a player, it's just the writing's on the wall in the officials. Once you get to the official and you see something's working or not working, that switch. And we're not going to see the switch. Levin's going to be here. So KC, I'm looking for a bit of an improvement on those entries.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think something that we need to see is more support from Aves, from Shaydos as well. I think they kind of all need to be on the same page this time. I think looking at Team Liquid's composition, we're actually going to see Purple pick up the Fade, and it's looking as though it's going to be Camo and Miniboo on the double duelist.
And we're seeing a bit of a Nat speech there. He looks a bit animated, so nice to see him there. And on Team Liquid side, yeah, it's the Team Liquid composition at this point, one that they're very comfortable with. I honestly think it's the best composition on this map, and was last year, and it still is this year probably. So yeah,
Tell me why.
Why is it good? That's very good. That's very good. Astra's being played. Yeah, you know I love an Astra. I think on split, Omen's Paranoia is not very useful anymore. I think Astra is just very good at the cross map. I think the map lends itself very well to the double dive, and so both Yoru and Raze there, I think the best at going out of those entry points on split.
I think my only question for Team Liquid is finding Camel back on that duelist. Of course, this was something that he played last year. He has plenty of reps on it, but we've known him as being that more initiator this time around for Team Liquid this year, so it's whether or not he can get back into that kind of duelist mindset.
Yeah, and it's whether or not Liquid can stay alive in this best of 3 with the second map coming up now against KC, who do find themselves in the lead as we're heading into split with our casters, Tom and Mitch.
Well, I don't think there's going to be any debate about who has the momentum by their side, by their backs coming into this one. I mean,
this map won for Liquid. They weren't there.
I feel like it's half 2 for us. I mean, for KC though, this is where they struggled, albeit as you said, it was 13-11. It was both pistols being lost to get there.
If it's that close and you struggle, you're doing something right.
Like, I think in terms of there was a lot to improve in terms of how they breathed in the rounds. And to make it that close, with that considered, to run into full utility site stacks and still win the rounds late on, sure. What can you do from there, though? The building blocks actually landed in an okay spot, but now we refine it. And for KC, coming off the back of a 13-2, if they were to look stellar on split, I think this would be the time.
But yeah, the worry as well is for Liquid, they just looked a mess. Like, I feel like it's less about, like, if KC just shoot, and it's like the last map, they'll win. Like that's enough. Like, I need to see so much more from Liquid, like not bumping into each other, not forgetting the players are on sites. Like,
I guarantee they won't push each other off the map.
Yeah, no one's going to fall off the map.
Help you that way.
If they do, impressive.
Yeah, if they do, we've got much bigger problems. For KC, the defense. And lots of players. Just look at A-Heaven right now, where this drone is running through. There are 3 players there, with one close by in mid. It was Vance just moments ago. And yet still, the opening duel goes to Team Liquid with the 2-man push-up ramp. They find a kill. They keep these 3 players in position. And now the other side of the map is looking juicy. It could be wide open for Liquid to walk into. Just Doja in their way, and they even get Sugetsu on the cross.
Yeah, the question now is, do they, because they've just seen him come from the other side of the map, so they want to gamble back the other way. My only worry is if they forget where Dosia is again. That's probably the only thing that could be a problem for them. But with 35 seconds left, they are going to be walking into a couple of players. Aves still has a salvo and his stun available, which could make things a little... No flashes, though, which is good, because they're really getting owned by that. And in the meantime, Nat said she's going back the other way. He's walking into his old teammate of Shaydos, but this is where the last 2 really shouldn't be able to get anything done. In fact, they can now just look to full sprint all the way to the other side of the map and get themselves a free plant on A. There will be enough time to get there, thankfully, unless he trips.
Yeah. If there was like a miracle Gravwell from downtown, could change the game, but no. Obviously, it's not going to happen. Aves and Doja, no control over this entire half of the map. I mean, fog of war no matter where they walk. The police spotting Camo. They're going to walk slowly towards him. The time here already becoming an issue, considering they have to deal with 4 players, considering it's an open plan for Heaven, considering they haven't gone Heaven, so they don't have control up there, and the util's being burned just to get onto site. I don't think there's many chances of this going the way of KC. Camo waiting. He will falter on the first fight and some damage done, but the clock, as well as the HP, has decided this one.
Yeah, Appa's actually still killed the guy in Heaven, by the way. So he's really popping off individually, but a much, much better round from Liquid. I like that. That slower style of Nat's play where it's like he's giving himself space to sort of have some of those individual moments. Like there was a time, and I think it would still be arguable, that this guy on Viper is second to none. Like with what he's able to create in terms of his own space across the map, and the fact that they get the openers, and no one's like running in and just like doing something silly. Everybody was on the same page.
You hear it a lot, the conversation about, you know, when you're the underdog, how easy the games are, and I think teams like GX kind of experiencing the other end of that this year. When people know you're good, they really give you the respect. They really learn how you play, and then they really try to deal with that. They come in with a counter. For Nats, what was impressive about him for so many years, we knew he's one of the best, if not the best in the world on this. We knew every single game he will be behind you. It doesn't matter what's happening in the round. If you saw him in front of you 3 seconds ago, he's behind you now. People knew that. He'd still get behind them every round. I mean, it was just at the highest level. It was surreal to see him have that much success.
Yeah.
This is awful. Liquid are running into the A site. They're going in blind, and there's 5 players here. KC with a full gamble. And
they've got a man on the other side of the map.
Thank God.
That's the thing, it's Camo. They sent Camo in with a pistol on the other side, and he has just gone, there's no one here. So there was at least a small piece to the plan that was, okay, we're going to barrel one direction and see if you can find a gap elsewhere. He has found that gap, and now the danger is completely negated in this round. There is no hope. I would be surprised if there's even damage. It gets to a point where you might even suggest that KC should just go down to the spike.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
I think that's very arguable looking at the composition as well in play for Liquid. Like, there's almost nobody that you're going to give an orb to and think, oh, well, that doesn't really matter. Even on the attack, Cosmic Divide can completely rip up your defensive setup. So I don't think that it's going to be worthwhile.
Both Heaven executes with a Cosmic Divide.
Exactly.
It makes it so hard to defend. So, yeah, I think, obviously for Liquid, send out the pistol players. Send out Nat, send out Purpo, or even swap the rifle over. And
well, yeah, Camo had a pistol before, right?
Yeah.
They've given it over for the orbs, orb preference.
And let them try and find the orbs. And for the other side, yeah, it's just not worth giving anything up. A chance, maybe. Okay, Purpo's going to get one. Nats as well. Get towards that Viper's pit, but very little to lose. They're going to continue to try and push forward, and he still gets an orb in the end. It's not too bad for either side. A little bit of extra cost, but for Liquid, the goal was just to keep everything onto the board. That will now be 2-0 for Liquid.
And it's a great bounce back after what was a tough start to the previous map. Again, going 2-0 down, looking like the third should be theirs, running into 2 players on the side who had low econ and losing it. We really needed that injection of morale, I suppose, for that Team Liquid side. And I think there's a lot to speak of in terms of how they've performed in that first map, how they've underperformed the disadvantages that were in play. But if they can manage to bounce back here on their pick, we can forget about that movement into the third. And Miniboo was one of those factors that was, he was getting shut down by 11, 7-2 in head-to-head. He's made that one look easy. And you know what, Tom? For an eco round, KC, you could say that was all right.
Yeah,
if it was an eco round.
I was about to say, they kept the 3 rifles and then they bought up 2 more. It's like the classic second round buy that works out wonderfully for if you manage to keep all of your players alive, which they did. And then for the execute there, like the reveal from Purpo, just, I don't remember who it was in the sort of left corner, but they just got absolutely boomed immediately. And then Miniboo with an almost wild spam takes out Dossier as well. So a complete change of fate from what we've seen in the last map, a very quick start for Team Liquid. And as you were sort of saying, I think that's a really important thing for them after getting battered in a map like that, to then have that, okay, this is our map choice, we're off to the races, let's forget everything that just happened.
Oh yeah, like I said, for Levin and Miniboo, that was the head-to-head we talked about coming into the previous map. In terms of duelists, they're the ones you expect to see putting up the numbers, and they came up against each other 9 times, and Miniboo won 2 of them. which is not
Yeah,
great.
11 just got isolated. But it's his second kill. Full sprint spraying. Like, I felt like it shouldn't work like that, but they're going to take it all day long.
Let's go!
Let's
go.
Good. Get good. It could have been. Get the round.
Get flipped.
Could be. He's a big Tony Hawk fan.
Yeah.
I like it. A little ollie in there. Sure, sure. Well, a 3-0 start for Team Liquid. And I see that timer frozen up top. Is it going to go red or is it a tactical? I mean, a tactical would be very early at this point. I don't think KC...
We had one in the last.
Should worry too much. But then you look at how quickly they lost the last round with rifles in. I mean, it genuinely, the reason I said it is like it really looked like... If you had just a mini-map, you go, oh, it was an eco round. No worries. But then... no, they had full rifles and barely managed to make a dent in the attack of Team Liquid. Again, kind of a shoe on the other foot type of situation from what we saw in the previous map.
Back in. Whatever it was, it seems like it was solved very quickly. For KC, unfortunately, they have got this one completely wrong. Dosia is completely alone. This would have to be one of the most impressive Bucky plays we've ever seen, and that includes Mr. Valorant last year. Stuck in the smoke, he'll get one. And his teammates are nowhere to be seen. They were all pushing down the ramp on the other side of the map, looking for information, maybe hoping they'd run into a player. Instead, wow, Shados has got a rifle. If they could get a kill quick, maybe they go for this. Otherwise, it probably is, unfortunately, a very exciting round of dying to the spike.
And we saw Miniboo, the one to pick up that plant and the orb as a result. Showstopper's online, which just means in terms of safety nets, that was the rifle. In terms of safety nets, so much more there for Liquid to fall back on. Nade is thrown in perfectly as well. I mean, that just completely segmented in defense on their way through, and they have made that look easy peasy. With 3 players left alive, a 4-0 start for Team Liquid, night and day compared to map 1 where they struggled to find an open duel for the most part.
Yeah, I think for Camo, he's probably just happy to have something to do. Those are his first 2 kills the last 2 of the round. He's not really needed. Like, normally you have the, okay, we've got this double duelist, we get a 1-2 punch. You go in, and then you're going to get shot in the face because you're flying through the air a million miles an hour, and then I TP in behind and kill them all, and then Miniboo's just been getting the entries, and then they save. So, no real surprise that we are now going to see that tactical break coming out from KC, even. It's almost identical to what happened in the last map without the huge stinger play that came through from Camo. But yeah, it's been a rough start, and a lot of what we've seen is just some nice executions out from Liquid, very direct in the way that they've been playing, having a lurker just to spot if there's been a stack elsewhere, but I don't think they've really been broken too much. It says it's oh wait, yeah, of course it is, sorry. I'm still thinking of the last map.
That happens to me,
I genuinely, I was
11-1.
Yeah, they're so dominant, it's like, yeah, they're the ones that must be winning this. No, of course it's a KC timeout. My brain is a brain fart. It happens.
I've been there. That for KC, as we said, you know, that 3-0, I wasn't too surprised to see them go a little leg farther, but coming into this bye round, losing here, putting yourself to another low bye, mixed bye, it's going to just give Liquid way too much of a leg up for you to feel confident that Split is still in contention for you. It's time to fight here and now on the defense. Aves still in the spawn. Wants to be close by wherever that utility comes through, and they've heard it right away on A. So they're going to have that 3-man rotate very early on. The util's thrown out. Liquid full committing. Here comes the showstopper. Found nothing. Great flash. The drop not so much, but Aves safely down below is able to pick off one. He's taken a while with the ultimate, but it's fired up, and it will be fired in, causing problems, splitting the attackers, but Purple landing the double, puts them back to a 2v2. And Doge is just so reliable. They've now spotted Wayne too. A 1 versus 2, Levin and Doja, the last players you want to be up against.
One thing he does have is time, but it's a more direct attempt, and they're going to be able to swing back together. I thought maybe try and split through heaven and just find a bit more of a gap, but not going to be the case. KC have found themselves around, and I definitely think having Aves there a little bit sooner was a good position to put themselves in. But you're right, just the amount of delay that was brought by Shados and these flashes. I'll be honest, this is one of those moments where it does bring me back that little bit of Gambit nostalgia. Seeing Shados back on the Flash initiator of Sky as an agent that kind of dead, I'm not gonna lie. We didn't see it for a long, long time, and also he was playing Sentinel in some of his previous teams, but I don't know. That gave me a little glimpse of the magic we know Shados can bring.
That was nice too, dealing with the double dive, the flash to take out the first, the drop in from Abez, the early rotation that got Camo, the Yoru, as he came through. Team Liquid cutting through. Already gate crash taken to backside, and I think Camo's going to give away the fact that he's here. He's got an escape. He wants to use it, but Nightfall put through. No, now it's time to fight. Flash in the backside, presumably big swing in from Miniboo. They cleared it completely open as Casey sit back, allow this space to be taken, and look to punish over aggression. But for now, the attackers give them none. It's going to have to be the retake.
On the last map, this was where they were thriving. Their retakes were fantastic. They've got the divide to try and section things out. Miniboo's though, he's going aggressive. Gets caught. Shados looking after his duelist will give them that mana font. Hot flash down, leaves a couple blind, but Purpo dodged it. Can't get anything more. Shados with another multi-frag, but it's now left on to, well, the man you'd want. The problem is they were defusing, and he hasn't been able to stop them.
Yeah, he's behind this time, but behind a cosmic divide. So that's a bit of a problem. A second on the board for KC, heating up. And Shados, the man who, by the way, it was split. It was his Sky that looked abysmal last week. He really struggled to get anything done. He was being bested consistently, and now, I think it was actually, not mistaken, yeah, it was. It was Xiao who was shutting him down 9-1 in head-to-head duels.
Not bad.
Xiao was obliterating him. And now look at him. Shados on fire down on that stage. He's given KC a lifeline early.
Solid in the retakes. Team Liquid not looking to break their trend though. It's a split around middle, but the early contact hasn't quite found what they wanted, denied by the orb. It's obviously a pretty big risk to try and go through the other side, and you can actually see the Seekers are going to give the game away, that they are still in this position. 4 players even built up for the defense, waiting on this angle.
Flash primed and ready again. It lands, but Sugetsu had already taken one before the blind came through. The double duelist, the double dive, will they have
a lot of space on A?
Flat on their face. Yeah, a lot of space on A, but with a 5 versus 2, Sky heal for Levin as well. They'll be happy to play the retake. They've looked good even when the numbers are even.
Check every angle. Shados is like, check everything. I know this man. I know he's here somewhere. I can smell him, he's breathing, but even still he comes out. Oh, for a moment. I think Avez was in the drone, by the way.
Yeah,
if he gets the kill on Shados, he gets the kill on Avez. That could have been all over. That was closer than maybe you'd realize, but now it shouldn't be as much of a worry.
Well, yeah, 4v2. You would think so. Purpo and Wayne. The plant. Look how deep on the side it is as well. Still a star to play with for Wayne. If he survives, where is it? Shit. He's dropped down. He's looking to hold the line. He's been stunned. He dodged it. Up close in the smoke. Here's the steps. One's waiting, though. The cross spotted by Purpo. He needs that cover. This is why Wayne dropped down. But that smoke's going to fade. Wayne needs to be so quick to the trigger. And he'll land. But Purpo's fallen. And oh, just a little bit late in getting the grab well into play. That will cost the round for Team Liquid. It will allow KC to close in the gap. And now they're behind by just 1.
It's unfortunate because his opponent knew where Purpo was, didn't know where he was, so he just kills Purpo and then gets traded, and by that point, there's nobody able to deny them, just getting onto that defusal for the majority. Like, this is the fight, you see, immediate trade back out. Well, there are opportunities, but obviously after that initial fight with Sugetsu and the 4-man stack up, a good read, a good mid-round call from the side of KC. That 4-0 start has quickly diminished. Now, there's still credits to play with. There's still a dimensional drift. There's still a Viper's Pit. You get into that post plant, and it's a tough retake for KC. But I will say, KC's retakes on this map and the last have looked very, very good. I'm looking at Levin with his... Okay, here we go. I was expecting maybe for a retake, but no, he's going to use the Convergence path now. I don't know if anybody's really been caught by this, though.
Not sure about this one. Then they go 1 by 1 into the angle after.
Closed.
Oh, I really don't like what I just saw. For KC, they have overheated. They have really overheated. And I guess they thought that Team Liquid were further up mid than they were.
Yeah.
Assuming they were taking the space to fight when in fact they were still back far, so they could very easily avoid that ulti. Doja, you know what? Just end the game now if he wins that one. It's been too good. 3-5 and a solution found by Liquid, but the solution was kind of just to punish a very brazen play by their opposition.
I can understand it. Like, you heard the ult side listed out, like Dimensional Drift and that Viper's Pit. You know that if your opponent's getting to a post farm, it's going to be very, very difficult. So you try a risky play.
Just a little smoke on one side there, Tom. Just the only criticism is there's two angles. You can maybe just smoke one of them and then see how it goes. But, you know.
He's on the right side, so he thought the guy's on the left. When the right side can't fight him, so he was like, oh, the one's on the left, so I'll go for
Get that guy on the left, no problem.
And then Kama killed them all.
Yeah, it didn't look like no problem.
No. You saw Zeiss's reaction. He was happy with that.
Oh, goodness gracious. Camo does well to at least cover off that second player. The trade out comes in.
Heal up, squad.
Heal for Sugetsu. Just about made it out of there with that Viper's Pit online. They'll need that full health if it's to be used. And it might be needed in the counter pit. With Nats having his online, they'll move towards this B site. And again, put pressure onto Doja. His teammate quite far away. And even walking out of spawn now presents a risk. Aves can't join up. Doja's got to hold the line by himself. We've seen him do this with the Bucky. Deep reveal. Prowler had gone close. Oh, he's gone through the smoke. Okay, well, KC, you know, maybe another timeout would be nice.
Yeah. He definitely only thought there was one there.
Or he's waiting for a second Prowler, just get ahead of it, you know?
And then Miniboo's managed to make his way around behind. A lot of space left. A lot of gaps exploited. Well, now that Viper's Pit, even in the 2v4, still going to utilize that Viper's Pit. Liquid realizing how important it is to sort of confirm this round, especially with the credits that are available for the side of KC. You don't want to allow them anything back into this one. Sugetsu, though, see, that looked like he's cheating. Obviously, that guy is through a wall. He was never going to kill him. It looked like he was. And we should check him PC. But for Sugetsu, this one's free. That's nice. Wayne just a little bit unaware of how much ground had been lost, maybe expecting Purpo to be watching that. The problem now is they do have to leave. Time's just not there. Clearing things out is going to be impossible. And what? There's Purpo in the end, swinging out and killing off Shados. It's a singular gun kept through. It's going to make the buy very awkward for KC in the next round. And for Liquid, hey, they're going to take that all day long, reconfirming, re-extending their lead, getting themselves out of sight.
I think for Team Liquid, 6 already on the attack, but this
surprise.
This was a little bit ludicrous, but I do think that a lot of that comes down to the fact that, you know, he'd just seen a Prowler, he'd seen a Honk go through, and from our perspective, I believe Purple was out of Prowlers, but you don't know that. And you just assume the second one's coming to clear the smoke, I'll get taken down.
Or he thinks, like, this is a fate. There's one guy throwing util. I'll get the one guy, and then he sees 3.
Could be.
But that's a gamble when you don't have that info. Yeah. When you don't know that there could... How many there could be behind that?
Oh, and also to give me more credit, they had also taken sight behind him. At that point, Aves was locked out, so, you know, had to do something, didn't make the right call. Aves, though, has made the right call here by ripping Miniboo's head clean off. Amo's going to try to make something out of this ult now that they've got that man disadvantage, but up against the pistols, it might not be worth the big risk.
Yeah,
he bails out.
Everything. This is a full set of ults. That was a Nightfall, a Dimensional Drift, and a Cosmic Divide. And they're only just getting into heaven. Like, there's a real opportunity here. Flash through. It's been dodged. Nice work from Sugetsu. The 2 rifles really doing the damage in this round. Nats is trying to fight everybody at once. And, hey, he gets 2. Oh, Alpha Purpo, it's just not pretty. He's lost a battle with the Bandit. And while what was meant to be Team Liquid getting out of sight, KC have managed to break back immediately.
That was night and day there. Purpo is currently top of the board. He's a little shaky on that fight mid, but Nats, oh my goodness, that was so clean. Swings out, quick headshot on the first, gets the second, but there were 4 players there.
Needed 2 more.
Losing to the Bandit mid, not ideal, but you know, 6-4 we go. KC 2 behind, a map under their belt already, and now, well, what was going to be a very dangerous end to the game with Liquid having a lot of ultimates to use is not that. They've used all their ultimates for a round loss, so KC,
hey, they survived the round before, you know.
Okay, they used 3 ultimates.
They won that round in a 4v2.
3 ultimates for a round loss against pistols.
Yeah, it's not great.
Suboptimal.
2 right. This is the Liquid copium, all right? I'm giving it oh dear. Okay, Camo's, honestly, he's been the most aware player in the server. Like, he's always been the one watching, like, nah, someone could push that. I think maybe he's played enough against Levin to know that that can be the case. And Levin has been shut down a lot. Like, he's been making some heavy gamble plays, and he hasn't been, well, he has this ability that allows him to fall back. And I don't think I've seen him do that
Tom,
once.
I have to say, it's the most predictable thing ever. You get a 13-2 on the board. Do you think Levin's going to be over-peaking in the next map? Absolutely. I think you got a 5-0 on the board. I think Levin's going to be over-peaking. Because he's one of those players that has the capacity to hit this switch, flip it, and go, I'm better than you. I'm better than you. And I'm going to fight you everywhere. The problem is, I think sometimes you need to leave that switch a little longer. Sometimes you need to
30 seconds left.
Get that little bit of respect over.
Someone else needs to control the switch, basically.
But maybe you'd extinguish his flame. That's a close call with Miniboo getting onto the site. But Shados is keeping at least a little bit of control. Oh, back here! Goodness gracious.
Wow, the trade's good. Purpo was just behind. Wayne's definitely been struggling, stunned in the corner, and his teammates eventually there, but it's only going to be the trade. Dosia. I think he's faked the fact that he's dropped down. That was the goal. Trying to sell the idea that he's already moved, and actually, Nats, there we go. Nats finally where he's like, I think he might be playing games with me, and is eventually watching the right direction. 7-4. Liquid extending that lead a little bit further, but it does feel like in a lot of these moments, Casey, they've tried these sort of like really aggressive, like just let's just walk through a smoke play, and every single one of them has pretty much failed.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's no lead. If this ends up 7-5, you can point to the fact that we had that ult coming out of Levin in mid, and then we have
let's go, boys.
whatever
Good
that
job.
play just was of the walk through the smoke. Like, we have little mistakes, little overheats, but again, the only way you find out if it's an overheat or not usually is by overheating. It's by losing the round, by making those mistakes.
You're only throwing rounds if you lose the round.
Exactly. And let's see if they tighten up the...
That's a terrible mantra. No one lived by that mantra.
All my ranked teammates do.
GP up top. Just up used in slow motion. Oh dear. Oh, Miniboo can make it past. He can get past. And oh, there you go. He's found Dosia. He's also died. But hey, it's worked out. And they have a man advantage already. 2 down. 11. There's the double. But the trade back, Purpo just keeps spraying the same angle. And Avez ends up walking into it. Shados the only one left. A 1 versus 2. He's definitely had his moments in this game. But in a post plant with Wayne and Purpo,
Spike planted.
I think there'd need to be a bit of a mistake. He's still got both flashes online. He's heard Purpo. He knows exactly where the first one is. His teammate's a little bit further away, and he will clear it out. There's that little bit of Shados magic. He didn't even need the util, just pure skill.
You talk about that old roster, the Gambit, the Mag. This is not the player you think of. In modern day, this guy seemed lost, but a Red Bull clutch. They're back on the map and back 2 rounds away from Team Liquid. After a strong start, Liquid cooled off. Now KC are catching up. Let's see the end of this story. If it's on Split or Breeze will be decided after the break.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
I just love that back in the day, the highlight for me with that Gambit roster was always Defo, the one that never made it to this level. But maybe one day, I hold out hope we'll see him on that stage. 7-5 though. Talking about these two boys. They were there back then, and they're back here now. Nat's been on the scene for a while, but Shados, well, at the time, I rated Defo higher. But anyways, Shados was, you know, I think undersold a little this year. He had a tough time in a previous team here in VCT EMEA, but look at him go now. This map feels like there's a bit of a grudge. It feels personal.
Yeah, of course, these are the stats coming out from the last map, but these are two teammates that, well, they are known for that squad many years on. I think Nats has made it to plenty of international events, but it was the victory that came while under Gambit all the way back in 2021 when many will have considered them to be the best team in the world. The pieces have definitely branched off with a couple. I think Redgar's still playing within the tier 2, at least here and there. We've seen bits and pieces from Defo, but it is this sort of trifecta, or more importantly, the duo. I'd say Nats and Chronicle have had the sort of the tier 1, the top of the cream of the crop, you would say. And Shados is looking to make his way back, and well, it's in a similar vein to what Nats did. Go into that leadership role, try and take over, go back to Eng, the man that sort of gave him that success in the first place. Now, he sort of said himself during the interview with Ginny earlier that this is going to be Kickoff almost used to test things. I think they'll have slightly higher expectations like that. You're always going to say that to maybe take off the pressure a little bit, but this is really a test of if he is that leader after all.
Certainly seems like he's got a lot to bring to the table. He's found himself the opening here, at least the trade back with Camo down and Wayne falling. Nats creeping through heaven, hasn't cleared, and Zagetsu, he's thinking about it. Oh, he hasn't gone for the knife, but you can't blame him. A 4 versus 2. This pistol will set KC up to equalize, to put things level, and they are not giving it even a snowball's chance in hell of slipping. Locked in till the very end as Purpo stands alone, challenged from all sides, and dropped from 1. It's Shados again to draw our eyes, a 2K and a 6th round for the squad that he's leading. 1 away from equalizing, and should be an eco.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an odd one so far, because I definitely feel like there's been a lot of opportunities for KC to almost be in the lead if it wasn't for some of those like hyper-aggressive mid-pushes that they were going for. And so I'm intrigued to see now going onto the attack side that they'll almost have a little bit more control of the pace. They won't have to worry so much about being caught from behind. And also the fact is, like, obviously this is Wayne's first time on that tier 1 stage. It's definitely not been the debut of Dreams. To be a little bit harsh, maybe find him and put the pressure on.
I mean, last map he had 1 less than Miniboo in the end, so this could be where he has that uptick. But it was definitely a very, very slow start. Same can be said here for Liquid. I like the stack. They've got the numbers in the right place, and the shots don't land for Levin. He is miles ahead of the rest of the team. He's now given them an outlaw when 3 players are 1 shot to it, and also he had an outlaw, but it's fine. It's fine. Well, that's the B contact play against Ecos.
I'm pretty sure he had, like, maybe we can check in the review. I think he had Refract online. I think he just didn't use it.
He fired 2 shots of an outlaw and looked at them. Maybe he couldn't find the key.
But that's the problem with him playing Waylet. He might as well just play Jet, because he's not using the util to escape. And especially when you have that gun that can one-shot everybody other than Dosia, you can't be doing that. Well, we'll see. Will it come back to bite KC? Maybe not. You look at the positions of those defenders. It's going to be difficult to get back in.
If he overextends here, they'll get 1, get out, get 1, get out, get him. Get out. Oh my goodness. They got that rifle and numbers were even, Tom. I think I might jump the wall. Get down to the stage, call my own tactical pause, we'll have a chat. Luckily, Team Liquid don't pick up too much, and one big worry is, well, changed hands now. Purpo quick to pick that up. Thought it might have been a little too far forward.
Purpo's always been very good with a sniper.
What do I say?
The conversation about who's playing Duelist, we found out last week it was Miniboo and Purpo, and then now we've got Camo playing it. And that's the problem. Like they have so many players who can play that role. I do think the Camo last week, I was quite impressed with his initiator, something that we hadn't really seen too much of in the past. So I'm glad to see it. Oh, wait, so it runs out here. He just decides to stick around longer. Okay. So it did run out before the first shot, but I also feel like there's a level of just leave before that.
It's kind of a pacing issue at that point, you know, from you to give that much space and let it run out like that. Because, you know, even if you get those, well, if you get the 2, it's actually not, you know, it's not as bad, but they're still probably getting an outlaw on the trade. Risk takers, but I think we've seen it a few times. A team need a halftime pause, get the ice bath out, stop them overheat. I like this early play from KC. They've gotten a lot of control, but what are they going to do with it? And now they've lost Sugetsu as well. That Viper wall that's taken a lot of info out of the hands of the defenders towards the A site. No longer in play. Where do we go now?
Oh, straight into Purpo. I think Levin actually jumped over the top of his head, and they both ended up going down for it. A really good response from him, and Adosia is trying to create a tunnel, create a gap, and he does exactly that. Wayne found, but so much damage done.
Last
timing
player
here. It doesn't work out for Shados. It almost gave the game away with the piece of utility placed, but it doesn't matter in the end. Liquid keep 4 standing. Sure, it was a bonus round, but a very costly one.
We'll be right back on the ball, but it's this, man. It's that you already lose your player playing towards A, and look at the position Sugetsu died in. It was through his own wall. Like, as in, he had walked through. He's onto the side of it, looking for a battle. They lose that, fair enough. Sometimes opening duels don't go your way, but that small little mistake to not clear that close corner down in vents, that's what cost them the round. Now, rifles back out, but the spams are deadly. Levin's down to 20 HP. His regen shields at least bring him back to 45, but with no heal online for Shados, there'll be no recovering that Aves. I think some of that's decay, right?
Well, that was the thing I was thinking initially. Is this decay? No, it's not. They've actually just been spammed into oblivion. Yeah, sure, these last couple of bits of HP might be, but yeah, he's not going back up past 20, I don't think. So basically, dead man walking already.
2, yeah. Aves and Levin are both easily dealt with here. That's tough, man. For Liquid, it all comes down to just spamming an orb. They spam an orb, they almost take 2. They take 1 immediately, almost take 11. Aves faces the same fate when he comes back out to help. Yeah. And you've got to save. There is genuinely nothing they could have done.
The question for me is, when do Liquid start hunting? Because at this stage, you're not thinking that they've just given up on the round, because a lot of it's going to be unconfirmed damage. You don't know that you've hit all of them to this low. Left. So you're not going to be pushing until basically it gets to maybe the 10, maybe even the 5-second mark. And then you even have to start questioning whether you want to do it at all. Just keep your economy very strong. You haven't been able to build up too much just yet, even with the last 4 players staying alive. So yeah, for Liquid, this is fantastic. Like, sure, you would have loved to kill those other 2 off,
10 seconds left.
Realistically, you get a huge boost to your economy on the defense. You make a couple of orbs here and there as well. And, well, KC have basically just been slaughtered in these first couple of rounds.
Yeah, I like this safety from Team Liquid. I think this gives them a lot more wiggle room as we move throughout the rest of the map. They can afford to lose a round, still buy right back up, and it comes off of chance. Giving themselves the chances, sure, granted.
This is a great replay, by the way. It's showing how all of them saw absolutely nothing and have just been almost killed.
What do you do from any player there? It's great streak denial from Liquid. Like I said, you win 1 round for KC, you gotta go again. There's gonna be rifles. And Liquid with a 2-round lead already to play with. They're setting themselves up to close this one out. Their map, their defense, one that's being challenged. Early nade is good. It's gonna cancel the dog. It's gonna send KC back. And now they're pretty much all in on this A play. Gonna be moving towards it. Straight into heaven. And the rotate's underway from Nats. He'll be here to support Purple by the time the push comes through.
C's thrown just to make sure that that extra little bit of time can be bought. Nats also with a snake bite available. Now the worry, Levin has been having a rough time so far. And a lot of his job on this side of the map is to just get them that little bit of extra space into the site. They've only got that solo duelist to do so. Gives them an abundance of utility to play with. And there it goes, but immediately, snake bite used. All of these players left vulnerable and still just kind of stuck in the mud.
It was a good flash from Shados to get them into heaven. but now they've got to get on the site. I know smokes are going to fade towards the spawn. I'm not sure how much time is left on them. Purple and Camo have gone down. Purple was through the smoke. That was just a straight spam, possibly a run and gun. And now a 5v3. This looked like such a difficult scenario for KC to get boots on the ground, spike planted, but now it should be a formality. Liquid need a hero to step up to the plate, or a mistake to be made, and it's them making the mistake. A reload alone. It's easily punished by Sugetsu, and even with that return, 2v4 is too much.
Yeah, they've got the credits to play with if they wanted to try and make this one nice and costly, but you can see Wayne has already ducked away.
I like it.
Nats probably realizing that, okay, they could have actually had some Bevan control, so just making sure that when he does get out of here, it's by the last second. That's gorgeous, though! Almost takes down the entirety of that KC roster. We mentioned it, the Shadows should know this man's always lurking in the darkness, but that's a lot of additional damage that ultimately doesn't come at much cost for Liquid at all.
And that was the game plan there. The call was made. Wayne's going to save. Nats isn't staying behind by accident. Yeah, it was run and gun, exactly. Nats wasn't staying behind by accident. He knew that if they are allowed to save 4 weapons, then they get that little bit of economy boost. Then they can lose around and still buy back up, but we've got to beat them twice. Well, why not take that fight now? Risk a weapon. If I lose it, who cares? I can still buy. We're comfortable. And instead, we keep their economy honest. That is a brilliant play by Nats. And it doesn't win them the round. KC still closing the distance. But that is the difference between an injection of cash and a real propulsion back into the game. And now a cautious approach.
One off Viper's pit as well. He's gained himself 4 orbs from that fight. So it really held his value. For Wayne, great. Cosmic Divide. Good for a retake, but they haven't really had too many of those! Sugetsu!
Your trail.
The solo push, and now, well, the Seekers are going to go out and realize that there wasn't really much else here. Camo has managed to TP in towards the backside. Rotation coming through as well from Miniboo.
There's another.
There's also a lurk on the other side of the map from Dosia. And maybe hearing some of the steps. The thing is, the steps were kind of fake. Well, literally, it was the fake out that was sent through with Camo that they might have heard. That might just sell a ruse that ends up causing them more problems than it does saving them. It just depends on what direction Miniboo goes in. He's still got the paint shells, but he's expecting maybe now that this is A, especially with the flashes coming through on that side of the map. Wayne has got everything to do.
Oh, they've spotted him. The stun landed as well. Wayne's hindered. He makes himself a bit of a hindrance.
It's a flank.
Miniboo has a bit of time. Wayne survived that second or two longer, and that might be what gets him this pick. Shados and Doja. Shados is on the ramp. The flank of the flanker. Doja now just has to stay alive. Doja just has to buy time, and Shados should have a freebie up against Nats calling on the other side. He's giving him a taste of his own medicine. Oh, no way! They suspected it! Nats called it, perhaps. He's playing my own game. I don't know how they figured that one out, but hell yeah, double digits on the board for the defense. Just in the nick of time, Liquid have saved themselves from what could have been a real headache.
I can only assume it was issue like, well, we've checked everything else. We've looked everywhere else.
And why is he not helping his teammate?
Why is he not playing on the cross? There's only one place left he can be. And he was so close to killing off Miniboo as well. That's a back and forth rounds of sorts, and some solid individual brilliance to buy them that extra little bit of time. 10-8, a much closer map, but this is the problem. We spoke about those 3 kills coming in for Nats in the last round. This is the damage it's done.
We just saw the toast flying that Sugetsu's headshot percentage was about 46%.
It's pretty good.
It's gone down by 2 in this series now. He's averaging 44, so...
washed.
Yeah, I mean, got to get back on aim labs, honestly. Yeah, these pistols for KC should spell defeat. Viper's pit. Viper.
He heard you.
What I meant was
2% back?
Viper could change the game completely as Aves comes through and completely overhauls the favor. Team Liquid 3 versus 5. They've lost 2 opening duels to a Sheriff, one of which was on possibly the longest angle it could have been towards A. And Purpo, as a response, is now pushing against the Eco. Luckily, he got spotted. Otherwise, he would have been dealt with in at least a trade.
Now it's just the timing of everything.
Surrounding Purpo.
Yeah, they've seen him, and thus they're going to try and just close him in. They're checking nice and, well, avidly this time.
Flash Shados.
Jump down. There's the flash. Still got the information. Purpo's on the angle. There isn't a push coming from the other side, but it doesn't matter. Aves, well, even better.
30
nice work
seconds
from
left.
Miniboo. And in fact, they're starting to bring this one back. Miniboo found a second. Now it's all falling apart. They're actually going to clutch this one out. It might have only been pistols, but even still, impressive stuff from Liquid to recover from what was a horrific scenario.
Pistols in 2 opening duels, and they isolate your third player with 5 surrounding him. Yeah, they did incredibly well to get out of that situation. The fact that a flash from Shados had popped on top ramp, and Aves still was holding that, was still clearing it, you'd think that if he dodged it, he was behind the box. Not that he was cooked in on that wall, but...
Let's go, boys! Keep this shit up!
Luckily, they realized in time the danger that was presented to them. 3 rounds in it. And honestly, I never want to see that man be on the receiving end of a 13-0. I don't, like, they've been winning games and he looks like he's 2-0 down. Like he's leaving the stage with his head low.
I do. I think Zysh's over the last year or so, maybe a little bit longer, has just become my favorite person to watch in there. It's like, I don't know if you've seen it in football where they lock fans in a room and they just show them little bits of the game. They don't show them what's actually, they don't show them the score, they don't show them anything that's going on, just certain reactions, or maybe there's a foul in the game. I think you could just watch Zysh and you would have no idea what was going on in the game.
Yeah,
They'd be winning 13-1 and he'd have like lost his mind somewhere in the middle. You just show that clip like, oh no, we're getting battered. Wait, what? It's its own form of entertainment. People watching, they say, but he is a very specific person that's fun to watch. I also miss Barber very much.
He's got that passion on and off the server as well. That's the thing. You hear it when you talk to him outside of the game, and you certainly see it when he's down in that coaching booth. Time ticking as the barriers are about to go up, and KC looking to close it out here, but it's quite a road ahead of them. Liquid have managed to connect a few big rounds, and on 11, they stand in the way of KC's victory here in regulation with just 1 more round win. A slow approach, the drone sent through mid, but KC are going to have a big burst out on this A site. The question is, can they thin the herd before they get there? Will they even have some aggression coming their way? Look at Camo, he's posted up.
Ooh, maybe going a little bit far. The Tiger's going to force him back. Now he does have Dimensional Drift available. Might even be the time to use it just to try and get out of there. TP has been popped. Smoke. Oh, it's beautiful! Purpo's util alongside the smoke just gives him a free kill. And then the rest of the team swarm into the side. Miniboo even takes the fight while low on HP. They are pumped up, confident. And well, after the last map, Liquid, they're back.
Phenomenal utility put through by Wayne as well, giving him that little bit of space to hide inside it. Great timing on the reveal. Good position for it not to be broken either. I mean, it was just quite a simple throw. I wasn't sure if it landed up top or not. But all in all, that is textbook. They were put under so much pressure so quickly. They had just rotated off the site. Camo was alone. He falls back from the dog, and how quick they are to set him up with that little safe haven is the reason that Liquid end up with this round.
Yeah, really nice stuff. 12-8. Third map of Breeze looking likely, and I think at least in the first half, looked like KC had quite a fair few opportunities. I guess even in this one, they've had some moments where it felt like they could turn the game, but Liquid have managed to come out on top. And well, just look at the ults they've got. Viper's Pit's already used. Dimensional Drift available, which again, if it comes down to a retake, that in combination with the Nightfall or the Cosmic Divide, they've got so many tools on their belt. And on the other side, sure, Viper's Pit and what will now be the Convergence path. That time has been ticking. They could use it to try and force out Nats, but that's a gamble. And I think instead, looks like they're going to go back towards the A side, but this won't leave them with a hell of a lot of time.
And they've left Liquid with a hell of a lot of utility as well. This is what I said earlier on. It feels like sometimes KC, especially on split, they play this game so slow, and we saw it. At one of the,
Nightfall now.
30 seconds left.
One of the first convincing rounds they got in their last matchup was exactly like this. They played so late. They had 20 seconds left when they pushed into the A site. They were facing off against utility. In fact, there were already 3 players here, and they managed to win it. This time, KC have an ultimate to work with, but there's so many players here. The rotation's already coming through. Nats is going to be alongside Camo in the reinforcements. Miniboo's found 2, and in goes the rocket to seal in a third. Nade as time runs out, and the late lurk of Doja, well, it's going to be coming through by the time map 3 starts. We are all the way onto Breeze, a third map in this series after a 13-2 decimation by KC on Abyss. Liquid bounce back on their map pick.
Only hear from us, boys, we feel the game. Oh yeah, we're gonna come back. No, that's not true. We just literally let these 5 people smash us. Are we build that team to them do that to us or what? No, right? Everyone wants to win, right? Take accountability for yourself and take accountability for the teammate. Now, our map. And I need us to show why are we here.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our
Liquid equalized the scoreboard here on Split as predicted. Mini, you were... See, I told you were going to be right once a day. But a good performance coming out from them. Really, I think one thing that I would really love to highlight here is just the fact that they were able to shake off map 1 after, you know, they weren't really there.
Yeah, I mean, I think map 1 for them was like, it does seem like Abyss was quite low in their pool. Like the week before, they didn't pick into it or anything. It seemed not too good a map. Even Nats in that speech was saying about how, you know, this is now our map. And I'll be honest, Split is just a map where, you know, a testament to Nats and Lohan getting the new players up to speed with the way they want to play the map. But it looks like regular old Team Liquid on that map.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that we kind of expected that coming into it. Nats obviously being a nuisance on those lurks and the timings that he's able to get, as he always usually does on the Vipers. So yeah, really good bounce back from Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed as well, just to build up a little bit more of that confidence so that they can head into Breeze, because that's the final map. But also got to give it to KC. Like, this was not as much of a blowout game as we saw as map 1. So again, for KC, they were able to hold on to that as well. But something that we really highlighted coming into this was the fact that on map 1, Billy, specifically, Levin was able to get a lot of opening kills, and he was very aggressive. But it felt like this map, whenever he tried to actually put himself in a favorable position to try and get an opening, it's just Liquid was there.
And this is something that we saw from Levin in that split game against Navi last week as well, right? It's something that I kind of had said to keep an eye on going into this one. And as much as he had a great map 1, I think map 2, being on this Waylay, it's not something that we've seen an awful lot from him in the past. So I think it's being able to get those reps in and the experience. And I also want to commend Team Liquid for being able to shut him down. I think that they kind of were able to isolate him and recognize that he was the kind of weakness in this kind of map, especially, I mean, look at the stats, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I do think that he was getting caught out a lot of the time on his positioning, for example.
Yeah, I do think that the Waylay on this map, I think on Abyss it is a bit more of a playground kind of map.
Yes.
And so Abyss, to me, I do expect him to be a bit more impactful in that way. And then Split isn't so much that kind of map where you get to free explore. But Breeze coming up is a map where you expect those duelists with the kind of range scopes to take over. So I think that that's the positive, I think, going into Breeze for Levin.
Yeah, that's something that we can definitely touch upon once we get to that point, because I think something that you also really wanted to highlight further, and you touched upon it as well actually during Agents Like Billy, was just the composition that we were seeing from Liquid.
Yeah, so I mean, again, like I think that the composition, it's just a very good composition for the map. And we saw time and time again on that map, like player like Miniboo was just basically just sending it in, looking very comfortable, and it was just working really well. Look, like at 23 and 12 for Miniboo there, I think he did his job like perfectly on this map. And he was a player that we're highlighting that we know how good he can be.
Yes.
If he's putting up this consistently, like this Team Liquid team will be very strong.
I think where our confusion lies was me teeing it up. I was maybe perhaps expecting Purple to be on that secondary duelist, because that is what we're expecting to see in Breeze. It's Miniboo and Purple that's on that double duelist. I'm questioning whether it's a sense of prep for Team Liquid, because of course it was Camel that was playing the Yoru on Split last year. So I'm wondering, is that why Camel was playing the Yoru here? I mean, and that's not to take away from Purple's performance on the Fade either, because he did look great. I'm just a little bit surprised because Miniboo, we know, can play Yoru and is a great Yoru player. And then I look at Purple, Raze is like his second most played agent. So yeah, I'm a little bit confused whether it was a prep thing or not. I'd love to, you know, get some insight from the coaches on the decision making behind that.
Yeah, maybe if they manage to get this Breeze up under their belt, that is something that we could definitely ask them, because that's the map that's coming up next. And the thing with Liquid is I've already played Breeze last week, specifically when they went up against Vitality, and it was not a bad performance by all means, Mini.
No, it wasn't. It was very good, considering that I think Vitality looked very strong on the map. I think that I don't think it was necessarily individual takeover, though. It just looked like a good, solid game all around. And I think that this is another opportunity for players like Miniboo and Purpo to, like we said in the pre-show, like these are players that do have very high skill ceilings, and a map like Breeze is a map where you can flex that individuality.
Yeah, I think as well, like going into Breeze, we obviously don't know what to expect from KC, so I'm excited to see what kind of composition that they've been able to cook up. If they are looking to, you know, be creative and innovative and have one of those maps as the ones where people maybe don't want to go to on them. I think as well, thinking about Team Liquid here, we saw how amazing Nats was on the Viper. He's always been a highlight for me, and we know that he's going to be playing that on this map
What's
too.
the kind of weird you might expect from KC?
Oh, on Breeze?
Yep.
Anything?
Harbor? A Harbor, surely, no? A Harbor Astra, potentially?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're done with Harbor, because like I do think
Yeah.
Harbor is worse. Like every time we see the new version of Harbor, the rework Harbor, it's not look good at all. So I don't think KC are gonna do it.
I mean, we're gonna have a look. It's not even.
I was gonna say, why did I do that?
Wait,
I was gonna say,
we
Phoenix.
can pretend like we didn't see the age, just to like close your eyes, everybody. Okay, Mini, what was your prediction going to be for the crazy
I was
pick from
looking at my
KC?
Phoenix on my little screen here on the Haven. I was
Yeah.
thinking, Phoenix ain't terrible on this map. So yeah, we're gonna see Aves on that Phoenix. He's gonna be able to gobble up Pac-Man all those orbs. It's gonna be, for me, this game is gonna be because Team Liquid on their defense last time weren't contesting A main at all. And KC are going to be wanting to take that A main space and get Aves that orb every single round. And if Team Liquid just concede every single round, then it could be a very strong attack side from KC, having Aves ult probably like 3 times.
Yeah, I think Aves was such a solid rookie last year and has proven to be great on that Phoenix. I think as well it's going to take some of the pressure off of Levin to be able to get those opening picks too here, Mini. The question I have though is what do we think of this Astra Omen? Because we saw, I think it was Pacific potentially that played this on Breeze, and I don't know if having the Omen is stronger than the Viper. I think I'd prefer a Viper here.
I mean, I don't think on any map I would prefer having Astra and Omen over the Viper. I think the Viper is so strong at this on this map specifically, stops the chokes. When KC do get to their defense, I do think the Omens are being used to take A main control, like I said. So maybe there's something there, but honestly, I would prefer the Viper.
I think as well, though, to touch on the Omen pick here, on Breeze in particular, since the map changes that we've seen, we've lost that kind of verticality on the map, which is why sometimes I'm looking at the Omen and questioning why people are playing this. And I listen to what you're saying, Mini. I guess it is in the sense of how aggressive they want to be with that composition, but when they're already running a Phoenix in Yoru that have multiple flashes, I'm curious.
Yeah, you guys wanted to see something a little bit more creative from the side of KC, and they delivered in that regards, but we'll see how that is going to be playing out on the server as we're ready to head into the final game of this series. Team Liquid against KC in this middle bracket on Breeze with our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Welcome back, folks. Team Liquid and KC kicking it off on map number 3. Breeze. I have to say, coming into today, I suspected we might end up here, but I didn't expect it to end up like this. You know, the losing squad adding up those rounds, 10 until 13-2, 13-8. Pretty dominant performances on the maps of their choosing. But now, Tom, do you have a favorite coming into this one? I mean, surely the composition's got to swing you one way.
See, the thing is, right, if I was going purely based on composition without the name, I'd probably go Liquid, but I'm going KC. I think that, like, I think Aves especially is one of the few players I thoroughly enjoy playing Phoenix, and I think the reason for them not going with the Viper and going with that double smokes is with the pace and reactiveness they can play with those flashes, it plays into the comp. Like, that's what they've built around, is that flash double duelist, so I'm excited to see what they've got.
Yeah, trying to avoid some rigidity and come in with a little bit more of a fluid approach for KC early on. Well, they've already lost Doja. The aggression from KC continues, though. That flash through the Viper wall, almost playing as a counter. And that's worked wonderfully to draw their eye in that direction of mid, allowing Shadows to thread the needle and get in there for a clean one-tap onto Wayne. A 3v3 with Levin on backside thanks to a gate crash could cause problems, but Liquid are quickly avoiding that retake from spawn and from mid. They're pushing up, wrapping around behind, and the timing here could be everything, but I think they've just missed their window.
Oh, just going to catch out Aves. I still don't know where Levin is. That will at least put a freebie back. He's going to swing back into middle, but
one enemy remaining.
The remainder of Nats. That's the problem. Nats sneaking up on him. A beautiful tap. Will at least turn it into the 1v1. Camo on that cross and Levin. Whoa! It was a quiet previous map, but a Red Bull clutch to kick off this one. Insane taps from the Turkish duelist.
I reckon he was backstage, walking to the toilet, just washed his hands, came out, saw the monitor of the desk requesting map 1 versus map 2 stats, and he said, oh, okay. All right, you think I underperformed?
One enemy.
Map 3.
Yeah. It's going to be one hell of a stats graphic. Unreal start from Levin. The man who we know has that ceiling, has that potential, and he's delivering it here for KC's pistol.
Yeah, he is like the highest highs, the lowest lows. Map 1 and 2 shows exactly what this guy can deliver. An early snakebite shot dart combo. Oh, it's not far away, and the flash alongside it, well, it was actually the fake out, has helped them a little bit. Aves low, just about going to make it around the corner. He can heal himself up at least a bit.
I love that we're seeing like airstrikes right away, where you're going in for the shock dart snakebite combo that almost got a double. I see your game early on. Let's see what else Liquid have got up their sleeve. It's a mid push coming out from the classics. Again, timing seems pretty good. Players advancing up in window. Levin holding that A push. This is the only gap on the map, and they've exploited it.
Two of them are low.
Could be a double. The players are so low. Aves, he's down to 1, and he will be dropped by Wayne. The double's got the weapons, and Levin Well, big round in the previous. He got his 3K. Time for another.
What do you even do here? The spike is in probably the worst position to try and collect it while having a sniper in your hand. Luckily, both players are one
30
shot,
seconds
but
left.
he's going to have to connect on both of them, try and almost just bait the fact that maybe he's a little bit further back. But they're just not even peeking. Why would they? They don't need to fight this. They don't need to give him anything at all. And with 15 seconds left, even just making it to the site at this stage, if he was to get the kill, seems impossible.
10
Part of me thinks that even just holding onto the gun might be worth it, but he wants to try and at least remove from the opponents. But Purpo is very ready on the trade. A Thrifty and Liquid are right back in the map.
I like that we even saw Camo running to the other side of the map just in case there was a gate crash and he was going to pick up the spike, TP, and grab that plant in the end. Never going to be allowed for Liquid. I think this entire round is making the best of a bad situation. It starts with the utility we see them throw and the initial attempt at aggression with the decoy and the flashes. Then it resorts to a late mid push where they creep up behind, and you have to give them props for every step of the way, taking whatever opportunity was in front of them. There was no, oh, it's an eco, let's just rush this thing and see what happens. There was ideas every step of the way.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good sign going forward for sure. And well, for KC, that's got to be infuriating. Like, not only did you almost fall for just the initial set plays, you basically fell for every trap they set along the way, which that's got to be incredibly irritating, but also a bit of a learning curve. Like, when you have this composition that is very explosive, very direct in the way it needs to be played, you have to be aware of those flanks. You have to be aware of how big this map is and how much control you can lose. So you don't just have like a Cypher anymore that you put your trips and your cam down and it just holds onto everything. Like, you need to be a little bit more careful, otherwise you can lose the round in almost silly ways like that, like being boxed in by some pistols. So definitely a rough start to the map for KC, but not a death blow just yet. And the funny thing is for Aves, as mentioned on the desk about just farming up those orbs, he actually already has his ult online going into round number 3. Now, whether he'll use it here, I'd be very surprised because, well, from what we could see in the server, he does only have a Sheriff, and unless Dosia is going to drop him a rifle, it just doesn't seem like a worthwhile risk.
Yeah, I think that early context definitely pointing towards a save up, fight in that 4th round, a big ult online and rifles, sure, but it's such a bump in the road early on for KC to win the pistol, lose to Classics, lose to not just Classics in the sense that sometimes you push a site and they've rotated, they've got the numbers. Sometimes you find a guy, just he's in that little corner that you don't clear. We saw it on Split down below inside the vents. It was Purpo. But when you lose it like that to the pistols, just you left a gap, a huge gap, and they walked right into it. I mean, this isn't the other team winning, it's you losing to yourself, essentially. And that's a real blow. Then we see, obviously, a few issues down on the stage, a small interruption that's about to get back underway. But KC, that means they had to just sit there and sort of emotionally process the loss, the gigantic L they just got handed. Maybe that reflection will lead to some of those gaps being plugged up, though, in the next round. This one, well, I expect a direct play with all those weaknesses.
The Sheriffs have been insane, especially for Aves. He's very good with it. Levin is not going to get to use his much at all, but here goes Aves. Trying to get that little bit closer, but Wayne has managed to delay them. Let's see what he can find with the rifle, but not wanting to overextend too much. Still has teammates here to support. A plant may be possible, but there's so many defenders already on this side of the map. There is Aves, I said it! This guy with the Sheriff is just a different beast, and now he will pop the ult. Did he check the angle? Yes, he does! Aves on a tear! He didn't even need to run it back to take over this round, and now even just picks up a rifle. We're going back and forth, Mitch.
Spike planted.
Certainly seems like it. Shade us almost dropped low HP on 3 players. This round still isn't won just yet. Even that snake bite poses a threat. Swing through the smoke, though. Oh,
let's make it 5. Cora, let's make it 5.
It's spotted, it's seen, it's dealt with. A thrifty round coming in for KC. They lose the second round in embarrassing fashion. And, well, I'm not sure if it was the pause there that gave Aves the ability to do this. No. The guy is cracked.
He's got to have some of the best first bullet accuracy of anybody in the league. Because some of those, you kind of watch rounds like that, and like the one before, you go, like, they made a massive error. And I don't, like, you just got wrecked. Like, that was a guy running in and just insta-headshoring everybody. Yeah, could you have had better crossfires to trade out Aves? Yeah. But, like, it's just insane, his raw individual skill. Set play to try and force Levin back, and it's successful. Could be a free orb for Miniboo if he wants to gamble it. Obviously, bear in mind they're now back to having a weird quasi-buy with a singular rifle, and Camo actually just buying light shields, I guess, in case his teammate dies with the rifle.
Hey, listen, you come in here, you invest into one rifle, but for the most part, you're playing it safe, you're playing it cheap. That's the favorite side so far. For Liquid, 3 players in mid, they tried to force them back in A main. This is the idea to... Oh, nice molly. Oh, it hasn't caught him. The drone was still able to go, I think, a little longer than I expected. Purpo swims in off that info, catches Sugetsu. Nice start. But that's the man with the rifle, Purpo. Everyone else has got pistols to work with. Aves, clearly hungry. Was hunting them down quite aggressively. You gotta remember, it's a 4v4. Hunter's Fury's online if they need it. Liquid have already won a round with less.
Concealment!
If KC lose this one, I have serious questions. Because from this point onwards, spike down, ticking in your favor. Everyone on your team has rifles. And also, it barely even looks like their opponents are going for it. Miniboo's just waiting, trying to catch them on the exit. Wayne's done well. He's making things a little bit more costly. Purpo's found another one. This is starting to get a little bit scary. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. They need to actually make sure nobody's defusing this one. And I think the time is already gone. Thankfully, if you're a KC fan, the spike will save you in this round. But they do lose every single weapon. And more importantly, they've delivered an extra one over to Liquid.
Yeah, as far as expectations from Liquid coming into this, everybody dying on their side and a couple of kills is probably the best you could hope for, especially when they lose sight like that with just that one pick in middle. Especially when you're playing retake against a Hunter's Fury, you expect there's not going to be as much dedication from that squad to play up close, other than obviously the Cosmic Divide issue. And for them to come out of it with 2 rifles and the whole squad of KC paying a heavy price, paying that price here to buy back up weapons, to buy back up shields. You've got 7K invested by Doja, for example. That's a big economic reset. Now it's time to capitalize on it for the defense, though. They've given KC the opportunity, the chance, the ability to be put down to a weaker buy, for some players to have their economy stretched completely. But in order to realize that, has to be a round win here. Good flash and Purple again. The man to deliver in those early fights.
Next.
See if they can convert this one. Levin already taking space. Bear in mind, Shados does have his ultimate online, and there we go. That's the ping. That's the attempt to try and take him out. What? Levin forgot his ult runs out.
At concealment!
I was thinking that time's pretty low, but yeah, he's just stuck the ult.
The amount of money I would pay to have this be a tri-cast with Pal is absolutely ridiculous. I would be bankrupt and in debt for the rest of my life.
Get shot in the face.
I've never seen that before. He didn't even try to go behind him.
No.
He stood right in front of him like...
he was going to try and headbutt him to death.
I mean, they said, do the shoot me strategy, and he didn't really understand.
Yeah, the other team did shoot him. There you go. But even still, they managed to get it into a post spawn. The trade out did come through. To get too aggressive has been spotted out and revealed. They're also being flanked on, but it seems like it's something that Shados is keeping in the back of his mind, something they're checking, and that time is starting to tick again. They need to get a move on the Liquid side, otherwise even with the comedy in the middle, they might still be losing this round. In fact, Sugetsu takes over. All is forgotten, all is forgiven. KC have the round.
Well, I'll be honest, I haven't forgotten.
No, me neither.
But they do win the round nonetheless. A 4th on the board. And as I said, for Liquid, it was a great opportunity, and it started out with a 2-to-1 trade, then a Hunter's Fury thrown in, and Levin, run! He didn't even react. He didn't even react. He just looks at the screen like, yep, that's what should have happened. That's the expected outcome.
Something as well, though, so I think we're going into a Liquid timeout. You can kind of understand why. But something I want to talk about, just a really interesting storyline. Mitch, do you remember the one map that Purpo played for Mech?
I don't. That was so long ago.
I'm going to give you a very good clue.
Oh, was it?
It might be the map that went on.
Split? Oh, Abyss.
he would have played Split, but they lost the series, the best of 5 before then. So probably the harshest debut in human history was Purpo subbing in for map 4, while Mech were 2-1 down. He subbed in for Breeze and had a horrible time. And yeah, the man who subbed him in was Eng. So maybe a little bit of a grudge match. Maybe someone that he'd like to beat. I'm sure that, to be honest, it's long forgotten. But as you said, he's been playing very well on the Jet. It was something that the reason he was subbed in was because he was always that sort of superstar, high-aim duelist, but never really got to see the best of him, even in sort of previous teams as well, including the GX. But he's definitely showing that that level is there. Unfortunately,
right here,
things aren't going great for them, especially after winning that second round eco. You'd expect them to have a little bit more on the board.
Big aggression from KC. They're going straight into the window. That smoke's completely blocked. That's out, but Purpo, he got 2 anyways. He read the play, and that's given them more than a chance. Miniboo's got an off, and he's using it like a shotgun. He's out of there now. An absolutely ludicrous round to start, but the trade is there. The op is dropped, and the Blade Storm from Purpo, the one real bastion of hope. Nats pushed up to get a rifle, but he's on the B site, miles away, as the plant seems sure to come through, and Purpo, sure, a blade to the head will drop them, but he is so low himself that a body shot will do the same. So it all comes down to this next fight. Liquid have the man advantage, doubled up on for now, but an isolated duel gives Levin a backside control and a 2v3 for the squad. They just checked it. They just checked Bane, and now at least they've seen some info to play with.
That was sort of the snake in the grass. Levin, he's going to go pushing. Is going to make it round the corner as well. May already spot players looking to come back in from behind, but there is that Cosmic Divide. Almost allows him just a little bit of a pocket of space to try and play around. It seems like there's a decent idea, maybe.
He won't check the right.
Way. And in fact, does he check the corner? No, he doesn't. Falling back was smart. Leaves it on to Sugetsu. He could have gone anywhere from here. They've still got so many angles to check, but he might be in the most common of them all, the back corner of the site. As that divide will now fade. Liquid have decided to play with that time first through. Second as well for Sugetsu. These are the moments where he finds his prime. Already just going to take his time to utilize that grab well, buying extra on the clock, and now just plays with his food. He will go down in the end, but it does not matter. Sugetsu, a clutch master all these years, and he will keep it going with a Red Bull clutch.
He is such a skilled player. Take a look when he's in that corner. The Cosmic Divide is up. They could be and should be seconds, milliseconds away from breaking through that wall, and he takes that split second. I don't even know if we'll see it in the replay, to pop down a star at his feet and a star further back. He blooms that smoke, he pulls back the other, and it's online. One left, just in time for him to swing in with that grab wall, closing out the round. Unreal performance from this man. KC 5-1 as a result. That was Liquid's chance to fight right back. But they're back in here with the rifles, and that flash was a tiny bit too shallow to blind Miniboo. Free opening, and they've given him another.
Well, yeah, but let's be real. This is what, the third round in a row now where we've seen 2 opening kills go the way of Liquid?
The other 2 times, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Purpo has been able to give them advantages. This time it's another couple of players, but it hasn't mattered. KC have been so clutch in the late round scenarios that I do think if Liquid lose this one, it's almost just got to be backbreaking with how many leads they've let slip. And for now, at least, those advantages will be kept. Those are about to be peaked by Purpo with the operator. He has been sublime, even in the round losses. Instead, though, KC start moving their way back towards A, where the initial damage was done. Aves a couple away from his ult, although it always seems like he's very close to it.
40 seconds. Is this where Miniboo pops Dimensional Drift? Looks for that info. No drone going through an A. Smoke popping as well. They know now. They've got that info, that it's likely to be a play here. They'll start to suspect it, but before Miniboo does, they'll walk around that corner, give him the chance, well, give him the bullets. He ends up with the lead instead of the silver, and now Hunter's Fury set through. A desperate attempt by Liquid to keep them back, to buy time, to get a tag, and it does find a tag, but Wayne's fallen in the meantime, and Doja's TP'd right into their spawn. Advantage of the Chaos is taken by KC, and the 3v5, a massive disadvantage, quickly becomes a favorable round for a moment. The time not quite gone enough. 2 shocks on Shados, no ultimate though. He wants to catch them on that cross. You want to be able to take this player down. Nats is the one to sneak his way through. Time ticking as Purpo joins up from the spawn. His timing, it's actually quite poor. Doja gets inside the smoke, gets out of there to the backside. So much work now for Purpo to do to clear every angle, and he realizes he has no time left. Another for KC. Doja's getting loud, shouting across the stage as KC steam into the lead a little further.
I think by the end of this game, we're going to be able to make a frustration compilation from the Liquid side. Normally, we'd be looking at Zysh. But the fact is, they have won so many rounds in clutch ways. That is 3 rounds in a row where we've seen, what, 3v5s every single time that have gone the way of KC.
Yep.
And that is just, it's just not acceptable.
You lose a first blood 3 times in a row, first blood untraded round, that's bad. You lose 2 first bloods untraded in the first couple seconds at least. Yeah, I mean, that's timeout territory. Purpo, though, he's going confident and aggressive, but the shot doesn't land, and he gets punished immediately by Sugetsu. The opening duel finally going the way of KC. They've won every round with the disadvantage. And it looks like a double opening is destiny.
Look at the assists. He got hit by every piece of utility under the sun. Even Nats can't survive that.
Easy is the decoy. I love it. It's got him nothing.
Wayne has a chance, flash through, so blind. And while Camo's been caught at the same time, it leaves only Miniboo and only Miniboo to go and scurry away and save the gun. It seems like even losing the opening duel won't change the tide of the game. Who could have suspected that?
Yeah, it turns out when a team wins 3 3v5s in a row, they actually stand a pretty good chance of winning the round if they win the opening.
If they're a 5v4, yeah.
Yeah, if they have the 3.
I'll also say
3v5 actually.
I'd love a replay of just every piece of utility that just hit Nats. Like Nats just stood there and it's just like a swarm of utility.
After this one, I'm gonna peek. No wait, after this. No, next one. Okay, just 1 sec. No chance, man. And it really feels like that engagement is this map for Team Liquid.
Nats?
They are just being smothered, man. 3 rounds in a row with 3v5. And at this point, it seems like KC can't put a foot wrong.
Then he gets hit by the drone.
Stunned.
And then Paranoia. Oh, God. Thank you for that replay. That was a gorgeous replay.
He almost got hit by utility of every player on the other team on an execute.
And if he didn't, he got shot by them.
Did they execute B side? No, they executed me.
Me, yeah. just me.
Back sight behind the pillar. That's where they executed. A timeout from...
Okay, so
no, I don't believe you.
I
don't believe you.
Last game I had a brain fart.
I don't believe you.
This time...
Hey, how about this? I don't believe you. 7-1 up, they've called a timeout. No, they haven't.
Hey, well, they have been down in most rounds. Maybe it was like, guys, we said we practice. They said we practice our clutches in this game. Why did you just get an opening duel?
Honestly, like, what can you be fixing? I mean, something in the comms?
They weren't losing the opening duel every single round.
3 times in a row.
But it is weird that after they won, they go, right, guys, that was not part of the plan.
No, maybe he's calling a timeout out. So, see, it's better if we win the opening duel. See, guys? So, that's caught me off guard.
Maybe this is actually just like a timeout for Zysh because he's just been so stressed.
Calm down.
He's just like, guys, we lost him.
It's actually all of the players talking to Zysh instead of the other way around.
He's like,
no, you're great.
Bro, we're
good. Chill.
We're in 7-1. What could go wrong? And he's like, the opening duels.
I actually genuinely, I was 99% certain. I was 100% certain that was a technical, graphical issue. But apparently that was KC taking a timeout at 7-1 up. And if
do you
that's
know
not
how hard I'm going to laugh if they lose this round?
It will be hilarious. But I do respect it. I think it's counterintuitive, of course, but the idea of spotting little mistakes and saying, okay, before that's an issue, before that we pay the price for that, let's just iron
or
that.
Even
let's
just
make
like,
sure we don't overheat like we did last map
exactly.
every time we had an advantage.
Players getting a little bit ahead of themselves. You want to make sure that this is as dominant a half as it now should be. And hey, they lost an opening duel, but who cares, right? They haven't lost 2 opening duels yet, so why does it even matter?
Well, that's the problem. They got to give 1 more away, then we'll see them group up and take.
And as long as Sugetsu's alive, I'd bank on him to 1v5 at this point.
Yep. So we know Aang said, Levin, just contact up mid by yourself.
Yeah.
See how that goes. Then Sugetsu, contact main by yourself. See how that goes, and then we win the round.
Okay. Well, let's see how it goes. Already, a little bit of damage done. Nats about to be under pressure, running through the util. Nice work, though. And well, now it's Dosu who has to try and win the 1v5. First will be easy. I don't think he's getting anything more. Strat didn't work, and yeah, they called a pause and lost. That is very funny. No, not even lost. They got banged.
Yeah, that's the worst round we've seen from them so far, actually. So, unfortunate. And I think, you know, maybe Team Liquid made good use of that pause as well. But this was somewhere they came in with a lot of weaknesses. And it didn't quite go according to plan, I think it's fair to say. Running through a snake bite against a bookie, I'll tell you what, you might be surprised by this, but win rate, not good up close like that. On range, it's a little better.
I didn't know he had
the bookie underperforms.
He might have
on
had
range,
another cheap weapon like a stinger.
Well,
Liquid are back.
I know, I think KC called the timeout for this round, so this will be where they put it all to work.
Yeah, N can actually see the future. Unfortunately, he's not using it very well. Why didn't he just stop us losing that round? Ah, that's a good point. It's all right. That's a counter for the next one. There we go. Another opening kill. This might be the most dominant I've seen a team in opening kills ever and be this far down. But we'll see how it goes. 4v4. Viper's Pit available for Nats, but getting into a place that will be valuable is going to be difficult. There's also a Hunter's Fury for Shadow, so if he stays alive in maybe a really passive position, that'd be good. He's very aggressive at the moment. In fact, he's going to use it proactively.
Oh, there's a tag, and okay, at least gets the half HP on one. The reveal helping him out. Could very well have been a kill for Team Liquid. The fight back. Viper's Pit already used a lot of control here, but it's not going to get them on to the site. For that, they go through this Cosmic Divide. A flash, primed him ready for backside. And the second one goes through, blinded in the corner. Was your first of Shados. He has to back off around to his teammate. He'll find the first. There goes Doja with a double. And now Wayne's all alone in a scary world. No idea where his teammates have gone. To the Shadow Realm is where they were sent, and time has ticked too far. The final sand grains leaving the hourglass, falling to the bottom as Liquid are here. 2 on the board, 8 for KC, and time running out.
Honestly shocked. I can't believe they didn't convert that amount of advantage they had at the beginning of the round.
It's strange, you know, I don't know their stats on them, but I do feel like they're one of the best in the league at a time.
Well,
in a league of their own, perhaps.
8-2. I agree with that bit. Now,
the Champions League to Norwich City. Let's go.
Oh, Hazard's not going to like that one. There's not a lot of ults to play with in this one. Camo's one away. Actually, to be fair, Dosia TP'd into the spawn and helped win a round last time, so I'm not going to doubt the From the Shadows anytime soon. An aggressive position as well from Minibu, a chance to flash in, but he's been sectioned off by the Blaze. Now under quite a lot of pressure. Levin leading the charge. It's a swing out, and it's the trades back favorable. The opening's going one way, but Nats, who's had a quieter game, can he hold on to the site? Nope. He gets isolated with 2 players swinging him at once. And now for the remainder, Purpo almost needs someone to swing a little bit wide and give him a chance at the fight.
Either that or a shot through smoke or wall for Wayne. Single bullet onto Doja will take him down. He's tucked in backside. Not even spammable right now. Taking their time, waiting for smokes to be online. No mistakes tolerated on the side of KC. The discipline, even smoking off main here, they're covering all their bases. The swing comes in together. Doja being the recon.
30
clearing
seconds
it out,
left.
knowing he's dead if he takes contact. But he'll trade that out for the information.
Spike
Be very
enter.
valuable in this post plant with a ultimate.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Go from the shadows to wherever he wants.
That's what I was going to say. Does he just go for info? Yes, he does. Where's he going? Oh, no! Oh, he's now the only one left! He's at the sticky! Purpo's caught him while flying through the air with a classic. That's about as badly as that could have gone in the end, but for Liquid, it is that lifeline. Climbing back into this one. A 3rd round onto the board, and it seems like they're going looking for maybe an extra weapon or 2. Instead, though, it's crazy. Purpo is 12-6 right now. He's been having a fantastic map of Valorant. Unfortunately, it's just been those late rounds that have been so much tougher for the squad, for KC. It is very funny that since the pause, they have lost 2 of the 3 rounds after winning 6 in a row.
is a mini comedy in and of itself. The things that did work for them before. That's ridiculous. Just playing back into these rounds from massive disadvantages. And Liquid not being able to convert, that seems to have changed. Purpose putting up a good performance. The Team Liquid are not out of the woods yet, and this is their chance to draw circles around the scars of this half and learn from the mistakes in the second. 4 on the board would work wonders from the position that Liquid seemed to be in just a few minutes ago. And it should be a much easier round than any they've faced so far. 4 Sheriffs and a rifle for KC.
Do you remember who Aves is?
I do remember.
You remember like
mentioning a Sheriff, and he I think headshot 3 people
yeah,
immediately.
he just ran into the side and killed everyone, and he's one off his
One
ult.
off ult, and there's an orb sitting in B, and they're going towards B.
Yeah. So one
There
of
is
the easiest rounds. Do you want to stick with that?
Hold on, though. Snakebite held by Nats. That's to bounce off and land on the orb. He jumps out, sprays from left to right. Aves could be in a lot of trouble here. They know that that orb's something that will be wanted on the other side. 50 seconds left. It's time to go for KC, especially if there's any util to disrupt them, especially with the Hunter's Fury online for the defense. Pacing's a big issue if they get it wrong. There's the snake bite, but the spams, they don't land, and Aves now will be able to lead the charge.
Oh,
Fury,
dear.
that complicates things a little bit. No one can follow up on that, and the grab world delays it. 25 now, and a huge amount of damage done. KC, they need to go.
Oh, just blinded everyone, and then a double kill with a shock dart. Things are finally coming up. Liquid Camo will be there to shut them down. And well, it's a late resurgence after an opponent's tactical pause helps them get 3 of the last 4 rounds. The real question we're going to be asking, Mitch, is it enough?
Oh, KC, they poked at the bear until the claws came out. Team Liquid, now they're on a comeback. Oh no. It's time to see how this story finally ends. Half 2 of Breeze after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings. Welcome back, folks. It has been a crazy series. When we ask the question, who will come out on top, Team Liquid or KC, I have to say, I didn't expect the story to go quite like this. I have no idea what to expect in this second half. Yeah, Tom, I see 8-4 on the scoreboard. I wouldn't be so confident right now.
The funny thing is, if you are a scoreboard Steven and you look at the kill distribution, you would think Liquid are winning. Like that's how weird this game has been. Like Purpo's 12-6, Wayne, new guy on the block, 11-7. There's only a singular player who's currently positive on the KC team, and that's Docio, who's 10-9. Sugetsu is 5-9 after winning multiple clutch rounds. It doesn't make sense. But for Liquid, they've got to start trying to make it make sense, because they are in a deficit. They could be in the lower bracket 0-2, which, as you mentioned earlier, 6 games needed in a row, and already KC looked to start off with a bang. I don't know how Aves survived as long as he did, but Liquid come out on top.
Yeah, it's a good response by Purpo to instantly put down that cloud burst, blocking out a lot of the vision. I don't think it saved anybody from being blind, but it certainly stopped them from being executed on that big swing. The advantage, though, not quite as convincing as it seems when you look at the HP bars. More guns pointed at the defense than vice versa, but a few shots landed could very quickly turn this into a KC favored round, and it's the last thing you want if you're Team Liquid. That advantage for Liquid. We've been here before.
Been here before a lot. I'd say we've been here most of the time. But B site is completely open. The worry is that KC are now encroaching on their position again. A nice shot from Doshi, who's been very good in pistol rounds. Yeah, that's the spike drop. Just about going to make it out of there. And that now switches the play towards the A site, as that's where his teammate was already running.
30 seconds
this
left.
is definitely going to put a bit of a spanner in the works for KC, who have absolutely no idea where their opponents are going.
No way to find out either, right? The only guy close was the one gate crashing, so no sound cue, and everyone else is already far away. Team Liquid plans secured, but I like what KC are doing, just grouping up. Liquid are the ones that have to watch so many angles, and you might be walking in here to just one player. 3 guns against 1. Now if it's Miniboo as well, 29 HP. Shock dart. No, it's a reveal, pardon. Shados is all out of shocks, thank God for Miniboo. He already took quite a bit of damage off the first one. They're inside the smoke. The defuse is underway. The spam is coming through, but oh, just before half. They haven't quite made it there. Much more time in play for Team Liquid, and the kills keep on coming their way. Miniboo's triple locks it in as Team Liquid, they put themselves up to 5. A gap of 3 and an eco surely coming from KC.
Yeah, this is where expectations start to close that gap a little bit. Like, we've sort of been making jokes about all the 3v5s, but it proves that Liquid were in an awful lot of advantages. A lot of the time it was the spikes that ended up doing the work in favor of KC. As you can see for Miniboo, you know, they know how much that could mean for them, especially because you then look at what the defensive comp is running with, and that's where this Phoenix now becomes a little bit tougher to put into play. It puts you in a box.
Yeah, very predictable playstyle as well, right? Like, you're going to be playing aggressive. We're seeing here, and I think Mini talked a lot about this, the constant aggression towards especially A main, where those Phoenix flashes can do so much, and there's not really as much of a response. You think about flashing into B main, attackers just go to window, they swing late from actual main, you're in a lot of trouble. So A makes more sense. And for KC, they'll want to fight for that. But as the rounds go on, it's going to become very predictable for Liquid, and they can set themselves some traps, perhaps. Even just with the box that we see there being very spammable. We've seen players like Rose, I think, has probably been the most successful, where he was just shredding people through it on the attack side. So there will be dangers as rounds go on. But as this round goes on, not much of a danger. Because Liquid, it's a 50-50. They go towards B. Bad day. Very bad day. But you pick the spot they're walking towards. You might just see KC go down to the spike.
Thrown through. There's not even really a warning system either for the side of KC to get them into the right place. I think they've just accepted that if it's not a B hit, we're just going to go down to the spike. We're just going to throw everything into the blender. Maybe you'd want Aves to run in and actually just die to somebody, because there's not a whole lot of orbs. I guess Miniboo, you wouldn't really want him getting any closer to that dimensional drift, but with how quickly you can get that Phoenix ultimate online, it just kind of depends how much they value it, which if you're running the Phoenix at all, the answer is a lot.
Well, it very much looks like, as expected, no intention to give more than they need to on KC, unless it's a very favorable fight. Grouped up, and they're moving towards the double doors, okay. Nats is here. Some orbs going towards a Viper's Pit, definitely not what they want. He's already found himself a double. Fair damage back is actually a decent chance for more with Wayne cleaning up.
They get the
only be 2 going down on Team Liquid side. Rifles carried forward, no real panic.
Yeah, not too much of a problem. I've also noticed as well that Sugetsu's using the FPX classic. So a little bit of nostalgia for Sugetsu. I like it, but yeah, I wonder if the KC fans will enjoy it quite as much.
At least he's gone for a different region. I mean, that's usually a safe bet. Not sure if he came in with a mates classic, we'd have the same response.
Yeah. Keep up. Yeah, I think there's a few others that they've done. I might not be too happy with.
Pull up with Heretics.
Rightly so, yeah.
Toxins going up.
8-6. Liquid have thinned the gap, and they come in with a pretty stellar buy. Like, you've still got, okay, a Guardians, Bulldog, Nats with a sniper, but you look at the other side, and it's only a singular player that has the light shield, so it's not going to be quite as deadly as it would be. Doesn't mean that maybe there's a piece or two of utility that's missing from that side, but for the most part, The defense now coming in with a good buy. But this is where we kind of get to see what they're really going for in this scenario. And the aggressive position of Levin, it always makes me a little bit nervous because there isn't really an escape plan from here.
He's got cover at least from Aves. And still another flash to work with. Molly's being thrown through as Minibu takes him down, though. There's no response. Shados falls trying to help from top mid. And that's it. Just like that, the early fight to Team Liquid. A 3 versus 5 for KC. But the difference is, last time they could group up and they could take those fights together. Now they're on the defense. It shouldn't be as easy. Gate Crash going to
Look at Nats, though.
Nats has cleared it.
30
At this
seconds
point, he
left.
should be calling no one's here very soon. We should see Liquid go back in the other direction. I think just getting that orb and getting out is the play.
Yeah, they've given the
That's what they've
spike
gone for.
immediately. Yeah, it's a smart play. They give Minimu the spike. He can get there with plenty of time to spare. He's already got his teammate deep within it, and the danger of this round quickly dissipates. And realistically, if Nats had walked in and found the entirety of the
seconds
opposing squad, he had an outlaw, it doesn't matter, that they can go in for free. So I like that.
Spike
He's always been
planted.
that sort of security system, that late lurk to the other side, or be it through mid, and that's something that I think can save them in a lot of scenarios. And now you look at this from a KC perspective. Do you want to try and full retake B in a 3 versus 5? No.
That's the funny thing as well, you know, when you're playing ranked and your teammates are shouting at you, why are you still on that site, man? They're coming A. We told you, it's all A. I watched Nats too much growing up, man. I'm always thinking, I give it another 40 seconds, he's going to walk
Growing
through.
up.
Someone's gonna lurk up here. Growing up my Valorant, you know? I mean, maturing as a Valorant player was watching Nats.
When I was growing up at 24 years old.
Hey, I wasn't 24 when this game came out, brother. I was 22. Let's relax. Let's relax.
Did you watch a lot of the CIS League?
Couldn't stop, mate. Couldn't stop. To be fair, we used to have these guys on the server a lot. And that was a nightmare. But that's why I say Defo for me was always the guy that, at least in scrims, he was unreal. And I never saw him hit that level in officials. But you just get that feeling like if he has the right team, could be something else entirely. But Shados has really surprised me here today. I think he had, especially the last map, he had a really good performance compared to his split last week. I want to see what else he can do this season. Because, again, taking up that IGL mantle, it's something that a lot of players don't perform that well with in history. But this season, that's be taking a change. Think about Mini last season, think about Starzo. Rose as well. That's games.
Liquid have brought this back within a round after how things were going. With 3v5 after 3v5 loss, even mentally, I was starting to question whether we would see Liquid actually compete in this map whatsoever, and if KC just had the job done. It also starts to beg the question of that pause might have been because they saw that coming. The end of the half crumble that they didn't want to let happen. We could have easily seen this as like a 10-2 almost done deal for KC, and instead, the difference being just around, they're back to pistols and a couple of rifles, but when I see Aves with a gun, I do wonder if he can get into the right position. The problem I'm having is he's not in the right position.
Big rotations to the B site. Paranoia online, fired in. Levin lands himself one. Classic in the corner, but it's all a ruse as Doja strikes, and so does Shados. They now realize the stack up was there. 3 players on B, waiting for Team Liquid. Arms wide open.
Oh, he needs to look.
Hey, oh my goodness! I don't quite know how Camo made it out that far without realizing he was there, but that may just have sealed their fate in this round. A 1v3 needed for Nats. No pit to play with, no utility, no orb and snake bite for post plant. He's got to hit some heads and knife out, not the way to do it.
Yeah, I don't think he expected anybody to be that close. Maybe pushing in a little bit risky. If he did have gun out, maybe that was a chance for him to thin the herd, but not the case. And honestly, it seemed like Sugetsu is just playing some hardcore aim training routine of just like not looking at the angle and then swinging back. But yeah, as you said, I think Levin does really well in this round, just as like the bait. It's like if he goes down, it really doesn't matter that much. That's insane. Like, that genuinely looks like he's got some form of aim lock to just correct that quickly.
Let's go!
While looking completely the wrong way, but
I think if he had their comms on, he wouldn't have reacted nearly as quickly as he actually did.
No.
They see me? What? I don't know. He's got some sort of, maybe it looked like the Cypher cam. You know, when it sees you, it gives you that little ding, ding. Looked like he had that. Unreal.
Have Liquid called a pause in this game? I don't know if someone can check that because
KC second. 3 was it? No, it was map 2. They had like 3-1 pause. 4-1. I don't think so.
No.
Not that I can think of.
Because that's the weird thing is that KC, for the most part, have been in the driver's seat, but they're the only ones that are seemingly calling the pauses. Maybe it's just that Liquid were about to call one each time, and then just KC have done the job for them. Or maybe they just hear what Nats is saying and just go, actually, he's on the right track. Like, well, we don't really need to take too much away from him here, but yeah, definitely been an interesting one, especially, yeah, KC win like a heroic round, and it's the moment that the guys seem like, okay, we need to actually have a chat with them here.
Again, I think looking back at last week, I do see that as like, okay, we overheated a lot, even in this game. There were a few overheat moments. So I understand then just being like, okay, let's lock in. It is unusual. Like, it's very unusual. That only that we know we've checked in the background. Those are KC timeouts, especially the first one. We're 100% certain. Otherwise, I'd be like, well, I'm still not sure. You know, we're gonna call up graphics. I want to see the message. I want to see the button get pressed. It's madness. But when it comes to Aang, you can't really be surprised. For KC, perhaps this is the call. Don't overheat. Play the way we planned. Close this one out. A win here is so valuable. A loss detrimental in this middle bracket.
Cutting through.
Double digits. That's what KC's looking for. Miniboo looking for some players. He's only spotted one.
I'm back.
Yeah, they're going to get the site for the most part for free. But that might be the goal. You've got this ultimate to get you into sites in the form of the run it back. So why not use it for the retake? Immediately, Aves is going to look to try and find a gap back in. Sections off the cross, runs it forward, but hasn't found anything. Nobody spotted. Paranoia is perfect, but they're close enough that it doesn't matter. A trade back. Levin, he's spotted an ankle. Can he find anyone? It's one, but again, it's just a trade. And that time is ticking in Liquid's favor. Purple could have just found the perfect gap. In fact, it looks like he has, just escaping back to a post plant. Not over-facing, but again, those trades come back thick and fast, but that time is ticking away. They need to be on that diffusal, and they need to be on it now, finally getting into position, but the stun is perfect, and the post plant for Liquid is even better.
Yeah, really nicely done for KC. I do like the idea, though, to look at this comp and go, okay, this is quite a good attacking comp. Yeah. How do we make use of that on the defense? Let's just play retake and attack. Like, attack their play. Love that approach. But Miniboo being a bit disruptive in the backline serves a purpose. Levin does well to at least trade out, but it's this. It's the fact that so much impact is found by this man, dancing around on the site, dashing back, buying that little bit of extra time, and then when you're playing that late plant against an Astra Viper who have their utility, game's already gone.
Oh, very aggressive start to the round. Aves under serious pressure, and in fact even tries to go back in for a further fight. They didn't even realize the Miniboo managed to get behind them. It's already the man advantage. The difference I fear, though, is that the man advantage is when you're the one getting into the post plant. It helps you out a lot. When you're the ones having to retake, the time has been against them, and that's where we're seeing Liquid able to get the rounds over the line. It's at least a decent response from Levin with the aggression into mid, though.
Relatively even when it comes to HP at the moment, but look at the info, look at the ults already used by Levin to clear B completely. Now on A, you know that's where the hit's coming through. Time not that low, so you can't necessarily deny that diffuse off the Hunter's Fury alone, but you can certainly create some opportunities. As they look to push through, it's all about when the Hunter's Fury goes down, if they decide to commit it, which of course they will. And to start the grab well on top of it, I love that, but they won't find tags. That's good early planning by Liquid, who were ready to avoid it.
Yeah. Set themselves up nicely. Purpo, he's been good, but even he on 37 HP will look to try and reposition. Cosmic Divide down. It's going to give them a lot of space, a lot quicker than if they were slowly walking across that site. Create a gap or two, but never mind. Through the gap goes Camo. To get to, he's actually got a judge. That's why you're seeing him use the classic to try and thin out some of those gaps, but he doesn't know there's a man behind him, and he didn't even find the man in front. Wayne will be there, equalizing things 9-9, and from what was, well, a massive deficit with a lot of blips, they're now back level.
I mean, this game could be over already, Tom. We're being honest. Team Liquid, they had 3 in a row, 3v5s with the advantage. Think about that, even just one round following up on the back of that.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Yes. Yeah, to Aves with a 3K. running it down on A side. I mean, in terms of the rounds that with rifles in hand, it's been chaos. For Liquid, it feels like they win rounds they shouldn't, they lose rounds they should. Suppose it's vice versa then. The KC constantly...
The KC are only losing rounds, or winning rounds they shouldn't.
Yes.
Like, yes. KC, I don't think I've won a single round that they should. But that's the thing, I don't feel like they should have won a lot of the rounds. Like that's been the odd thing about this game, is crazy clutches. Like, in my head, Sugetsu has had like an insane game, and then you look at the stats and you're like, no, he hasn't. He was just alive late into rounds and managed to clutch.
Yeah, had some good moments for sure.
But he's been shut down for the majority. But that's just it. It's like they didn't have an amazing first off. They just had crazy late rounds.
I like KC's approach yet again. The idea, we've got pistols, play the numbers on one side, send Yoru B, gate crash back over, so you can have a 5-man stack if you need. There
timing.
is the first piece of info. Many players spotted now. Gate crash should be taken, but the herd's thin. The herd is thin as can be. In fact, it's only 2 players left standing. Jados barely doing so, as Levin is now all alone. 3 ults, if he can bait one out, it would be beautiful, to be honest, but he will fall, and Team Liquid take the lead. The climb back has been monumental. This attack side, night and day in comparison. We'll see when we get a look at the timeline, but 6 out of the last 7 rounds have gone to Team Liquid. And it really feels like the wind has left KC sails completely at this point.
Yeah. Again, you go back to that pause in the first half and you think, I think they knew how important getting attack side rounds was, because this comp to play defensively is difficult. And we've seen different attempts, like get aggressive on that defensive side. We've seen them try and play retake. Nothing has really been working out for them. And I think the Liquid post plant with the time on their side has been so much better than when they were trying to play retake. Now you look at that attack side, have they used many of their ults? No. In fact, Miniboo is 1 away from then having all 5 online. They've been clean in this second half, and it seems like they're expecting a counter. They have an operator of their own, maybe waiting for the aggression of Levin, and it is coming.
I got the spike.
You know, honestly, KC at 7-1. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a replay of Aang saying they don't have the counter, but wow, Team Liquid have bounced back and may now be about to tee that ball into the final hole, grab themselves a very early finish of 13-9, a chance with 5 ultimates this round for KC. One that they really want to find. They put their credits into it. They're playing aggressive, finding that spark yet again! That's Sugetsu! Steals away the advantage! It's onto the backside for Miniboo. An attempt to recover, but it may remain as just that 6 bullets left. Magazine running dry, and finally, so too do his chances, but with 12 seconds, a plant is needed, and Levin's up top denying it. No chance for Miniboo now. Double digits for both, neck and neck. A one-sided game in both halves. But somehow, we're level again.
I swear, every kill that Sugetsu has got has been insanely impactful. Like I said, if you were looking at the scoreboard, you would say he's had a bad game.
It was 11 and 7. I thought it was bad, but 11 and 17.
Yeah, and he just got 3 more.
3K.
So, but all of them have just been crazy impact kills. And 10-10. I felt like the game was gone. But maybe just like their opponents, it takes them being in the depths to truly rise back up. Still though, the attack side have no trouble buying back. They still have 3 ultimates to play with. And Purpo's now on that ult.
Yeah, and especially when we come towards this B site, the impact that Hunter's Fury can have in clearing this out, getting you on the site, and then the Viper's Pit to close. Because KC still have some credits, it's not like a victory will screw them for the half, but oh my goodness. That gate crash is remarkably low. It's about to run out. It's gone. He just made it around that corner. I mean, Levin is a man who loves to take risks, and he almost so close to being punished for it there.
Well, Shados has now fallen.
Decoy.
That operator working out the spike still sat all the way back towards the spawn, and yeah, Nats is in a spot.
I need concealment.
you always do just sometimes look at the map and, well, I've said it for years now. How is he there? No one's seen him get into this position. But the problem then is they can go back to the other side. Even if they trade poorly on this side of the map, you're going to have this man lurking behind. Is he going to hear the steps? He most certainly will. Running across Levin. None the wiser, but he gets the job done. The positioning so good it didn't matter. And now the execute onto the side leaves just one. Aves trying to fight them all. He's done good work. And bear in mind the time. But even still, he's cleared out in the end. Dosia. He doesn't even know there's a man just close around the corner. And guess who it is? You never will. It's going to be Nats. And even he decides, you know what? This fight isn't worth it. I don't want to give him anything. I don't want to give him an opportunity. So now he's got that doubt in his mind, and while the doubt sinks in, Wayne is just waiting. 11 and 10, lead captured. And while the economy of KC on the brink once more.
The lead stolen away indeed for Team Liquid. They come into this. Most teams probably wouldn't have had a lot of hope after the first half. Certainly a portion of it drew. This fight does confuse me a little bit though, Tom. Because I agree with you that no one saw Nats go there, but they did push Levin back super close. They did then smoke Levin off. Why would you smoke that? Why would you smoke that? Unless you plan to push in the nest, right? Or keep him back while you go from elbow to door, which is a pretty weird rotate. I do think that's something they should have been aware of, and it's just a little bit of a ball drop by the defense on the rotate.
Back to weaker weapons. I'm sad to say that Aves is actually using a rifle in this round, so his success rate is going to drop significantly. We're going to see the judge in play, and the second this is shot, I expect nobody on that side to go anywhere near the door. Aves, in the meantime, is taking that long-range fight. He is the only rifle in play. They could really use another step-up round from him, and he does have his ult. That's why they've given him the gun. It definitely makes sense.
Yeah, there was a moment where I thought maybe he'd go down on mid, just whenever you see that aggression, dive on it with the ultimate. But of course, if he goes down, that rifle's out of the round, and for a 1v5 mid rush, probably not the play. Lurks in on B, sends the numbers to the A site. Team Liquid are being so cautious right now.
40 seconds.
They still haven't made their mind up on where it's going, but I think we might be seeing a B fake into a late A hit. The question is, will KC fall for it?
30 seconds left.
They will now.
Yeah, but even still, once you get that kill, there has to be a little bit of doubt as to whether you go back. 20 seconds left. Sugetsu is going to create a little pocket just to try and make things more awkward. Try and force them to maybe try and fight through this, but they're killing everyone off. He's going to catch out Nats, but unfortunately with them planting elsewhere, he knew he needed to try and drop that spike. Liquid, it gets a little bit late on the clock, but they get the job done.
You know, sometimes I think back on the days when I wanted to be a pro player in my youth, and then I see shots like that be hit. I don't know how Nats was seen, let alone shot at, let alone killed in that moment. My brain didn't process anything when he stepped through that wall before. Look at how quick that was. Yeah, it was so bloody quick, and he
went got him, and Nats is like, not fast enough.
You ever see that thing where like a picture flashes up and they're like, what was that? Like a Rorschach test and stuff like that? I think he gets full vision every time. His brain works so fast. Anyways, 12 to 10. An impressive individual moment, but an impressive resurgence from Liquid. You have to give them props. They look dead in the water, and now, well, they've given that trait to KC.
Right here.
Yeah, they didn't use the ult, at least, in the form of the run it back, but it's safe to say the defensive half has been a struggle for KC. Finding individual rounds has been possible, but anything more has been rough. That's a good start, though. Nats, gone. Definitely the man you want to see hit the floor first. And Dosia, well, he barely peaked, but he still managed to find another. Looking like we'll be going the distance unless there's a 3v5 on the other side, and Wayne has done well. Miniboo's got so far. Because of that, they've just been surrounded, leaving it down to just two. Again, we were talking about these rounds, like holding on to advantages. Now it's KC's turn to let it slip.
Oh, nice shot by Aves. That second lease of life has given an opportunity. Flash through, 11 HP on Sugetsu. Now we look to Aves. He's been the hero of so many rounds before, but this...
Time to jump.
It should be too great a task. The time running low. As you said, no flash, so he has to wait for the Cosmic Divide to fade as the clock keeps on ticking. The sand leaving the top of the hourglass, and it's going to be a smoke. never mind. A Gravwell on site. I thought the pull back into a swing, but he still had Gravwell to play with a stun into pull back and just decimation. It looked like the time was so desperately low though. It's gonna come down to a fine margin indeed, and in the end, Team Liquid, from the depths of defeat, they have climbed all the way back to take the series. Considering how this started, Tom, not just this map, but this series as well, you gotta really give them a round of applause for the resilience they've shown down there today.
Oh no, for sure. Especially when you mentioned like the pauses mostly came out of the other side.
Yeah.
Like when you get banged out in the first map, you go into your choice and it's a little bit shaky to start, and then you go down on the last map in pretty awful fashion in all those 3v5s. I think you really see what sort of leader Nats is. He ends up at the bottom of the board in the end, but the fact is what they needed was to keep that mental, keep the resilience. And for KC, I think this is going to be an infuriating day because there was a lot of moments where it looked like this series was firmly in their control. Instead, they now find themselves in that lower bracket, 0-2, needing to win, what was it, 6 games in a row, just to have a chance of making it to an international.
Yeah, it is one hell of a long road for KC, but Liquid have already taken a step in the right direction here in the middle bracket. A bounce back to be remembered in the early stages of EMEA, and a promise of the vision of what's to come this year from Team Liquid. I loved what I saw down on that stage. I have to say, any team that's able to come back like that, I think those are the signs of not just a great team, but of good team chemistry, of great leadership. And that's something that for a long time we talked about from Nats. We heard in between some of the maps, snippets of the motivational speeches he was giving. We heard Mini say that when we saw the stage shots, he was really riling up the troops down there. And you can see that whatever he did here today, it certainly worked.
I think as well, like the bits of like in-game stuff, you can fix. Like the mistakes of losing advantages, like it's going to be infuriating in the moment, but those are things you can come back and go, okay, like we changed this for this, we fixed those parts. If I was looking at a team that was down in the dumps and completely mentally boomed, I don't know if this team continues further into the year. But the fact that they already show resilience as, okay, this is the first time we've seen Wayne take the stage. He's a youngster. In the last map, he was fantastic. In the first 2, he wasn't there. So you're seeing these little bits of like, okay, that's a good sign. He's not mentally doomed. Okay, Miniboo looked like he had some great moments. We've seen them switch between roles. Purpo was fantastic on the jet. There's a lot of positives for this Liquid side, and the other bits are like, okay, they made massive mistakes here. They made mistakes here. Like, those are things that throughout the year you can iron out. For KC, this is looking worrying because you're winning rounds you shouldn't and still losing the game.
Yes, indeed. Worrying times ahead for KC, but a big victory from Team Liquid here today. But this is not the end of the show. Plenty more Valorant action coming your way with some fan favorites, I'm sure. But before that, let's toss it back to the desk.
Thank you, guys. I'm not sure what desk we're talking about. We're at the coffee table and stuff, but we do appreciate it. We're the desk here, me and Billy. We're gonna just dissect this a little bit before we are joined with our guest interviews. So first things first, I am so impressed by the mental from Liquid. Not just after that first map being able to come back, but also this one where it genuinely looked like KC had it under lock and key on that first half.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they were, the resilience that they were able to have. Hey guys, we actually have
okay, they're already here.
Guys joining already. Yeah,
grab a mic. Welcome.
Yeah, no, like the resilience, I think, as well. Also, like KC calling a timeout whilst they were 7-1 up on Breeze confused me a little bit.
True, confused me too. But welcome, Purpo. Welcome, Lohan. Thank you so much for joining, and congratulations. So I think maybe that can just be the first question, or
yeah,
like
were you
the
expecting?
first Were you expecting that timeout when it was 7-1 for KC? Like, what was that? What do you think that was?
I don't know. Maybe it was the wrong call on the pre-round from them. I mean, I wasn't expecting it. It was actually quite helpful, I'm not gonna lie, to bring us back a bit into the game. So yeah.
All right, good to know. Purpo, you were on the server shooting heads, doing great. In terms of this game here against KC, I think it was more so a testament to the mental that we've seen from your team, Team Liquid specifically. That first map was very one-sided. Then on this final map here, Breeze, it was pretty much in their favor until you guys managed to turn it around. What are the comms like for the team in general when you are in these positions?
I mean, you know, first game was really shaky. And we just needed some slap in the head, you know, to wake up. yeah, I don't even want to talk about the first map and overall, like, what happened. Just want to forget it. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to talk personally about me. I had individual goals from the team, from the coaching staff, from Ayas. I was trying to focus on my game, focus on my individual goals, and just play my game. My goal was just to play my game and without any regrets. So after the game, I can say I did everything I could. So it means I achieved my goals. So, yeah.
When it comes to like the goal setting, is that something that you focus on individually? Is it like a team effort with your coaches? And what are those goals for this split?
I mean, I'm not gonna say what was the goals, but it was the coach and coaching staff and IGL, like our captain Gayas, gave me some individual goals because I was like, when I just joined the Liquid, I was struggling with a lot with my communication. I was like spamming comms a lot, I was saying some like useless stuff. And with the coaching staff, with their help, I managed to fix that, and I managed to improve my game so good. And yeah, I mean, that's for me the most important. Like improve every day, and after each day, after every game, I can say that okay, I did everything I could. Doesn't mean win or lose, but yeah, I did my best.
Lohan, I want to ask you a little bit about the split composition. Of course, we kind of saw Camo playing that Yoru last year, but I was expecting perhaps Purple to be on the secondary duelist because of what we saw from your Breeze composition. Is there a reason behind Camo and Miniboo being the double duelist pairing on split? Was it just like a prep thing, or?
Obviously, Camille has a lot of familiarity with the composition, right? And we just felt it was the right decision there. I think for our team, roles are a spectrum, to be honest. So. Yeah. Let's see. Maybe there's more surprises.
Is there a chance that we see anyone else playing Julius? Are we going to get a Nats Waylay
maybe
back?
we get Ayas back on Waylay.
Okay, yep.
I think that's actually really interesting to hear when you're talking about the roles specifically on the team just being a spectrum and everybody being very fluid. Is that a specific strategy that you have worked on in the offseason? Is that something that you took coming into Kickoff? You're saying this is what we want to focus on? Or is that more due to the players that have joined the roster and what you've built in general?
I think from the start of this project for this year, one of my main goals was to have flexible players. I think the game changes too fast, too often for players to be thinking about, I can only play this, I can only play that. In the end of the day, long term, I'm quite confident that this flexibility will help us achieve like international.
Okay, that's good to know. Like the expectations for this roster is to make internationals, and that's something that you guys are looking forward to as well. Purpo, in terms of like your experience when it comes to playing in VCT, whether that is in Tier 1, whether that was in Tier 2, what has been your biggest takeaway from last year that you are bringing now into 2026?
I mean, I had to change completely the way I see the game, the way I come to practice. I changed completely as a person. I brought a lot of stuff. I learned a lot of stuff. I cannot point some stuff, like, I mean, some things. There was multiple things that I improved and I gained. So, but I think the most important part, it was just like stop doubting my talent, stop doubting myself as a player, be more professional, respect everyone's job.
You're a beast, bro.
Be loyal, and that's it.
I love to hear that mentality. I want to ask both of you as well if you feel like the pressure coming into this year. I think as well, Purple, for you, like joining this roster, Team Liquid were obviously an organization that attended every single global event last year. Do either of you feel any pressure to be able to live up to that expectation again going into this year?
Honestly, I am really tired of having some, pressure. And when I was looking for my last year, I had a really big mental breakdown. Like, everything was like going like up and down. And I really tired to have some pressure. I didn't have any expectations. I know this is a big organization. I know the coaching staff. First TeamSpeak, first time I joined TeamSpeak, first voices I heard, I understood this team is actually full of professionals. And the standards were so high, and I was aiming only on high. So if you're talking about the pressure, I didn't really even think about that. When you're focused on the goals you were giving to work on, you don't have time to think about like pressure, how I'm gonna perform, something like this. So if you tell me if I have a pressure, of course everyone has pressure, but I'm not really overthinking about the game and how I'm gonna play.
And for you, Lohan, is it the sense of flexibility like you mentioned with this roster this year?
I mean, pressure is a privilege, right? If you are not in situations of pressure, it means you're not making it to the big games, right? You're not contesting for titles. If you're not used to deal with the pressure, or if you don't see pressure as a privilege, you're not part of this team. you don't deserve to be here. At the end of the day, that's the mentality I try to convey to my players. Yes, if you're feeling pressure, it means you deserve to be in this moment. You fight hard to be there. It's better to feel the pressure than to be on holidays for the off-season or for the in between internationals, right?
Well, thank you so much for this very insightful interview. I really do appreciate both of you. And once again, congratulations on your win here and moving forward into that middle bracket. We're going to be heading over to a quick break, and we'll be back with the second match of today. It's going to be Fnatic against FUT. That's coming up after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Kickoff. Team Liquid advance into that middle bracket, but we still have another match to be played. Fnatic against FUT. I'm your host, Ginny, joined with Billy and Minnie. And you know what? So far today, the expectations that we had for KC Liquid was that it could potentially be a bit of a quicker one. We were thinking Liquid was, in the driver's seat. They do win it, but KC did put up a fight. So for this one, Minnie, I know there's a bit of a favor towards one of these two teams, but who knows? We might be going to 3-mapper.
I mean, the TL KC game, I would have said a 3-mapper was probably on the table, so not that surprising. I think if Fnatic come away from this series going to 3 maps, I'd be a little bit worried.
Okay.
I think that they are the heavy favorites into this game, despite the loss last week to BBL.
Yeah, that's actually a great topic of conversation as well when it comes to the loss against BBL that we saw from Fnatic last week, Billy. What exactly do we think was some of the pain points that have allowed BBL to come out victorious?
I mean, BBL have kind of become the bogey team for Fnatic at this point. They're really struggling to find a win on them, even with it being a different roster this year for BBL. But I think for Fnatic, one of the key things that we were looking at was their kind of read on the meta. And I think a key part of that is Alfia and his performance so far. I think that in this meta, we were kind of expecting him to perhaps be on more of the chamber rather than that Killjoy that we saw him on in the Sage as well. So yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like he's kind of in Sentinel jail, but not in the sense that it's more like he's not on the Sentinel that we would like to see him be on.
I think for me, it's about the fact that they've lost Chronicle, right? Chronicle is one of the best players of all time. He's got high firepower. I look at this team now, and I'm looking towards Kayak and I'm looking towards Alfia as the two heavy hitters. And I think in a meta where you know, he could be playing. I expected them to just play him on the duelist, and then I'd complain and say I want him on the chamber. But instead, I have to
You
complain.
just want to complain.
I have to complain 2 steps in advance. So like, he should be on the duelist soon, and then I'll say he should be on the chamber. So yeah, just put him on something that goes and kills.
They still look happy though. I mean, given like,
I mean, of course.
yeah, like
why wouldn't they?
the result. No, but I mean, like the result last week on that entrance video, like they still look, you know, cheery and stuff. And I think that's the big question for them now is that they need to be able to bounce back. They are once again facing a Turkish team. Of course, maybe not with the amount of firepower that we expected from BBL. So yeah, I think for them it really needs to be a bounce back. They're very fortunate that they're in a position where we have a triple elimination as well, and that if they do lose, which would probably be an upset, is kind of what we're alluding to here, they would at least have that lower bracket.
Yeah, so there's still a couple of lives to play with, but I think as well because of the way that the bracket is set up, then it kind of goes back to the meta read that we potentially are looking Fnatic to have a better read on this week already after what we've seen last week. So when it comes to the meta, I think like one thing that you two both highlighted earlier today, it was the operator, and it was being able to abuse that operator and to like not just like walk right into it. And it felt like that was something that Fnatic was missing.
Yeah, so I want to show a clip. So last week, I think that Fnatic were basically overcomplicating their attack rounds. They didn't do very well on either. And I think by focusing on a lot of the details that we know Boaster is known for, rather than the bigger picture, I think it allowed them to get picked apart basically by the operator. I think that this meta is very fast, and I think this meta should be quite simple and direct. You have less utility. So I think they need to kind of look at that a little bit. So if we look at the clip, so yeah, last week Fnatic played BBL on Breeze, and they only won 2 rounds on the attack side of Breeze. And after the game, Boaster said something very interesting. He thought the key issue in this game was being unable to get rid of the Cypher camera easily, kill the Cypher camera easily, because of Lovers Rock's presence here. So if we look at this round, we're going to see Fnatic are going to do a B split here. And look what happens when Kayak tries to break this camera. We got camera break, and then a beautiful shot there from Lovers Rock. Kayak dies without even shooting his gun. So that's problem 1. But I want to ask in the first place, why is this game plan around the Cypher camera in the first place? It seems very detailed, like it's too detailed for me. And I think what they would answer, Fnatic would answer, would be that the camera gives information on the splitters and allows BBL to adjust accordingly. But I would argue that BBL already know that it's going to be B-split anyway, because all the utility the Fnatic use at middle, you can see the rotation coming in, and you can see BBL already pinging for that strat to happen. So I think the risk-reward on that such a small detail is not worth it. The second issue I have is that Fnatic don't play very fast. But the thing is they did play some fast rounds in this game. But the fast rounds they chose, I think, were too technical. So they chose to do a B-split, and I don't think a B-split is very good on Breeze, because it's a very hard strategy to pull off. First of all, you have to scale up the elbow. You could die there very easily. You then have to go through this mid-choke. You could be killed from multiple places here. And then you have to go through this massive no man's land through the tunnel. And look what happens when a competent OP like Lovers Rock thinks he's going to get B-split on. Bkaj has no chance here scaling up. And then one of the best players in the world, Afier, on the Sage, for some reason, is then throwing util that doesn't really seem to do anything. And even he dies. Like, both of these players have died without shooting their gun at all. And even then, Fnatic strat is so slow here, even though it's supposed to be fast, LeRock is already on the flank. If Lovers Rock didn't get any kills there, LeRock is going to clean this up. And so you got Brashi's left in a 2v5, left alone. They probably would enjoy that usually, but in this situation, maybe not. So yeah, so that's the end of the clip. But I really think for Fnatic, it's just about simplifying the strategy with an emphasis on giving Kayak and Alfia the opportunity to shoot their gun, basically.
And I think one of the things that you've kind of pinpointed in that is struggling to play against the operator. Luckily for Fnatic today, FUT don't have an operator, or at least that we've seen so far. No one that's designated. We've kind of spoken about Zeus in the past, not really a comfortable duelist on that operator.
Which is kind of crazy when you talk about that, because this is a Turkish org. This is also an organization that in the past, historically, we've seen make it to internationals. And if anything that Turkish rosters are known for, it is a firepower. So to come on here and say, actually, this is one of those Turkish rosters that doesn't have it, a lot of alarm bells are going off for me.
Yeah, I think so, but I think Zeus has proven to be like a really great fragger. I think not being able to pick up that operator, it isn't exactly great, like we say, but I think when it comes to FUT, I would just love to know from the Turkish community, like, how do they view this team? Because like you said, they were a gatekeeper team once upon a time.
536 days.
That's crazy.
Since they last played a global event, which is insane because you kind of go from like being that gatekeeper team that you have to be to make it to an international to now just sitting towards like the bottom of the pack. And I don't know, that feels kind of bad, man.
Yeah, I still think like Zeus and Yetsuji are players that we look to as players who we know have very high skill ceiling. But the problem is that I don't really know what kind of Valorant this team wants to play anymore. They don't play the traditional Turkish style of like go kill, which I think is really good in this meta. They're a little bit more hard to pin down. And I think whatever's going on over there has just been kind of dropping off a little bit.
Do you think that's more something that can be fixed over time with getting the reps in? Do you think that's something of like, okay, we have to really pinpoint down and put our heads down and say, this is what we want to do and not waver off of it? What is the solution here?
Well, historically, FUT were a very KO-heavy team.
Yes.
They had a very defined identity. And back in that day, it used to be that, you know, Crack's on KO every single map. And if we didn't see him on KO, we'd be like, why is he not on KO? Whereas now there was this new iteration that stopped working a little bit, and it feels like they haven't quite found their footing.
Yeah, so I wanted to add on to that because I like what you're asking, like what is this team's identity right now? And I think honestly it's going to take a bit of time. I think with these two new additions of Baha and Cross Delay is how we're going to see how they carve out that identity over time, like I say. And what I will say is it feels as though Cross Delay is able to offer more flexibility to this FUT roster, because it did feel as though last year FUT leaned into a lot of KO, a lot of Breach, because those were the kind of agents that Cracks was performing the best on, to be completely blunt. So I think Crossley coming in, having a more diverse agent pool, might be able to offer them some flexibility over time.
And I mean, I think we can't really go without talking about how Yetsuji played Waylay last week. And we're talking about identity. I've seen him play a good Neon game in the off seasons, but Waylay and in VCT, it's very, alarm bells are starting to ring a little bit.
Okay, that's the sentence that we're going with. FUT equals alarm bells ringing. Maybe, because you know, Billy, you're talking about like having time and like using that time to kind of carve out that identity and figuring out what team they want to be. But if we're being completely realistic, like yes, it's not a double elim, it's a triple elim bracket. But still, like if you lose today, it's against Fnatic. You're gonna like some of these really teams that have been putting up a great performance. I think KC, one of them, also dropping into that lower bracket. That is another opponent that you would have to beat. So do they have the time?
Well, this is the thing, like, obviously, Kickoff is very much a learning process for a lot of the teams at the very start of the year. I think for FUT, they need to give me something exciting. Like, they really need to come bring the energy. I don't know, like, I think one of the players I'm looking at is Baha, for example, as a new addition to this team. There are so many great controller players in the Turkish league. I need him to show me, why was he the one that was chosen to come play on this roster? Why was he picked up to FUT? You know, FUT used to be the organization that you would want to go to as a Turkish player. And now it almost feels as though, not to like disrespect the players, but are they just picking up the scraps of Turkey at this point? And that sounds really horrible. I am being really brutal with that one, but I need to see them prove to me why they've been picked up to come and join Tier 1, to be on VCT. We have this really high expectations of rookies coming in now when we think about Kayak's year last year. It's just the way that we're sitting at when it comes to people coming into this league now.
Yeah, it's very competitive in terms of not just the expectations, but also how players are able to perform. And I think as well, I mean, Purple also a really great example where he's like, yeah, I was in Tier 1 at the start of last year, and then moved on to Tier 2. I came back and I learned how I had to change everything. I feel like the caliber of player that does join just keeps going up and up and up and up. And with FUT, when you're in such a great place, even making international so many years ago, the question really remains like, what can they do to make it better? Because the bar is going up, but it doesn't feel like they are necessarily able to catch up as quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, I think it just goes back to exactly what we were talking before, though. It's just like, what is their identity? I think that the tail usage in this meta is interesting to me, and I think that FUT were one of the teams last year that did have some good glimpses of that tail, so maybe that could be involved. But again, it didn't look the best when we watched it on Abyss last week.
Would that work against Fnatic?
Would that win against Fnatic?
Would that work against Fnatic? Yes.
The problem here is that we're talking about a David and Goliath. So it's really difficult. They're in a situation where they're, you know, they could come away from this game. I don't expect, if they don't win this game, I don't think that's not a success. If they come away from this game having looked like last week, I think that would be a failure, you know? Like, the success would be trying to prove to us that they have some kind of identity going, is something to work towards.
Yeah.
Through this tournament and through to stage 1 maybe.
Because when we think about last year's kickoff, when Pearl came back into the pool, they carved out that Teho, Astra, and Fade, I believe it was, composition. It looked really nice. I want to see more of these kind of ideas floating around.
Yeah, I want to see FUT with an identity. I want to see Fnatic coming out, guns blazing, making things a little bit less more complicated. But we're ready to head into our second matchup of today. Fnatic against FUT.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Past keeps calling. Took a risk even though my hurt me. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove I deserve it. But it won't be falling. Esports. Past keeps calling. Took a risk even though my hurt me. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove that it won't be falling. Past keeps calling. Took a risk even though my hurt me. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove I deserve it.
I'll show you that.
All right, we got the tunes going, the coach is with the fist bumps, and we are ready to dissect what we're going to be expecting from this one specifically. When it comes to the map pool as well, in terms of how comfortable teams are on the new switches that we've seen with the meta, last week for both of these teams, I mean, they didn't win, which is why they're here, but Abyss being the first one to be picked by FUT is kind of identical to what we've seen from them last week, Billy.
I think it's also kind of funny because the last time Fnatic played this map was at SUP in the off-season. It was Crashy's IGLing, so let's not read too much into it, but they did get 30-0'd. So it's kind of iconic that FUT have decided to actually choose that map going into this one today.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested in Fnatic's development on this map. They did kind of make that tail a big staple of this map, which FUT are now using. So it'll be interesting to see that head-to-head. I think that if FUT are going to go hard into the series, then Abyss is the map that they're going to have to, basically.
All right, Corrode is the second map that we're going to be having a look at as well. This time around, Fnatic picking it. What are we expecting here in terms of, I guess, more so the answers that we could be looking at from the side of FUT rather than what Fnatic is bringing out?
FUT on Corrode? I'm not sure, to be honest. I think they do like the double inertia air, so it could end up being like a tail thing, but yeah, historically I'm not really familiar with FUT's Corrode game.
Yeah, I can't quite remember what they were running last year. Of course, I'm not reading into it too deeply because they do have 2 new players that are here in this roster, but I mean, they were happy enough to have it float last week. It was, of course, that third map against Gentlemates that they didn't quite get to, so obviously happy enough to play it.
Potentially an ace up their sleeve, which is kind of what you would need in this matchup. And then finally, we have Split. That's going to be the decider if we do get there.
Yeah, and on that one, if Alpha's not on Raze on that map, then
ooh, you fuming?
I'll be very annoyed.
Yeah,
that's just
fair.
the easy map where we all know that Yoru and Raze are pretty good on that map, and Kayak and Alpha just so happen to be very, very good at those agents. So if it does get there, then I do expect again Fnatic to look good. FUT have never really been a very good team at Split in my opinion.
And let's not forget, that was, of course, the map that Yeta playing that Waylay, so...
Yeta will have to diff out.
We don't talk about the past. The past is in the past, really. No, I know we have to bring it up, but you know what? Maybe there is a method to the madness in regards to agent select for not putting Alpha here on any of those champs.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we just dissolve this now. Yeah, agents.
We call them agents here.
No, I say champs sometimes.
First slate of the game.
I'm kidding.
I'm so sorry. But yeah, Abyss.
We're going to play mouth fight.
Wrong game. Let's talk about Abyss because, you know, I think Abyss is a map, obviously, that we've already seen FUT play to not that much success. So my question here remains then when it comes to adaptations that we want to see from this roster here against Fnatic. Billy, you wanted something that you said is going to maybe be a little bit more exciting. Are there any agents in particular that you think will stand the test?
I don't know if they decides to change their composition from week to week, I think that would be a bit strange for them to do. And in saying that, they have decided to change the composition.
Hold the phone, girl.
We were talking about that KO earlier on Cracks.
Yeah.
When I looked across the coming into this team, I was like, wait, this guy just looks like Cracks' agent too. Like, he did have a little bit more going on, but I was seeing that KO thinking, you know, I quite like this from FUT. Honestly, the KO Waylay is something that Energy really defined at Champs as a really strong combination. So honestly, suits FUT's identity. I'm hoping they inspire some.
And what is that identity?
KO.
All right, fair enough.
It really has been. I do feel like they are leaning into their strengths with this composition, which is nice to see. Obviously, Yeta J back on that Cypher as well. I think Zeus being on the Waylay is someone that we need to keep an eye on here. How quickly has Crossdelay and Zeus been able to build up that synergy, given that Crossdelay is the newest addition to the roster?
And then on Fnatic's side, a completely new look here. Like, KO, not an agent I usually consider when I look at Fnatic. No Yoru, a Jet instead, so you're going to get that KO and Jet combination. And then unfortunately, Alpha is still stuck in poor old Senti Gel on that Vice, going to be trying to anchor and lock down those sites.
It do be like that sometimes, but also I think from when we're looking at this, the complete switch up from FUT side of things, even though they've played it last week. And from Fnatic, we haven't really seen them play it yet in Kickoff, so I think for both of these rosters kind of going into it potentially a little bit more blind.
I mean, Fnatic will do their homework a little bit, but ultimately know that because they haven't had to come out with a playbook yet, they can mostly focus on the game. So what we see from Fnatic here will be whatever they've been working on, I think, in the past.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's intriguing that they've gone for that double initiator composition. I'm really looking forward to seeing Vikaj perform on that KO, because I think last week, even though they didn't end up winning, he was a kind of shining light, and we all know, even from last year, new players coming into this Fnatic roster, they're scrutinized so heavily when they come into this roster, and I hope that he can continue the performance that he had last week.
Yeah, we're gonna see whether or not that plays out, but most importantly, we're gonna have to ask our casters as well whether or not they are excited for seeing a FUT with a KO, sticking to their identity in that kind of sense. But we're ready to head into our first map, Abyss, with Pansy and Hypok.
Well, as you can tell, I'm praying for the matter. Thought I'd turn up in
Oh, I see. Yeah, the big Ridley. Yeah, good cosplay.
Yeah. Saintly, I've been called in the past. However, I'm a bit worried here, Michael, because I don't quite have faith in this Fnatic yet, right? Like, and I think the first series kind of compounded that problem, right? I think it's hard to ignore it, but it's a very different opponent, but also some similarities, obviously, with FUT.
I mean, thinking about this series today, I almost ahead of time was thinking, I don't really care about the veto all that much. I also don't really care if there's any changes. For me, I kind of want to tap into something Minnie was kind of hinting at, which is there's very few points in the last 5 or 6 years where we've asked Fnatic to kind of go back to basics.
Sure.
And I think that is the headline, right? It was the overcomplication of some of the aspects of the game versus BBL. Absolutely agree with that. Are they going to be given the same chance against... Well, FUT have a huge opportunity, actually, to tap into something that Fnatic clearly struggled with.
Yeah, Zeus also been a name for himself, and Kayak on the other side. Always such a lovely little comparison between the two of such heavy hitters coming up through the scene. Kayak has taken the vast majority of at least that portion of sight. However, FUT really not wanting to give up too much, but it is Alpha to get the thing... Well, get the ball rolling, really.
Get the thing going.
Get the thing going. And it's a bit of a stall here from Fnatic, just pausing, waiting for that util to cycle through, and lovely. Very diligent, very clear-cut steps here. Pistol round should be on their side.
Very methodical
Spike planted.
push forwards here.
Last
Yesterday with a
player
chance,
standing.
but Boaster going to shut that down. Just Baha remaining now. Swap out to a ghost.
Ooh. That was kind of snappy. That was kind of snappy. Now, okay, so let's kind of talk about it, right? Because Mini was kind of alluding to a couple of different things. One, the application of Alpha, right? And how we want to see him maybe problem solve for them in this. Could he be a solution to maybe the new meta that they didn't seem quite ready for? I don't know how you
Come on, boys!
For me, Alpha's not necessarily the key stakeholder here. For me, it falls to Kayak, it falls to Vekaj, and unfortunately, it falls to Boaster as well in terms of where they struggled. That's where I want to see notable improvement. Not even improvement, addressing the very obvious issues they had in terms of the game plan versus BBL. There was a number of rounds we were waiting to see an adjustment, an adaptation on Fnatic's part, and it just didn't come.
Yeah, and kind of rolling your minds back. I mean, it is fluffy. Don't get me wrong. I know this is a stretch too, but...
Well, yeah, call it knee-jerk reaction to week one, but it's because it was so concerning.
Yeah, exactly. And also, little fun fact, it's not that fun if you're a Fnatic fan, but Kickoff in, 2025, facing off against FUT, Abyss starting map, and they also lost that as well, and that was with Kron. So again, these two have quite an interesting little history. Obviously a bit of a different roster as well for FUT in this regard, but again, historically, I do want to see Fnatic kind of pick up, I guess, the slack, right? Like, again, if you're looking at someone like Vitality, who's now, in my eyes, deemed one of the heavier favorites in this scenario this year, at least to start with. Let's see how Fnatic kind of compare, I guess is the best way to put it. For FUT, though, they're no pushovers. They do have some real talent on this roster. They are in the right place, and that could not have been worse timing. However, fortunately, Crashy's there to find two and somewhat quell the building threat.
I was going to say, Fnatic had been very cautious here. First half of this round.
20 seconds, but...
A little bit of a gap, and Mr. Fallen still looking to anchor towards A. Not sure who was spotted on the other side of this, but I feel like the plant can be denied here. Might only get one or two chances at it now.
Player standing.
Get across here, Baha shut down by Kayak. Spike will go down. Mr. Fallen now, classic in hand, 1v3.
Right here.
Get one more, that's pretty good going. Does get to slip behind as Alpha is down, that's information for later on. Couldn't quite get the shot. So for Fnatic, 3 standing, 3 rifles through, ticking the box, right? All good so far, no big threats, and actually a quiet beginning from FUT. A couple of players popping off, but nothing to really damage economy or build any massive ults early. Cash for himself isn't too far away for the Fnatic side, obviously, but for old FUT, we do have just Baha really
come on, boys.
about halfway through. So simple stuff so far, but the tension now gets drawn. We have rifles out for both sides. Decent purchase back in for Fnatic 2 here.
And the concern really does go towards maybe the early round, the default here for Fnatic once we get into the buy rounds, whether or not there will be an operator present for FUT. All the main obstacles we're looking for them to overcome.
Well, we were just discussing how worrying it is that I felt that was something that affected them in the NRG game last year, end of the year, how they couldn't quite problem solve it, but now looking like we're getting close to this site hit. At least with the Owl drone invested. Baha doesn't quite evade it, but tries to swing early. I didn't mind the intention, but it did feel like an unfair 1v1 almost as Kayak reigning supreme on the site here. Yes, Jay, does he get any safety to play into? He does, he's got a... Oh my god, all right, Kayak, just bulldozer the site. Fair play, that looks like it's kind of got a bow on this round. Stalled out on the plant, Mike, but they'll have another go at this.
Good chip damage, but the flash up is perfect here. Traded out by Zeus.
Spike planted.
Does leave just 2 standing now for FUT. Still healthy, but 4 alive for Fnatic in this post plant. Maybe to reset.
Here.
Most obviously very disconnected here. Looking to play late on this. Actually looking to go around the world. Could be another kill to come through. Still he's found one.
Now,
It'll be difficult to get a half on here.
yeah, Boaster's still around, should be able to buy time, which he's doing, right? Utility coming through on that Astra, and still great positioning too, just on that push up. And Rossley clean with it, but round pretty much cooked here. So for Fnatic, they'll be happy as Larry 3 back-to-back converting bonus. It was well invested, but still.
But the sort of round we're looking for, so just some comfort in what Fnatic display, right? It's a set plan in place, no kind of variables or curveballs being, you know, running away with themselves. The only issue really being here, FUT's inability to kind of dissect Fnatic here at the choke point. Again, Kayak a little ahead of the curve, but he delivers.
Well, that's the mad part. There wasn't much util to set him into play, really. He'd got himself on the site. He got a fair fight kind of on the swing coming through, and then backside as well. So as 2 individual 1v1s, he just wins, right? And if that's the X factor they now have, amazing. That's brilliant. I'd like to see what it looks like down the line, if there's some more evolution on this, a little bit more kind of comfort for him to play into. Back and forth we go. I do wonder how this looks as we develop into this game. See, Fnatic previously showed quite a tendency towards one of the sites compared to the other, but the flash shouldn't affect Boaster on the site, tucked in on the corner. And cleans up. This is good. This is very good until then. Now, getting a little bit worrying.
Yeah, Alpha tagged up. Still 3 alive here for Fnatic. Baha on a long flank.
Oh, he's got good timing.
Standing.
Oh, man, I thought he had the timing on that.
Planted.
Chipping Alpha down to 11, but Mr. Fallen in a 1v3. Yeah, Alpha vulnerable, but the other two sitting very safe on the site. Full HP, full shield. Playing right shoulder to shoulder.
Pick up this sight line, won't spot the cross, obviously, so maybe a free.
I love that.
Fallen.
Shock dart, hoping it'd be Alpha who catches, but no. Ooh, nice try from Mr. Fallen, right idea. Better shot from Crashies. 4-0, Fnatic looking cool and calm.
Trading out really effectively here in the Santiago. Obviously the heavier stack here for FUT. No surprise to see an early timeout here, considering. And the second buy round for FUT's going to be crucial in terms of doing some damage. Obviously stripping away this cushion that's already built up. I am seeing Zeus pick up an operator.
I like to see it.
Yeah.
I know that Zeus may not be the kind of main character when he picks up the op. That's not been something we love in his hands necessarily, but...
Yeah, within this roster, actually, then the focus goes towards Crosstallia and Mr. Fallen, to be honest, to really set that up.
Yep. I'm not against it, though. I guess theoretically, just applying it against Fnatic isn't a bad idea. But even here, though, I'm kind of looking at it and rolling my mind back. They haven't had much issue getting on sites. Again, you look at how Kayak got on towards A site. He had no real resistance taking those 1v1s back site, able to divide and conquer. If there's an op in the way, could be kind of nice to see how they want to problem solve that.
There is a major switch up here, and ultimately eyes go back towards Fnatic, knowing that this purchase is a possibility. And have ultimates to work with here as well, so certainly a chance to cement their financial cushion right now, because it's looking very healthy behind this. Even Alpha actually not too far away from his ultimate as well. So it's a tall order here for FUT. There'll be 5 unanswered here. Fnatic are able to continue to convert, and actually switch up here from Fnatic. A little bit of focus shift towards mid.
Yeah, haven't seen that look yet from them, right? It was very site-centric, so Alpha similar wall to before. That was noted, I think, from Mr. Fallen.
Kind of implies a late B pivot, which FUT currently 3 members positioned and waiting for somebody to slip the net.
Look how deep those trips are as well. Super committed over towards A main. I guess it's allowing this freedom to sit deep on the A site, but the second they're broken...
I mean, it's the possibility of the null command coming on. They want to make sure that they still have a chance at least to find something on the way in, but certainly nobody in position for it.
Go, info, but is there commitment? Because again, keep in mind, they might just be posturing on this, and no, it is going to be the goer, and you're right, Boaster a mile away disconnected.
Going around the world once more, so we'll have a ton of space to play into. FUT now going to stack up this retake.
And I like that though, because maybe a good read into how FUT like to play those retakes on these side hits. It gives Boaster a lot of play here, because they're sitting super deep. It'll be a slow play back in, playing full retake on the site. And hard to make that operator work. Already been switched out. Zeus back to the rifle, operator with Mr. Fallen, and Fnatic looking for that nice crossfire backside. Push and pull. But the breakthrough comes in until they meet Kayak. Finally, he falls, the flanks on the way. That's going to be in the back of your mind, but maybe they don't need it. As Crashies takes away Crosstallia, and now you're down to just Baha. Brilliant on the site, though. And now there's a problem. Does he know about Boaster? Stall on the site, though, couldn't get half. And Baha being put through his paces. A brutal scenario, a great shock dart, and surely the punchline of Boaster at the end. Fnatic with a very well-crafted round.
And the real nail in the coffin here is noting that all the typing tilted there. So Boaster knows he has no obstacles to overcome. Well, looks like FUT are maybe going to win out in terms of these first kills back onto site, but... The noises.
Sounds like us on Discord.
No comment. Chico back on the cards here for FUT. Scanning ahead.
Why have you done that?
Kayak on the hunt once more, though. Already showing he's feeling a little more comfortable today.
Kayak's been an incredible addition to this roster. Amongst all the losses that they've had in certain X-Factor players, I think that was a big conversation, even losing someone like Kron is what he can bring to a round and how much impact he can have, but credit where it's due, Kayak has been an absolute marvel in this. And even beyond that, you got to still give credit over to Crash. He's had a fantastic year, picked up well, even in that first game where obviously it wasn't the ideal result, still putting up great numbers. And it's just kind of who then joins. Do we get to see that kind of unlocking of Alpha throughout the year? Does that become another string to the bow? Do we see Vekash find his footing? He was a great highlight in that first series, actually, for me. He looked great, because I was a little bit worried, obviously, off-season, you take it with a pinch of salt, but he came out looking fantastic in that first real go of things. But I don't like what they're seeing here. And look, we know they're happy to play it late. They're happy to work that timer to the last drop.
Well, they're certainly going to
30
have
seconds left.
found themselves an advantageous site hit here. It's only one member of FUT to hold down the fort. Rotation coming through, but it's going to be a million miles behind this. Maybe looking to slip into this smoke.
He's going to try and do what he can, right? But already threatened away. And this is part of that executing late. You have to be exceptionally diligent on all of the util on the site take. You have to be so aware someone could be disruptive, and they are. So none of those threats come through. A nice presence towards middle for Alpha. Good farming opportunity. Ult still there for him, so he's got that in the pocket for the coming rounds. And it looks like we're going to be continuing this pretty much flawless run so far, looking like 6-0 will be etched on the scoreboard. As Yetajay, last one to face the music here. Can he locate Alpha?
Yeah, Alpha's just, I was going to say fairly confident of the possibility, but we'll lose the rifle. Yetajay, though, certainly not in a position to cause any further issues for Fnatic. Again, money's already there, comfortable for Fnatic here. Not really interested in giving away another exit anywhere else. So 6 unanswered rounds now. I believe actually versus BBL map 1, it was 7 unanswered initially on Breeze. And whether or not how much you attribute to kind of complacency in that first series kind of takes away the credit from BBL. They do deserve for obviously turning that around.
This is a nice spot. That goes there.
It certainly look as if they are way more in control now of the game.
This is a nice spot.
And look, you'd rather have Fnatic have a wake-up call early than late, right? Just have that wake-up call in those opening games. That we can't be lazy about this. We can't be coming in, you know, lazy is probably the wrong word for it, but that lack of focus, that lack of kind of killer instinct.
Yeah,
it's look, we all know how far they went last year. Obviously, that final hurdle is always going to be a sore spot. But regardless, they got there, even with people doubting a lot of the steps on the way, and rightly so. It wasn't the cleanest of runs. But still, they've come back in. They've had a bit of a fumble on the word go. They didn't make it past the first hurdle, but now it's time to pick back up. A little bit of a reminder of what this team is capable of. And even with all the roster changes, the core structure should remain. And for FUT, it's time to try and get back on the board here. Can Zeus be in the right place? Sadly for now, playing on obviously the weaker side of the map here. He might not get the initial start he wanted. The Owl drone going to clear what they feel is deep enough, but look how far back Fnatic were sitting.
Very cautious here.
Oof.
He's able to avoid that, so presence unnoticed just yet. The timing of this contact coming through towards A could be disastrous here for FUT. And leave Baha alone once more.
30 seconds left.
See, now he's relaying this information desperately, but going to be caught up here.
He's going through it. Trying to stick around on site, but we saw that ult in the hands of Alpha before Boaster invested here. It's played with, but the flash is fantastic. Crossly the one to work off his own pretty much at that point, but they've done really well, taking away that frontline defense almost, and putting the rest in their paces. Vakash could have been caught there. You saw that second of consideration to swing on it, but no. Plant in play, late flank en route as well. And then the ult comes down from Yetajay. Information is coming, and Yetajay gets a double. It is danger for Crashies. No dart to play on, has his ult, but this ain't the time for it. Zeus wants him dead. Mr. Falling the one to find it, but FUT finally on the board, 5 alive.
Just a second either way for Fnatic would have given them a much cleaner plant here. A chance to maybe rely on the Hunter's Fury, which it looks like is the game plan in that post plant. So maximum credit to FUT here. And Baha playing this perfectly. This flash is just sublime.
Ah, it's lovely.
From Grostely. Again, already rotating towards A. You see him darting all the way back through spawn, but nice! Able to pivot back and bail Baha out.
And bless, I mean, the way these rounds have gone, you look at Baha, you think, man, he's in the trenches. Every time, if they're doing those like little fakes, he's left solo on those sites with maybe just a pistol, or obviously the ult coming out from Alpha, and then he's down there just like, Christ, I'm just going to try and hold on as long as I can. But Fnatic, I'm just trying to pick back up, but Zeus right up the
I was
rip.
going to say in the background there.
He's turned ice, yeah. I'm trying to bait him in, but we know that Fnatic's tempo can be really hard to handle.
Actually, a bit of a pace shift here. Form of Kayak. Looking to maybe come and deal with some of this utility. but kept at bay for the time being. And still, two players conscious that Zeus is posted deep now. Not sure if anyone's close enough to catch the audio cue or even saw Zeus there. It was in the X-ray that we caught it, but again, a situation that Fnatic really struggled with previously.
No one can really help with this owl drone, so a little bit frustrating for Zeus, but I guess it burned some of the util early. Yeah, he's going to respect it and fall off that first angle. Trying to go for a second, he does get caught by the recon bolt in the end, so good slow, nice hinder. Just denying a little bit of that springboard forward. Does anyone get connected to on this? Kayak's looking.
Oh! Zeus plucks him out of the air.
You love to see that, Zeus. Nice impact early there. Taking away Kayak, who's been really good at even holding those flood retakes. He was instrumental before.
Full 5-man here. 4th foot on the way back in. Fnatic have given up a lot of space towards the front of site here. How quickly can FUT figure that out?
That knife feels like it might be a little bit of an indicator, but they've got to get going. There's post-plant util. You can see it lined up.
Shot
Crash is
darts
still...
as well, yeah.
They've got bits to work with. But the Hunter's Fury, if it goes down that far, could have been an issue. Just clearing some corners here, but FUT looking a little bit hesitant to handle this. They've got to get going. And oh, dearie me, there's that post-plant util. Does make it towards halfway, but down to just one. Mr. Fallen can get anything done here. Tries to dodge, he can't evade it. Boaster finds the final one, and Fnatic continue on their warpath.
Everyone will fall, but money should still be there for Fnatic. Again, in terms of the post plan here, a little return to...
nice.
Crispier on the other side as well from Zeus, but return to what is a historical comfort zone for Fnatic. It's very rehearsed and coordinated util setup.
I died!
To make sure they get this one across the line, will force another timeout from FUT, both burnt up here for round 9.
Yeah, I do want to kind of talk about something there, how choreographed that post-plant felt, even losing Kayak. Sat there, nice layers for the spike defuse, if anyone, tapped on towards it. It feels like Fnatic have...
Well, historically, again, that's something that they absolutely love to do, right? Send, well, back in the day, it would be Durka way forwards and then be able to really rely on some of the strength of util. Again, because they haven't burnt anything up, right? It's the Blade Storm popped and Kayak's able to create enough pressure that both Mr. Fallen and Zeus are all the way back in spawn. At that point, I think it was creating an advantage. With 5 alive, like I said, Fnatic banking on such a... Whether or not that's a quick pivot or, like I said, the game plan from the get-go, but perfectly executed. And one of the things, like I said, when you want Fnatic to return to basics, it's these sort of comfortable rounds where it's almost like FUT can't do anything there. They back them into a corner, force them to overstep and maybe make a desperate play. Fnatic will greet that with a smile.
It's going to get to desperation times for FUT. Yeah, as I said, double timeout, not too surprising considering the scoreline. But they need to find a solution. And it feels like aggression's name of the game. Now, Fnatic holds the default. I think he's seen that.
I think he's seen minimap, yeah.
He's absolutely seen something, but I think they saw it too. Sharp, clean, quick work from Boaster, calling in the cavalry, but does he need it? He does now, but the trade comes in as well. They could springboard into B if they fancy it. They could take that as the green light to go.
The adjustment, instantaneous for Yesterday now, going to be revealed at least with the knife, but no confirmation of his whereabouts. Well, again, doing very well to spot that out. Vekaj to seal the deal. Alpha now still lurking in mid. Going to play in the cut here. But Baha in the back lines, found Crashies.
Okay, can you get me one more and then I'm fully paying attention. Yeah, just fizzles away. These post plants, very impressive from Fnatic. They look very in control here, understanding all of the pressure points and coming out on top cleanly, 8-1. This doesn't feel like there's much back here.
Fortunate across the lead. Zeus are unable to pin that down a little earlier on. You can see the awareness here.
One enemy
Yesterday's whereabouts, but
A.
yeah, Fnatic starting to coast a little in some of these situations.
It's just a team effort too. No one's slacking, no one's not pulling their weight in this. It's not top heavy, it's not just a kayak show. Everyone is finding
Aggression.
really good.
Yeah, once more here to start this round, Lauren.
Yeah. And in this, why not? You got to throw something at the wall and hope it sticks. Alpha. Yay. There's a cacophony of noise, yeah. Little jump scare behind him, but he's made it out and around, and they have no idea. Hello. Oh, dear. Well,
Mr. Fallen's got a kill as well.
that's probably not how you expected that to go.
Spike planted.
And we've been complimenting how well-rounded they've been at catching all those potential threats. This time, someone slipped the net. The backline threatened, eyes have to turn. Vekash once again called upon. Should have heard some of these steps here, I'm pretty sure. Isolates one, but they've already slipped ahead here. I don't know if he knows there's going to be two. Yeah, they've certainly not relayed that there's a chance of it. 2v2, unrecoverable weapons, but Zeus wants in, and he gets in. Vekash with nothing to say about it. Crashies has to clutch up on the side here. They've got upgrades, they've got rifles, but no armor, no sustain in this. Crashies trying to do his due diligence. Good chip damage on it. They got to handle him, and they have. FUT getting underneath the skin, getting on the nerves, getting away with it in time.
Second on the board, really heads up play from FUT to continue here, to apply pressure in the early round, try and catch somebody off guard, and then just playing the trades really well. Or just drifting ahead of the smoke. That's where we saw that Mr. Fallen kill in the kill feed, but Zeus does so well. Catches an upgrade and makes Fnatic pay. Will force a timeout immediately here, probably just to take a breather. And not necessarily many concerns here throughout the first half for them.
You'd imagine they've got the scoreline they're happy with, but at this point, a lot of us are looking at Fnatic to kind of change our minds back to where they are, so you'd want to see absolute lock-in from them. And for FUT, I think the solution was fairly simple in the fact that they want to get aggressive. It's easier to do when you have just those sheriffs. It's easier to take that risk and gamble. You might catch someone off guard. And you could argue that maybe just catching out from that back pedal was a little bit lucky in a way, and then it all compounded off the back of that. But I love the killer instinct. They had to follow that sort of thread and continue down that line. And again, just catching Boaster, unaware of that potential. You know, it all fell in the right sort of place for them. Now, can they do it in a buy round? Because we have a couple of ults here. Vekash has his, one away from Boasters. Crashies is ready to go. On the other side, still got Baha's and one of them Zeus's, but they need that opportunity.
This goes here. Yes, this should do.
Switch up again for Yetijay's util here. Probably just going to play off-site in anticipation. Being suppressed here, and again, actually Fnatic going to stack up towards mid, so this time FUT are on the other side of the grid here.
Okay, Zeus certainly getting involved. And I quite like that they've inserted Yetijay off the back of all that attention coming in from Zeus. That's a nice new look there.
Yeah, difficult to really clear him from that spot now, with Zeus picking up a deeper angle. You are when it's certainly there, but no command pop towards A here this time.
Oh, that flash was just in his face. Baha, brilliant! From backside! Holds it down this time. He'd been at the mercy of Fnatic on the other side. Here, takes a stand. Don't take any more names though. Kesh down on the knees, can't be recovered yet. Confirmed in the end. Brutal scenario, and Baha wants more space. He's going forward, but the back line gets broken, the flank denied, and with 50 seconds, that's plenty of time for Fnatic.
Certainly is. FUT haven't sent anybody out elsewhere. I think Fnatic probably still conscious of that mid-pressure early on, or mid-presence that was shown. Hopefully going to find themselves a clean plant here on B.
30 seconds left.
Boaster should get ult off this. Alpha once more will drift into mid, looking to potentially cut somebody off in rotation. FUT leaving this right down to the wire.
10 seconds left.
Now the penny will drop.
Spike planted.
That does give Boaster the ult as well. Alpha on the ult, playing a deeper line. What does FUT have to re-clear this space? Knife and a flash with cross delete. Beyond that, it's kind of the guns in hand. Do have Baha's ult, but they need to get past this first wave. Actually, it's Alpha slipping away from this, and Boaster somewhat taking over that kind of corner from heaven. That's the audio cue they're waiting on. Swing, spot, that's one of those ults down. That's Baha's gone. Now it's going to be Crosstaley trying to work it back through, but the crossfire is maintained. Just Zeus alive, but a danger and a threat. And a missed shot opens up a chance, but it ain't much. Alpha and Boaster, shoulder to shoulder on that, making it work.
Beautiful push and pull between them. In Boaster, the stars are aligned to catch a freebie there with Baha in astral form, but very well navigated by Fnatic, where it looks like almost a done deal that FUT can close this out. Sending somebody out to...
Nice flash as well, you full blinded him.
maybe catch somebody drifting. Like I said, it was Alpha once more up mid.
He's staying on the op. He's feeling himself. Aggression. I mean, we've seen it before. I think Crashies notes it.
I mean,
very deep dart,
now,
yeah. Look how quick Kayak is straight through. He could live up here for a second and slow it down, maybe if they want to look toward that back line.
I mean, great response considering a slight misread in the previous round. Actually now, Kayak takes this space in mid.
God damn, that was quick from Alpha. You like to see that. Mr. Fallen gets punished, trying to maintain that space, isolated on his own. And Baha's going for it. It feels desperate. Feel a little bit too individual. There wasn't a plan in mind. Crosstaley, well, now you ain't got your gun, mate. This is rotten for him. Yeah, bye-bye. Fnatic just bulldozering towards site, taking no prisoners, really. And it felt like FUT were just trying to make something happen for themselves.
Zeus and Yetajay left in a 2v5 now. Not much hope for them to do damage in this situation. Feel like it might be 10 on the board here for Fnatic. Alpha still on the hunt here with the operator. Catch the first potentially. No, Zeus shuts him down, but Kayak will find the response.
Yeah. Oh! Alright, that's kind of clean. That's kind of clean. Yeah, you're allowed to have a little grin on that one. Fair play, Mike. It's 10-2. There's not much to really report in this one. There were glimmers of hope from FUT, but it felt just fleeting. And we have to go through it. That second half will be beckoning in just a moment's time.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
As we said, it was a commanding start for Fnatic, and it didn't really stop, Mike. They're sitting at 10-2. They've got to be happy with this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is exactly what I was kind of hoping to see from Fnatic, taking minimal risks, some dicey calls in terms of trying to sell fakes and whatnot, but other than that, Fnatic rarely missing a beat in that first half.
Yeah, and it feels like going back to what's worked for them, I want to say historically, but just kind of stylistically, right? Those lovely post plants, really good understanding of tempo to the rounds, and for not being able to make the operator really sing. Yes, there was a great shot on towards Kayak at one point, but beyond that, it was just kind of as you'd expect. For me, however, Baha has been a real class standout. I've liked his work. It wasn't quite on my radar to the extent that Zeus was, for example, but he has stood out to me here, even with just, what, 2 rounds to their name? So we wait and see. Kayak, once again, things started with a bang, walking middle. There is a player on the other side, the man just spoken of, Baha. I guess the timing, really, of Yetajay's cross.
That's so quick there.
How does he come out the one sitting on 100 from that? Bar had the drop first. Madness.
It's the early intention here shown by Kayak, but able to slip away. Going to apply some sort of support here, and FUT gonna have some issues here at the choke point, but able to transition through.
Look at that double stack towards heaven. That's the danger in my eyes, but it's actually Kayak to swing back in with his body on the line. Trading in well. Bekaj, it's laboured, but Sig gets across it. 11-2. Looks like they've got something to do tonight.
Yeah, certainly got dinner plans. It'll be difficult now for FUT to make a decision, potentially here to force in. Even just here, another step or two backwards until Fnatic have, what, 3 or 4 sets of eyes now towards the choke point, where it already looked dicey. This is what I mean, not taking risks. Nobody really looking to do damage on the way in, that they're happy to just allow FUT to walk into these sight lines.
Yeah, it feels almost formulaic at that point, right? They know what they need to do. They're playing very percentage Valorant, but FUT, they've decided to suffer through this one, going for OT. Standing ahead.
Get some information, but necessarily comfortable here with the classics. Basically walking into the blender once more. Kayak, two beautiful kills.
Oh, go on. That's nice to see. It's nice to see an in-zone flawless there. Putting Fnatic up to 12, and FUT still held on just that 2. So really, just one last stand for them to make.
So quick on the follow-up here. Just on the edge of the scope as well.
Up and over. Gosh. Oof.
Goes without saying, again, one of the highlights of the region, not just globally, but Kayak just looking to, I guess, set that tone once more this year. Obviously our MVP. See what the plan here for FUT is. Again, Kayak tasked with holding down the fort in mid. Even just enough of a deterrent here to deal with some of the utility that FUT are immediately stacking outside A once more. Crashes. Didn't look like he knew he was getting shot at there.
Might have been just going through the motions, mini-map up. Sort of having a look that way. Zeus trying to break that front line. The reflood from Fnatic to kind of fight back in. Turn on the flash! Fantastic from Crossley. Can't quite double, triple down, should I say. And it leaves Kayak alive. Who's on for a third, can't quite make it. Boaster on the trade. 2v2 and the plant not quite in. Fallen and Zeus. A lot of pressure to play up against, and these two clutched out before. Alpha and Boaster made it work on their attacking side. Trying to bait the barrel. But it doesn't work out. Come on now. Alpha. Ooh, not good enough on that first contact. Yeah, this should be an extension of play at bare minimum. FUT should be holding the angle now. Maybe high-low setup, working together. I think Alpha knows this one is pretty much unwinnable and decides to bow out of the race.
So the buy is still there for Fnatic to follow this. Only 2 rifles, and Miss Falling will be forced to purchase a shield as well. At least here, we'll extend by 1 round to prevent Corrode being very quickly on the cards here. So I'm fairly certain even full shields are going to be there for Fnatic. Crossley just does so well to turn this and still double down on.
Nice! Let's go!
Still some energy for FUT.
Yep.
Certainly not giving up just yet. Kayak's actually on the Brainstorm. He's even hedging his bets here towards an operator to follow, if required.
Let's see if we get that far, shall we?
FUT looking now to sell the fake effectively. Stacking up here in the previous 2 rounds. Spot on 1. Fnatic interested for the time being. Crashies, no confirmation in mid.
Rotating instantly though, they're pulling Kayak off of A. Maybe just because they didn't see anything on that Aldrone either, and now they're getting contact with that B side. It's the right call. Enough store here to keep them kind of at the door. No, Zeus already further forward. Alpha gonna go check on the site, and then he gets caught off guard. Lucky to be living, and Alpha trying to find a corner to play from. Up and over the top, completely unawares. Spins on a dime with Boaster. And Fnatic eyeing up that 13th. They want this done, but Crossley, these flashes, man, have been sharp. They've been good. Kayak prowling, almost. Look, they're going to turn around to see harder, okay? 3v2, it's fine.
Baha's hurt, though. Yeah, Vekad's still here.
One enemy remaining.
That's nasty. That's nasty. That feels like nail in coffin.
Mr. Fallen now on a 1v3. It's the most awkward choke point across now, considering FUT's success
30
in these
seconds
previous
left.
rounds.
But could you imagine?
I mean, it would be a hell of a 1v3.
Yeah. I mean, he's only got 5 kills so far as well. It's not been a big series for him, but he wants the first. See if he can get it. Nah, not gonna happen. Vekash all too aware, and as were Fnatic. 13-3, absolutely crushing the opposition. FUT didn't really have much of a say here, Mike. This has been one-sided from start to end, and this was FUT's choice. However, coming up next will be Grode and obviously Desk. You want to hear their thoughts after this.
Been a bad boy. Becky, I can't stand like this forever. Yeah. Hello, this is nicht gut.
Comfortable.
Surrender.
I am out.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Je perds mon souffle, les ombres dansent. Autour de moi, les champs s'agitent, on me bouscule, je marche vite, je perds mes sens. Je rêve de partir. Et dans la lumière, les rêves d'hier nous emmènent au bout du
Fnatic managed to get the first map under their belt, even though it wasn't even their pick. Quite dominant performance from there here against FUT, but we still have some action coming your way. I'm Ginny, that's Billy and Minnie, and low-key, like, our names kind of rhyme. I think it's actually kind of cute. Like, yay. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I had to say it loud.
Let's jump straight into this one, because coming into it, we kind of already highlighted the fact that FUT here does have a mountain to climb when it comes up to the fact that they're against Fnatic, and that was very much highlighted in this map from literally the pistol route.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said before, like, success for FUT here would be like showing us, you know, some kind of identity that they can maybe go forward with and not necessarily the win. But honestly, like, it just feels like they're not able to compete with Fnatic's firepower at this point. And so I don't really know how to gauge success, to be honest.
Well, they did pull out the KO, which I think was something that we are a little bit more excited about, because that's what we want to see.
I think so, yeah. Like we said, they were kind of having an identity crisis. I think seeing them come into this with a new composition was nice to see. But yeah, I think when you're going up against Fnatic, it's always going to be difficult, and to lose out on your map pick like that is not ideal for them.
Sometimes, unfortunately, that's just how the cookie crumbles. But something from Fnatic that you specifically wanted to see and highlighted as well was the fact that you want them to make it a little bit more simple than what we're usually seeing. And it felt like that's what we did get.
Yeah, I think that it was very simple. I think that we saw a few rounds where they just immediately hit sites. Round 3 here, just a nice simple exec here. Alpha with the geeky lineups on that Vice, getting value for that backside. Yeah, I just really liked it. It wasn't Fnatic waiting until, look, 1 minute 15 and they're on the site. Woo! Like that's rare for Fnatic, you know? And when they weren't doing that, they were still being simple, which is a little bit of a mid default and then straight into those execs. I do think that Abyss does lend itself to not overcomplicating, and I hope to see that on the next match.
Yeah, I think they looked completely comfortable here, right, on this Abyss. It looked really clean for them. I think being able to have that kind of dominant win on your opponent's map pick as well is only going to fill you with confidence and momentum going into the next maps throughout the series too. So it was nice to see a bounce back considering their performance against BBL the other day.
And it was also nice to see a Vice on this map specifically.
Was it nice?
Yeah, but low-key, yes, okay. it was nice. They did get a really good score, but in terms of like what the initial philosophy was on bringing in Vice, we had a little confession coming through from Milan.
What value were you looking to get out of the Vice pick on Abyss?
I mean, on defense, you know, getting some stopping power with the Thorns, the Flash, being able to play off of it by yourself. I think it allows Alfie to, you know, do some plays. And on attack, obviously, it's just nice to have some some passive information, not having to worry about the flank. Also good for post plan generally. So pretty all-around good agent.
I see a little look on your face, Billy, so I would like to ask if you feel like they've gotten that value that they were looking for.
Listen, I think Alfia is a very talented player, and I'm glad that Milan, I'm going to pick up on the key word there that he said, passive information, because of course when we think back to the new patch changes, and the changes that actually specifically happened to Vices, you do not get information off of her Vice Flash anymore. So that's why I think is one of the reasons why we're not seeing her played so much. So intriguing to see that that's their kind of approach to it.
Yeah, but I still feel like Vice or Alpha Hero specifically had quite a lot of impact on this game, especially when we saw the op coming out as well. And in general, it just was a great setup that we've seen and just a good individual performance.
Yeah, I think on that attack side specifically, he was playing the Vice a bit like a chamber. He was going into middle, buying that operator. And when they were doing their defaults, he was essentially doing the job of a chamber. So, you know, in this game specifically, it looks pretty good. But I think, you know, I'm happy that Fnatic were able to smash this game.
Yes.
But we have very high expectations for Fnatic.
Correct.
So I want to see if that continues in the later matches, if that makes sense. Like, it's a good first start.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think, well, from the side of FUT, we also had the chance to hear from them, which is quite important too, because we have Guys and Bambino with their coach confession in regards to the KO and just in general the identity of FUT.
Last week, with the KO feeling like you're going back to what you found success on with the past, what is the identity for the new iteration of FUT?
We want to play aggressive, so that's why we put the KO, but we couldn't make it. Yeah, that's the answer.
Honestly, they have to play aggressive. Yeah, I agree. And that's what you both said as well.
Yeah, but I didn't see much aggression. Did I?
No.
That much
Attempt
I
at
didn't see
aggression?
much either.
Like I started making the meme that FUT do like a 2-1-2 formation, like in football. They just basically just sit two people either side, and I didn't see that much aggression. So I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, I think as well, like, they recognize that they need to have aggression, which is a good thing. But yeah, I think in that map specifically, we didn't see it so much. I think as well, a question I have behind the approach of aggression is how much firepower do they realistically have to back up that aggression to find out how successful it is for them. But I think as well, another key component of what we kind of saw from FUT in that map that I had said we don't usually see is Zeus playing the AWP, right? And we saw him pick that up. He did pick it up a couple of times in the game last week as well, but I'm wondering if that's them turning over a new leaf as well and trying to push him onto a more diverse weaponry pool too.
Yeah, so Corrode then is the next map coming up. This is Fnatic's pick, but we kind of were talking about the aggression that we want to see from FUT. Is this a map and potential setup that will allow them to get that?
Yeah, there's a lot of good set plays, especially if you're playing KO on this map, that allows you to push on defense especially. You can push those extremities, push into the middle. So yeah, if aggression is the key for them and they're going to continue with that KO, then we should be able to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a question of what composition FUT decide to go for. I think
there is a KO again.
Yeah, and I mean, in the off-season, they were playing the KO on this map, but they also had it backed up with the Teho as the second initiator, at least what they were playing in Project Blender. But Mr. Fallen has decided to opt for the Fade instead here. I'm curious, Mini, we're seeing quite a few Astra Omen combinations on a couple of maps in EMEA so far throughout Kickoff.
I think playing no Viper on this map is personally a bit of a troll because of the amount of control that Viper allows you to have on that defense with the wall across, middle, and then the wall B. So I'm a little bit concerned about these compositions, and Fnatic tipping their hand again that Vice and KO is their read on the meta. We haven't seen this from Fnatic, you know, in their last match, and it's a very new look for Fnatic, so it's something that I'm going to be keeping my eye close on. Here is the Waylay KO foundation, though. The NRG showed at Champions is like, you know, something that's really good. So both teams are using that underpinning theory. We're going to see a lot of KO flashes, hopefully, with the Waylay dashing aggressively.
Yeah, I think as well, like we're looking at both of these rosters here, and this is 4 KOs from both teams in 2 matches. So I'm not going to complain. It feels like they're both coming through with something a bit new in terms of what we wanted to see as well, answering that question. So from my side of things, I'm pretty excited to see how this is going to be playing out. I can hear the casters as well yapping, which means they are obviously ready to yap even more. So Tansy and Hypoc, continue yapping, please.
I mean,
we were literally just yapping, actually.
Well, would you like to know what we were actually doing?
Well, yes.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, let me say whale.
Whale. Thank you for that one, Mini.
That's what this comp is called now. Thank you very much, Mini. The Wayo comp.
The Wayo. Brilliant. God, I think we've just aged ourselves significantly doing this too. That's great. And yeah, diving into Corrode, Fnatic's choice. And they already look comfortable on Abyss. Gotta say, FUT didn't light my world on fire, but maybe there is some resilience here we are yet to see.
I mean, I do want to just come back to the discussion of composition. I do feel like, again, this is obviously the Waylay aside, sort of a return to basics, right? Single controller, we're kind of stacking all in on W-Till for Kayak and making that work. It is kind of a return to very basic fundamentals. So I do agree, though. It's just a little jarring to not see the double controller. To see how it pays off here. Obviously, previously versus T1 toying with double duelist, double controller alongside that, but FUT very slow to start things off here in the pistol. Stacked up. Ready to make some progress towards A.
Or can Boaster survive? He can. And Kayak helping out to soften up the next target too. Lovely hold from Boaster there, but that nice synergy on the side. A lot of attention drawn towards Kayak's side, who did get one and then fell, but still, great trading on this, and that's completely taken a lot of the kind of threat out of this. Now, the only issue is how far Baha's got.
Yeah, so split, though.
But can Yeta J make it over there?
I mean, Alpha should be a freebie here. Oh, he's actually turned. Alpha's reading there could be a lurk through.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
He looks good with that. And Yeta J is flashed again. Look, the flashes have been on point today. We've seen a little from one side. Oh,
he's dancing. Certainly back to basics for Fnatic.
Yeah, we haven't seen enough dancing. If you could just up that.
Didn't even really get a chance to talk about it. I mean, Crossley really impressed me on map 1 as well, in terms of big shoes to fill, not just in the roster, but in the role of KO. Certainly impressed me. Fnatic on the board here to kick off map 2.
It's down, guns up, get deadly.
Very, very light purchase here. In terms of the rifle, you can see.
I mean, all you want to keep is 2, really, right? It's the 2 Bulldogs, Kayak and Crash. Keep your eyes on them.
I mean, a full buy, but it's it's Bulldogs.
Just, do they have enough stopping power? It is only classic, so maybe just reading the FUT do tend to go exceptionally light, no little bits and pieces. Kayak getting...
Not looking good on the first one.
Yeah, outdone on the angle. And forced on the back foot, really. Awkward timing. And, well, okay, I got excited, but the excitement has dwindled until Zeus got 2. Maybe, maybe not. All right, 2 still alive. Alpha, can he make it to the other Bulldog in time? Yes, he can. So both Bulldogs remain kept in hand. That was hard to say.
Both Bulldogs.
Don't start. I'll make you do play-by-play.
Certainly threat here from FUT, but
from me.
Kayak just cleaning up really nicely.
Now we win.
Now we'll be able to complement those Bulldogs with rifles across the board. A chance here for FUT to show us how they intend to approach Corrode. 2 towards top mid here, just going to leave Alpha dedicated towards slowing down a B hit, but Spike not committed for FUT. Look for a pick somewhere for his first wave of smokes to drop.
I have the spike.
Just Vekaj towards top mid.
I'm just scared of like a nice flash, and then you got Kayak in a good
Kayak's
spot.
ready to pounce.
Any help? Any helpers in chat? No, not yet, but he's able to get out of there, so slip away, and then the catch on the heels for Vekaj going to find Zeus. Crash is trying to then maybe scale in as well, but gets paranoid off, so can't quite find the impact.
But really solid info in terms of the paranoia coming through here of how FUT are positioned. Crash is now resets towards B.
And Kayak is kind of getting pretty loose in this, right around towards the top side of things. Maybe Paranoid they're trying to scale in through top middle. But putting a lot of faith in Boaster to posture up, right? Keep this area safe on the map. It's hard to do on your own. Already made it towards sight. Trying to stall out a little bit. You can see that they're struggling. Kayak's back here now, and Boaster. Good retake of the space. Kayak in unison. Still a bit paranoid that someone could be coming elbow. We know they're not. It is all on site right now for FUT. 2 players free to take a fight. And they do, and they win. Both players get their man down. Crashies can't confirm it. And a little individual here. It feels like a little out of sorts.
Yeah, because it looks like they're stepping backwards here to make sure that they have numbers advantage in some of these situations, but FUT able to squeeze through. Now just Alpha in a 1v3.
Pretty sure we get jump spotted in a sec. Yeah, easy stuff. Comfortable. FUT punishing. A little bit of a misstep there from Fnatic. Nothing major, but still, they've managed to make their way through after big info was being relayed.
Yeah, not a huge opportunity miss, but certainly a window here for Fnatic to re-aggress ahead of FUT taking control of default. Unfortunately, FUT will capitalize.
Let's go!
Crash is now on the Odin. Actually, a little bit of a broken buy here elsewhere if you look at Boaster and Alpha. No concerns in terms of the util. Alpha just jump spotting. First time he's going to have company here outside B. Spotted here, and actually weaponry revealed as well, Lauren.
Yeah, do they go on this one? Baha gonna have to get ready for this. Zeus a little further ahead, so gonna have to wait for the rest of the team to be able to even get into this. But the barrel, giving away a bit of the game. That guy's with the flash, but he can't quite swing. There we go, doubling on the same corner as Alpha, who did manage to catch one. Push through on the smoke, and FUT is still in the fight. Keeping 2 players up. Could allow for a plant. Kayak has to keep cool here. Could be found, and he is great from Zeus. Very heads-up work. The other 2 going to be limited on what they can achieve coming back into this round.
Pressure coming through here, but now Crashies catches Zeus retreating. It's just Mr. Fallen.
Oh, okay. Okay, well. Thought they had a good shot at that one.
Certainly an opportunity. I mean, Zeus does so well to isolate a player whilst...
Gives him the plant.
Yeah, the other member is committed to planting. Like I said, a chance to maybe pressure back in. Fnatic reading that they're almost being baited into a situation there, but I mean, Vekaj actually does really well to even reset back off an angle. Sets up the first with the flash and fortunately shut down on the second. But 3-1 the scoreline now. FUT with a purchase of sorts.
Stinger, Sheriff, Bulldog.
Yeah.
Zeus's ult.
Yeah, well, 2 ultimates to work with, potential for maybe Mr. Fallen to find his, but missing 2. The other side, Crashies, Odin in hand once more, and Hunter's Fury available.
I want to see if they can exploit maybe how isolated sometimes Boast has been, and it looks like that is the game plan. He has been holding this solo, but he managed to slip away in time. Kayak has to help him, and he can't. Zeus again has his number. But there is still responses across the board. One coming in from Crashies, taking down Mr. Fallen. So the site's not fully safe. Look how close Fnatic are here. And they go for the fight back in. Yenergy on the Stinger. Outdoing Boast, a great flash. But the shots coming in from Vekaj are perfect. And now it's a brawl on the side itself. Squastely's been great, but not able to do too much. Fnatic tightening up on that retake there.
Very, very clean. And the timing is perfect for Vekaj. Once more on this flash. Almost double guessing himself. Able to clear up both kills and looking pretty happy about it as well. Hunter's Fury finding value also. Didn't even catch that actually on the other POV. Just catch the front half of the flash.
Good job. Ça super.
Working on his French.
Did you feel anything about that? Did you feel any sort of way?
Promising start. Yeah. You can see where they're putting hours in.
Yeah. Duolingo, absolutely loving it. Kayak on the corner. How do you wait for this? Probably a couple more seconds and they will...
They're very good spot now though, because obviously the buy's not there for FUT. Kayak, Vekaj both have ultimates. Alpha just 2 away, Boast 1 away from the divide as well. So Fnatic could set themselves up for a string of rounds, or at least an advantage on FUT's buy back in.
One of these low buy rounds, FUT were able to convert on the last map.
Look pretty similar to this.
Yeah. Worries one slightly. That's a step. And he's going to get away with his life. Both players need to backpedal a little, keep themselves standing. Kayak, oh my god, right through the wall. Zeus there did get the shot he wanted, but can anyone make anything of it? Zeus continuing, hunting down his kill. Now, actually, once again, FUT looking threatening. What the hell happens to this team when they get fast and loose? It's Mr. Fallen. Crastely, this is tough though. Oh, just on towards the Bandit. Oh, it's good. Great from Crastely, but Mr. Fallen in a 1v2 standing gets one. Oh, I thought he could add another. Not to be. Fnatic again. Yeah, a little bit messy that time, but still fine. Still up to 5.
What feels like one of the messiest rounds we've seen, actually. But able to really create some chaos here on a lighter purchase once more. Very tempered approach here. Even that just initial bit of damage onto Kayak makes it easy to secure the kill. Again, it's Alpha on the bailout here. Vekaj again getting caught with that.
Where's me? I don't wanna die.
It's all good. Trade me. I'm going in. As long as the opponents are just as flash as I am, all good.
If we're all blind, everyone dies.
I was like gassing him up as well. I mean, like, oh, I really like his flashes. They've been great so far. Absolutely eats one. But you're allowed one. Oh my god, Kayak, come on, man. Let him live, let him breathe. But I love that. Killer instinct, making that call in there. First buy back in, taking that tempo away, taking away any confidence, and leaving you standing with 3.
Great turn of pace. Haven't seen Fnatic really chomping at the bit for some of these opening engagements, but
there.
Now leaving FUT,
So
guessing. Crashies and Kayak line up for it. Fallen. Looking to push all in here. Oh, actually, Alpha looking to get inside the smoke. Caught off guard here by Yetajay. So FUT actually toppling
Spike
Fnatic's
planted.
aggression here.
Which feels ridiculous, because that was the dream start, right? Like, that was absolutely dream come true beginnings. But to lose to a middle like that was pretty much as sour as it could get. I don't really know what's on the cards for their casual boaster. But they're fancying their chances.
Divide will go up. Vec has to flash out here, but nobody to greet him on the other side.
FNC. The numbers, man. The numbers are simply just so unfavorable. You could see a bit of the theory. It felt quite ambitious, though.
Yeah, really well navigated by FUT. Mr. Fallen making a bold play in mid, but it pays off massively to equalize the numbers. Max opening aggression.
But was that even necessary to go for that clear in the middle like that?
No, they can just revert back to safety.
Yeah, you got a two-man advantage right off the rip.
Nice!
And it's just, like I said, a little chaotic in the previous round, and now Fnatic letting that one kind of run away from them.
Where are you?
3 bodies towards top mid. Crashies, Odin in hand. Baha with a divide of his own. Completely cut off B site here.
Completely cut off Zeus from the others. Ults on ults galore. Thank God for free cam at this point, but the site will be in the hands of FUT, right? So Plan's going to come in, what sort of space do they take? Focus towards that CT side, get a little bit of a deeper hold behind the divide. Now it's a turn for Fnatic to try and build back in, and we've been complimentary of their approach. That is a bit of a mistake. Why have they done what Fnatic just did? Line up and just stand in front of each other, getting desperate for control on CT, leaving just 2 standing. And Fnatic given the keys to the castle to pull off this retake, unless Mr. Fallen goes absolutely nuclear, which is so unlikely now seen. Turns the flash, puts Boaster down into his place, but he's lost sight, and they've lost the round.
Little overzealous here from FUT. Obviously clearing all this space, maybe just misreading early on. There's a massive investment on a lighter purchase from Fnatic as well. Divide invested, no command as well. That's a big win for Fnatic to find their 6th. It doesn't necessarily get much better after that because the hint is there also.
Yeah.
Finds the 3rd also. Yeah, frustration.
I think after this round, turn to Monster.
Yeah, I need to. I mean,
What does this mean? What does
I'd love
this...
to hear the end of that conversation.
Turn to monster? Turn into a monster?
Well, eyes on Boaster now.
Yeah, we've got to see what the plan is.
Spam connecting, yeah.
Yeah, this is, it feels heavy on the chest almost to watch FUT go through this. They're just getting, they're getting manhandled, man. The second they're like, oh, maybe we can like scale up a bit middle, take a bit of that space, work on that control. Nah. And Baha was brilliant on map 1, loved what he was doing, actually really, really impressed. But here, just not getting much of a say, even towards the safe side.
Now forced to try and recover here. Mr. Fallen only has a Sheriff. Necessarily any positives for FUT to try and convert on. Nearly finding that though, Alpha. Second layer to that mid setup.
Last player.
Good
There's the monster.
Yeah, it does.
There he is.
Shutting down Baha at 2 and 7.
Huge.
Fallen, yeah, going to be revealed here regardless.
Oh.
Wow, I think they know.
They found me. Oh. Oh.
Flashed.
Where are you?
When it rains, it pours.
30 seconds
it kind of
left.
feels about right. Oh, that sucks. What else can he be tagged with at this point?
I mean, well, if he finds Crashies, maybe.
Flawless.
He's not.
No, 7-2.
It's flawless.
It's an
Yeah,
inside
it's
flawless. Well, we now wait what the monster is that is about to be unleashed. Unleash the beast? I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying there's some
FUT are
sponsor
discussing it now.
conflicts here. Yeah, they're like, guys, I can lip read, and I've heard that the monster's coming. It's... Ugh, man.
I mean, not many options in terms of a different approach here, because
Pick me, brother.
Other than Mr. Fallen,
This is a French map,
double,
brother.
They're not really finding many positives to really springboard off of in these rounds. I mean, the concern in the first map being they just felt like they just never had money. What, 2.5 fire rounds in the first half or something. But here, the trend seems to continue. So yeah, really difficult to kind of troubleshoot this in the timeout, especially now with a 5-round deficit.
Yeah. How do we feel about the Wayo? I just want to say it again.
I'm feeling pretty good about it. One of them. The double Wayo lobby.
That is true. It is the double Wayo. There's the monster on screen. Observers, you know I'm going to be wanting to see that. If they even go close to his side, get ready. Bandit or not. Okay, ults we have Alphas and Kayaks.
Just such a weird spot now.
Yep.
I mean, a chance to get a TP. Mr. Fallen, if he can get some orbs here and a kill, maybe. Even the last round with just Zeus's ultimate.
Suppressive.
Really looking for something here to pin your hopes to, if you're a FUT fan.
Here we go. Here's the monster. He's coming. Oh, Kayak's been paranoid, but he's still having a go. Oh, FUT have had a tough start here.
I mean, they get away cleanly.
They are alive.
Invested here, so...
That's the silver lining we have to go for, is they didn't die.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Weapon here.
Now, Mr. Fallen, again, conscious of the util. Secondary objective here, if they could have dealt with some of that at the same time, they could maybe create a question mark for Fnatic to try and overcome, but essentially back to square one in terms of round 10. Expect Alpha to give this away. No, Mr. Fallen still trying to get the wall.
30 seconds left.
Found though, not sure how that happened. Baha the one to do it. Still very healthy as well on the other side of that.
Okay.
Without us obscuring vision.
There are still 3 players on this site. Crashies is hearing all of this, and they have 13 seconds. You can win against both, but there's a lot of people here. Now it gets a bit dangerous. Ults galore. 6 seconds, Plant needs to come in. No! Look at the time, where's the spike? It's too late! That one kill, and Alpha just needs to live. Maybe that was unleashing the beast. Maybe that was the monster?
I suppose it did die there.
Yeah, but maybe it was his plan.
Okay.
Maybe it was the I don't know. Honestly, I'm clutching at straws here, bro. It's 8-2.
At least maybe securing something available if they can't win out here in round 11. Mr. Fallen will have the ultimate to play with. On the other side though, Hunter's Fury, Alpha's got his, Vekaz just one away. Milan obviously not happy with the the nature of that round win. Rightfully slow, but slippery once more.
Slippery FUT now. Gosh.
Slippery FUT is the most feared.
My ult is ready.
Can hear you laughing through my mic, but you can't mute that. Spike not committed once more here for FUT.
Brilliant.
And just spread very thin again. They're very scared to commit towards sort of a plan in the early round.
Yeah.
They're waiting for Fnatic to move them. They haven't shown us they're willing to do that.
No.
Like I said, Fnatic haven't been taking risks other than the one push out from B main by Kayak, but yeah, Alpha's just waiting for the moment to let it rip.
And yeah, not getting through. Look at this.
Countered, yeah.
Look at this. It's instant.
Hunter's Fury to connect. Cancel the TP.
Brilliant.
Good trade of ultimates there.
Love that.
30 seconds left.
And we're down to what, 28 seconds, and they're just getting into the site. So it takes a while to get past this sort of util. Alpha knowingly giving up a fair amount of space, should be relayed and been made aware towards the likes of Crashies, so they have to be a bit cautious here. But Kayak in the meantime going to catch what I assume trying to work through middle, leaving just the 3 on the site. This is where it gets tough. 3v5.
Huge advantage here for Fnatic. He has to go huge. Zeus going to find the first one.
It's just numbers.
Hurdle. Yeah.
Man, this is tough. This is genuinely tough. And look, I want to give credit to Fnatic. They've looked really good here.
Absolutely, yeah.
One or two messy rounds, but
still,
fine.
even in this second map where they are looking a little, well, happier to go toe-to-toe and kind of get down and dirty with FUT.
Brother.
Still winning out with this scoreline. But still not taking many risks. Not making eye contact with you.
Can't say
That's bar bar, no? Bar bar. Yeah, unfortunately, FUT are just unable to really overcome some of these obstacles. When really they're the ones you want to see them taking lots of risks.
Yeah, why not? And this kind of hesitation, this slow and steady approach, I understand it. The stall is great from Fnatic, but it feels like FUT are just so hesitant to commit to these sides. That's a bit of better pace. Let's see how it kind of pans out. As Zeus is given a little bit of play here, and he drops a body. They even catch Kayak on the play back through, coming in through Connector. This is fantastic. Yeah, the J forced forward, though. That's going to give a reward over to Vekash, and you're not going to fall for this twice.
Playing spoiler.
Yeah, man, why is, nobody puts Crashies in the corner, apparently. Comes out swinging, but down to 2v2. Vekash can't live it through this one. Alpha 1v1. Devastating for Mr. Fallen. The closest they'd gone so far. And sadly, it leaves them pretty much screwed at a 10-2 scoreline. Today, Fnatic are looking locked in. They look strong today, Mike. I think that's kind of the long and short of this. Is there any recovery for FUT? That's what we're going to find out after this.
Last player standing. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels is something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you.
And look, I think Boaster's dancing is a little infectious here. It's kind of spread over to us
It
now.
does, yeah.
We're vibing a little bit. We're all having a good time.
Eating today.
Oh, they are feasting. Damn, they can't get enough of it. However, 10-2, it's been a rough day at the office. But that's what it is. It's not pretty.
We were talking about this as well. It's a little weirder to make the KO work with the Waylay, but I'm not seeing enough kind of... the fact that you're playing the Omen alongside this, they need to rely a little heavier on isolating the player, the flash, the paranoia, and really looking to all in on somebody. Just didn't see it in the first half.
Now, you saw it like once or twice towards Boaster a little, but barely beyond that. They couldn't get through where Alpha was standing.
Deploying drone.
Hello.
Oh my god, hiya, Baha!
Spike
For the big
down
hello
A.
to two, but an instantaneous reply from Fnatic. 3v3, and a little bit of safety, but Fnatic don't fancy it. They're going to backpedal away here.
See, obviously, elsewhere on the map, Boaster making moves towards B site. Now we'll be relaying that information. Alpha, though,
There.
able to catch Zeus, noted as well. Now that should be the green light for the rotation, because Boaster's all the way back behind B.
Yeah, back over towards this B site.
We can see now, actually, Crossley making his way back over towards B. Boaster looking to Catch him in a death funnel.
Cross the lead. Zeus.
Actually gets through
30
there.
seconds left.
Knife going to come in, so they know that they've made this rotation now. And oh, lovely shot. And yeah, quelled quite
And
quickly.
good night.
Yep, bye-bye. Zeus in the 1v2. Where's he at? Here we go. He's a good player, man. I've enjoyed Zeus, but this is...
No crossfire here, so...
Yeah, so a chance.
remaining.
Yeah.
That's a little lazy. I'm a little surprised they didn't have something in mind of how they'd want to set up for that. Maybe just not knowing where he may be. And Boaster just going to be playing to the time. Hello. Oh, and now the position's noted. That's a danger
Lots
man
of
on the
time
other
left.
side here. Zeus going hunting, and he finds his target. Excellence from Zeus. You probably wouldn't want anyone else from FUT in that position.
And gave Zeus the opportunity here to isolate 2 1v1s, and he absolutely pounces his pistol. Maybe just misread on the situation from last 2 members of Fnatic. Scrappy to start here, Baha.
Down A.
Having a blast.
Yeah. Just let that breathe for a moment. What can FUT show us here in the second half?
How far can they kind of stretch in this one? That's it. Hey, how close can that scoreline look? But now, simple purchase or lack thereof for Fnatic, sitting on just those classics. On the other side, Bulldog and a whole lot of SMGs. So that's about it. And I am seeing at least a certain weapon in the hands of Alpha. Observers.
It was Alpha Cam.
Thank you.
He's going to sit here.
Really late round.
By the way, look at that. Shuts that down immediately.
That was unbelievable. You couldn't do that with a classic. He gets a kill, observers.
Flashing.
Here we go. Oh.
Going to catch it. Confirmation. Reading that there is a second, but
Retrieving flash.
Ooh, close that one.
unable to capitalise just yet.
Now the rest of the team are coming over here. Maybe we'll let them look at someone else for a second. I'm just saying, if he gets the kill...
They're through the choke points.
30 seconds left.
Cursed in the end.
right
Zeus. The confidence is flowing now. Happy to just no-scope his way through. And, okay, no, he's actually nuts. He's actually nuts. He's really good at this game. Hello. Hello, I'm fully white. I'm flashed. Someone help.
Well, I was going to say, he does now retrieve the weapon. Not necessarily make things any easier for him, as Zeus will find number 4. Now a chance to maybe stabilize a little bit here. Not necessarily a buy-in hand though. And obviously very, very few rounds left to play with. We have Zeus's ultimate online, but nobody else anywhere close. On the other side, that cat's actually already having the null command. So a big tool for Fnatic to maybe build a game plan around. Expecting some aggression here with how deep Fnatic are playing.
Let's have a little look. Let's see how this starts to pan out. What is the goal here? So Kayak going to get Orb, show a little bit of presence towards B. You can see the spike being held back incredibly deep, so a lack of thorough commitment there. On the other side, of course, the purchase is still quite light. Thank you, observers, for my punishment. They're very passive-aggressive. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, it's the bandit as well. Yeah, yeah, brilliant. Nice one, guys.
We'll pick it up in the meeting.
Yeah, we'll have a chat Monday. See you then. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so very slow from Fnatic. What a surprising sentence.
Maybe expected something on the back of Zeus, but no command popped. Beckhand's looking to pave the way, but walking into a 3-man stack here. Mr. Ball has already found a freebie. Well traded.
I was really hoping he might be able to just slip around that corner, but not the case.
But now, unfortunately, Zeus going to have his hands full.
Yeah, but he's solid as a rock, handing out headshots. Vakash with a new haircut, and Zeus trying to find any sort of corner to play from. He's got another.
30 seconds
Zeus is
left.
doing work here.
Spike
That's
down
Kaya gone,
B.
and Vakash was the one who took the damage earlier. But the timing on both of them might have just been foul. But Zeus still popping off, does eventually fall. Great damage from him. Keeps numbers up, and look at the damage he did towards Vakash.
Double flank coming through as well. Boaster.
Spike planted.
Got to have his head on a swivel.
And a bandit, so you know that's going to work out incredibly well. Boaster gonna have to do some damage here. Gonna have to be the one. Oh, that was nasty, Baha. You saw a bandit was in play. How dare you? Vakash, well, you got 10 HP and a bit of a dream, and not gonna happen.
Huge.
But still alive.
Huge round from Zeus. You
That's
see,
nuts.
initially, Fnatic looking to hit the heavier side of this setup for FUT. The rifle is ultimate here. Zeus able to at least slow things down enough, do a ton of damage as well.
Oh, he's so good.
Beautiful stuff from him. Forcing just a little tunnel vision here. From Fnatic. Now on that double flank to come through. So 3 unanswered here in the second half.
They're building.
First time we're asking, well, questions once more for Fnatic. In terms of turning things around here. Guardian and Sheriffs. Oh, there's the Guardian. And Zeus shut down.
All the people to find too. And Alpha's just having a bit. He's having a brawl. Mate, why are we swinging him?
This opponent's just taking a ton of damage there. You don't need to peek it.
It's good. You're fine. Oh, why? Did he jump spot that again? I actually don't know what happened there with Cross Delete, but I feel that was unnecessary. You've given over advantages now, and Baha working a shift to get them back. But the big boys here, Alpha sends him away from the angle, gives himself a bit of a corner. Lovely, lovely haunt over the top. Oh,
that's another chance for Baha, yeah. Oof. Only 2 for the time being now, but Yetzjay.
That's huge. Should be checkmate, surely.
Depends how quickly they can get out of mid here. I mean, open sightline for him.
That's a spike.
Alpha nearly turned on that, by the way.
Down mid.
Yeah, it got a bit sketchy, didn't it? Recovered weapon, fine. That one's a little bit better. For the trade out, right? That spike being left down there in middle is gutting for them, but it is just going to be deathmatch down middle. All random, all mid, and a tag maybe gifted out then. Not sure where that came from, maybe not. Baha might have just softened that earlier. But can they do anything? Yeah, looking at the positioning. This is hard.
This flash has to be everything.
Well, it's gone in.
On the seas.
But he has managed to dip over the edge, which is quite nice. But still, FUT keep 3 there, willing to take the fight in middle. And Baha making up for a real awkward situation top mid.
Yeah, starting to dig their heels in now. 6 on the board. Only 4 separating these teams.
Shame.
Yeah, okay. That was quite a nice shot too.
Alpha nearly catching the flank, which again could have been basically the red carpet rolled out towards B. You see the frustration being just a second or 2 behind that consideration.
Yeah, even him saying there, I'm reading them. Like he knew, it was just like that second too late. But still, that was a very light invested round. It's just probably hitting a bit of a wall here. That's 4 in succession.
I mean, now considering that opening stretch of rounds doesn't make an awful lot of difference. A Fnatic timeout here, and I was going to say, Milan a little bit muted. Maybe just relying on Boaster to really captain the ship here in terms of problem solving.
Yeah, Alpha kind of having a chat as well, it looks like. Not too much.
Verdict on the stash.
I love it.
Yeah?
I love a bit of it. Very powerful.
A statement piece for sure.
It is. It is. I think you'd look quite spectacular with one as well.
Talk about that.
Would you consider doing it? Because the beard has to go, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I could.
Is it like a lack of thing you could put it off, or just?
Well, I just look like I'm trying to copy Sideshow. I was bald and just
Oh
went to
yeah,
the stash.
no, you're right. You're right.
You don't want to do that.
No, because I'd have to somehow look like Brent. It'd need a lot of height gains. Oh my God, Mr. Fallen, that was clean work here. Setting some expectations on taking that control on A. That's not for free.
right out of the timeout as well. Perfect decision making from FUT to catch Fnatic a little bit asleep at the wheel. Yeah, just trying to find a response, but unable to do so. Second player not spotted here by Crashies. Had a very deep investment of the drone. Now this slow burn. Zeus looking to go forwards though.
Oh, this really clear, the timing. Crashies, you ready? Oh, did a little bit of damage, but nowhere near enough, and Zeus carries on the march. Boaster finds them both, gets the spike and wants to go. They're already through on connector side as well. This then puts J right in the crosshairs, and he has to back away from this.
First placed.
Secure a huge opportunity. Taking a while to come through, but I mean, very close here. Baha's already on the sideline. That's the spike noted again.
Lost in the
What
sauce
was the call here?
I don't know. Do you get saved by just an outplay by Alpha? That feels near on unfair. Baha just going to try and put the pressure, put the fear of God in Alpha. Takes a lot to scare this man. He's got a couple of corners to play from.
Maybe to
and
tuck in.
1v2, yeah. With the flash, you're kind of now understanding the positioning, right? You hear that go off, the divide. Looking ahead. Oh, it's gorgeous! With a 1v1. He's going for it. He tried to. Trying to toy with Crossley.
Opposite sides of the wall here. Crossley wins out. Alpha put in a very awkward position here behind the divide. But happy to pay respect. Invest the ultimate.
But it's where that spike is dropped.
There must have been something that we've not seen that caused Fnatic to just freeze here.
Let's see what happens late round.
Obviously, Alpha throws the ult in. They know they can clear pretty deep towards spawn.
Yeah. Just the pathing going back around.
Alpha's wall is still there as well. That's number 5, unanswered now.
Ah, the scoreline's far more respectable, isn't it? We got a bit of a start of the game here. Operator in play for Zeus as well. And Fnatic looking like they're hitting a bit of a brick wall. And Zeus wants to double down. The flashes have been on point though, and the pace is unrelenting, trying to chase him down, but he gets out of there. Looking for a new position to try and find a corner from. Rattles off another shot, but Fnatic are quick on his heels. Anything to slow them down, that could help. A low flash this time from Frostily. Tries to retake a little bit of that front side space, but Fnatic ready for the refight, ready for the back and forth. Zeus still present. This would have to be massive from him. He's still trying to go, cutting through, but Kayak cleaner. And just sheer brute force seems to win the day.
Baha, though, very early on this flank, Beckhan's just shut it down. Now just Yesterday in a 1v4.
Oh man, and look at the damage, blind and unconfirmed, but damage nevertheless. Fnatic just brute force the A side.
Oh, yeah, almost looked like a tilt response here. Able to find a couple of freebies on the either side. They're smoking a wallbang as well to boot. Zeus just gets overwhelmed here in terms of pressure, but a massive exchange. Alpha's kill there. I thought that was just completely clean through and then it was a wallbang, but crucial kill later on by Kayak. That's 11. Still FUT. Somehow, I mean, effectively broke behind this. See Bulldogs.
Feels mad, right? The fact that they're down on Bulldogs now. They still have Crossley's ult, but has to be reactive at this point, and it looks the same simplistic approach. 5 towards the A side. Kayak on the hunt, can't quite get Zeus. Hindered, slow on retreat, but survives and sends them packing.
Back to the drawing board. Maybe just reading that FUT are going to play a little deeper, maybe rotate Zeus away here, but Kayak removed. Advantage firmly in the hands of FUT.
And they don't have to panic about pulling the extra body anywhere. Knife top mid should give them a bit of leeway on this. Alpha's got to be careful. He's allowed to work here. Got the operator from that previous round. He wants to see if he can get a pick, pressure up. Still keep presence on the A side of the map, but the rest of the team. And look at this late walkout. Yeah, Boaster might get caught again. Yeah, he absolutely has. But starting to get a nice tempo read on this.
I mean, it's heartbreaking for Bosa. A number of times he's caught basically an astral form or shot in the back of the head.
30
Another
seconds
situation
left.
here. Crossley actually rips the null command. Just to quell any follow-up there from Fnatic. 18 seconds, looking like Fnatic just going to hold on to what they've got. Kayak and Bosa's out at 2,500, 2,700 respectively.
10 seconds left.
Hunter's Fury to work with to follow this. Divide actually and Kayak on top, so Fnatic happy to concede number 8 here for FUT.
Yeah, again, heaven sent for FUT at this point, considering that they've been able to kind of salvage around where their finances were getting a little bit towards the lower end of things. As we noted, the two Bulldogs in play, but actually the bit of a man of the hour for me, stepping up above the rest, being Zeus.
Yeah, and as you see here, again, the standard was set previously. This is a player that was extremely impactful in 2025. Now starting to come online. And certainly be the difference maker in some of these situations for FUT when they absolutely need him most. Still, job's not done just yet.
Got to keep that slow march up. We've seen a lot of potential fake comebacks recently. All right,
we've had our fair share already, yeah.
I don't believe it until I see at least 12 on the board. They're still suffering slightly.
Yeah.
Those Bulldogs are still in play. A lot of ults burnt up too.
Flashbang.
High flash. Gets you on the first corner. Hard to find that level of impact with just Kayak doing this. The Paranoia, great stall. Mr. Fallen unaffected here. Here come those ults, and Kayak gonna put himself on the line. His crash is to get him out of it, but Mr. Fallen turns like a turret, gets another. Zeus still standing. Forced up on the flash and does take a lot of damage. Saved, supported, helped. Mr. Fallen, perfect positioning, a perfect stall. FUT have them dead to rights.
Again, the pressure comes through, and it's just
Whatever
a couple
happens,
of gaps in the push out of the choke here that the reason FUT are able to dissect Fnatic at the front door. Even here, great isolation, the Hunter's Fury, but Mr. Fallen able to just duck in and out time and time again. I mean, rightfully so, commits towards the spam onto the box. Again, on the guaranteed info they have, but it's got to be another frustrating one for Fnatic.
Bring them down.
Yeah.
FUT will be absolutely loving it now
Well, you start
within
feeling
just 2 rounds.
You can't take your eyes off the prize, sure, but again, Fnatic are falling short on utilizing this Waylay to have enough impact, right? To be able to scale behind it correctly, to find those layers breaking through. And a 3-play stack towards FUT, leaving a lot of faith in the likes of Baha. On the other side, of course, Mr. Fallen, but with Vekaj going down, it's rewarded. FUT have done what they needed.
Right here.
Plays now in the next layer, which is Yenajay. And at this point, it looks very simple. Unless they get overzealous, which shouldn't be the case. FUT are still in control here, and a 1v3 for Boaster, already tagged up. Probably not going to be happening.
Perfect read here from FUT.
Unbelievable.
Just to
Brilliant.
stack bodies in mid.
This was a 10-2 half, Mike.
Yep.
We've got to remind people, 10-2. And Fnatic hit a brick wall. Now this is where I want the coaching staff. I want the experience to come in from Boaster. Show me what you can do. Show me that level of adaptation you should have.
Well, this is the round really where it's the culmination of banking some of these ultimates. The buy will align. It's another timeout. Lots to consider for Fnatic. Again, we can see the timeline. It's only 1 round they found in this second half.
Yeah, I guess it becomes a question of, is this too one-dimensional? Is it just, is it a comp issue? What is it?
Well,
at
same
this
discussion
point?
we're really having for FUT on the first half, which was really getting Kayak in a position where you can rely on some of this util. Because it is kind of do or die. As I mean, you're saying this is a util light meta, right? You kind of have one chance if you're going to commit towards something in the early round. Otherwise, you are forced to really slow a round down, wait for the enemy team to overstep and kind of walk into some of these crossfires or a trap elsewhere. And Fnatic just aren't really winning out on that kind of second wave of...
Any of it.
Yeah, any of these situations, yeah.
Yeah. God, okay, here we go. This is now getting to dire straits, isn't it? Because this is the round with the buy in hand. You've got 3 ults to play with. The others are pretty far off. You're probably not going to have those ready to go by the end of this
Well,
game,
I mean, ultimately here, Vekaj is the second man for Fnatic here to follow up. If they want to go aggressive here, but they'll spread out. Aggressively taking some space here.
Hyper-focused on that mid-fight. He was up for it from the very word go, and he's got his reward. He's got his man down. Yetajay falls. And he's still going, man. Mr. Fallen, I don't know if he even knows he's really there, but the flash then plays him in. That should show. And really for Kayak, he just needs to live. Oh, but Alpha's just gone down.
It's a divide gone.
Line on B.
Alpha as well. Trying to challenge. Sends Zeus packing, but the trade out here, and they lose smokes and the divide elsewhere. Crashes isolated.
This re-hit coming in from FUT is so good, man. They've taken a lot of damage for it. Look at the HP remaining, though. And yeah, the read on the reposition. Maybe even noting just as that smoke
Baha's
bloomed.
got to get out. Just get out.
Does he? Does he, though? Baha, you've got 11 HP. What are we doing here? Time to back away. He wants to hold space. He wants to hold territory, but he might be dead to rights here. Just pick a corner and pray at this point. But Fnatic have the plant. It's taken a lot for them to get this. They're casual. Alpha ult. And they now dissipate. Kind of going around the world. The timing could be great here.
Spot that.
Should see this, should. No, it does find it. Kayak on 3, eyeing up more. Alpha takes away the 4th, but that's fine. They'll take a round any day of the week. 12 made for Fnatic. It took everything to get there.
A sigh of relief for sure, but certainly not out of the woods just yet. I mean, Kayak just going superhuman in this round. Crucial kill onto Mr. Fallen, and again, decisive, very proactive here in the post plant to go and dig Baha out of that position.
Come on! You guys.
Sure wasn't a compliment on the end there, but Alpha a little fired up now. Rinse and repeat for Kayak.
But this time, look at the timing for FUT. They've got a good fight back on it. It's a bit messy, but they're winning out. The flashes, the paranoia. They ran the same strat twice, basically, Fnatic, hoping for the same outcome. And it ain't gonna happen. So now down to 3. They've got to fight back all of this space.
Lose the advantage as well in terms of the finances if they fumble this round. Both are trying to find somebody over the top of this smoke.
He's got Spike again, though. If he goes down, they're kind of screwed.
Has to reveal his position now. Going to get isolated.
And look
coming through for B. Mr. Fallen's here.
This is messy stuff. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. They looked a little bit stunned in the lights, and FUT are at the door. In zone flawless, up to 11. And I got to look at the finances for Fnatic too. I'm a bit worried they're going to be down in the doldrums.
It's not there. It's going to be a very, very ugly purchase. But again, just a rinse and repeat here. A great decision from FUT to just go forwards and challenge immediately in mid. You see the fragment line up for Kayak basically, who hops right into it. See the byproduct of that. Fnatic have to drag this buy across the line.
Yeah, and I like that call to cancel on the paranoia when that knife finds no one. They can be so quick to pivot as well. Put bodies behind B, they can be really maneuverable.
Ult here for Kayak, but again, it's a Guardian. In terms of entry here, unless he can connect with that ultimate, he's going to have a hard time. Fnatic now looking to plant the seed of doubt. Spot over the top here. Now, if he catches Mr. Fallen, no. It's a confirmation on just one. Full sent out, well, precautionary, but very telling that it tags nothing outside A.
So they can start shifting bodies maybe a little bit closer. Still being really aware there could be late
45 seconds,
mid-presence.
Fnatic. Like, are we following through on this? Because now there's 3 players afoot here.
Yeah, and they've been handling well on full buys, let alone this kind of half buy that they have to try and make work. And there's the info.
Now that timing could be disastrous for FUT.
But do they make sound? There is still a play push down middle. They're trying to imply it's going to be this pop towards B. They've got the tag on Kayak. The Divide's there. They've used his ult. They've really invested behind this. But Baha's not falling for it. And there's late wrap presence from Mr. Fallen, and Boaster again. He's going to get caught here. He has. Good trade for Kayak, but now it's all been known. Does Baha get cleared? 13 seconds. And now they are in dire straits. FUT are back at the door, surely. 8 seconds and Kayak's too far away to make a blind bit of difference. FUT have done exceptionally well to drag this game back into OT.
It's just the stars aligning now for FUT, making great decisions across the map to respond to Fnatic trying to sell a fake. The rotations are perfect. I mean, across to these knife, I didn't even note at the point there. The divide goes up, Kayak sends the ultimate. The knife will have only tagged one. I didn't even see the placement, but it's really solid information gathering from FUT that puts them now in a position to potentially send us to a third.
Which feels mad.
Firmly in control of this map 2 now.
After a 10-2 half. And that's got to put a lot of fear in the chest, right? You've just been sat there, you've now been dictated to for basically an entire half. Momentum perpetually in FUT's favor. But we go back to the side that's been hard for both teams. This attacking side has not been easy. Been fraught with danger, and Kayak's presence on this side, when they had their first go of it, was monumental. So let's see if now FUT can course correct. Can they do better on their attack?
We'll stack up outside A here. No presence shown just yet. Fnatic going to be holding on to some of this key utility here. Crashy's holding in hand as well. FUT really playing into this pressure that they've created now. Ping's coming through. You're going to try and isolate Boaster once more.
That's a tough scenario, and it might be Kayak to get at least a save.
Yeah, Kayak's on this sight line.
He's forced off. There's the paranoia. There's the hinder. Boaster does get revealed. He wants to fight back in. He's willing to have a look at this, but it's a really sketchy angle, but he still gets one. Good trade for Zeus, though.
Is that enough?
I think that's what we're waiting to see. They don't like something. They're looking for a new way in.
Left. Been effectively able to backfill this space because Baha's looked all the way through B. Called the cancel.
Whoa, Alpha's heard this. Alpha's heard it. He's seen it. He's more than just heard it. He's taken one of the players away, and that positioning from Alpha might have just saved them. Baha did really well to open up a new avenue, but the positioning from Alpha was a godsend. And really for Baha, what are you meant to do? 6 seconds, and this attacking side just seems impossible for both teams.
Big round for Alpha to find here, to put Fnatic one ahead. On the brink of hopefully securing what's been a turbulent map 2 for them.
One enemy That's the last.
Now can FUT,
all right, let's make this round count.
I guess, stomach committing towards this very proactive approach that's worked for them here. Seeing body stacked up in mid. Fnatic over towards B. Mr. Fallen's got to be careful here.
Couple of bullets heard on that, though. And the emphasis from FUT towards middle is now going to be disrupted. They're kind of cancelling on this. Or do they go further? You
Knife
can see
avoided.
the thought of it.
I don't think the knife tagged anything here.
Ooh. Got to be brave about this approach. There's already 2 players now. The check. And lack of information. Flash ready. Knife there. Looks like a set piece on go. It's been that second string, remember.
Caught by the paranoia.
Kayak can at least try and draw the eyes away, but they stall out, they slow down. Mr. Fallen sends them away on the front lines, and look at Zeus waiting just behind, catching at least Boaster trying to back away, but still, that door's shut. They are pinned in here, Mike.
Zeus able to reset away from this as well. Baha here to support. Fnatic, time left to play with, but they have to dig these players out fast, and Zeus is going to find it.
Oh, this lovely complementary position. And Fnatic fumbling here, an opportunity, and it does absolutely dissipate. An in-zone flawless. FUT are not out yet.
FUT just cycling the utility so well to control outside B main. And unfortunately, there's no contingency here for Fnatic. Nobody's really shouldering mid. There's no drone sent out. There's no knife sent out. There's nothing to confirm that nothing else is happening on the map. And FUT just absolutely run away with the space given to them. You see they're ready as well. It's like the paranoia is pulled out. They're ready to kind of just collapse or slow down this B push. Boaster Googling a response to find here.
You got any tips and tricks maybe or anything?
Or maybe just a stern email to Milan.
Stern.
Yeah.
So I think this was FUT's call for the timeout here, which is fair play. I don't blame them. Obviously, they're both in a similar
they've been in
position of
limbo
playing
basically.
Yeah.
Both timeouts in first half again for FUT.
I feel it might have been. I'm not sure.
Seems like so long ago.
A totally different game at that point. But for them, obviously an opportunity to check in and just kind of see how things are settling, see if there is a solution they can come up with for their attack. How do they break in here? Because I feel like there's a chance when they were able to isolate Boaster a little bit, but then they kind of backpedaled, got caught a bit, and they got a bit uncomfortable. But you feel as though is that too obvious to run again? It's just that cycle of consideration. So at this point, we know where we are. Traditionally, whoever's on the defending side does fine on this round. So it will be Fnatic starting off there. But can FUT be the ones to disrupt the flow of things?
Don't worry, I'll keep them quiet.
Not necessarily any commitment here as soon as the barrier drops, but Crossley testing the knife. Potentially reveal any early round aggression. Boaster on a bit of an island. Does have Kayak.
Kayak's still in
Call
middle,
back,
right?
yeah, he's curious towards middle now. Picks up the sight lines towards main.
We've kind of seen that as well. This is a very expected position. I'm wondering if that paranoia starts getting placed more and more towards where Kayak's playing. Horn goes over first. There's the paranoia. He's off the angle. This time they're actually going towards Kayak. Rather than Boaster, they've scaled left side. They've gone towards the ramp on the site itself, and then they pivot. Looking for him still. I think they can confirm off that he was on site rather than connector. But now there's a lot of bodies from Fnatic here.
That should be confirmation now with the info off that drone. Kayak though.
Oh my
Can he
god.
get anything here?
Smokes on smokes on smokes. It's messy on this site. The sight line's denied on all accounts, and both then step away for a second. They don't like it.
Both teams are so paranoid here. See the byproduct of this pressure. The stakes are high
30
now.
seconds left.
I'm starting to run away from FUT though. Still 10 players standing. Going to come in, we'll reveal Kayak, and actually isolated by the flash. Mr. Fallen, great work from him.
10 seconds left.
And great work back from Crashies. Trying to get ahead of yourself though. Alpha both to put body on the line, but it's only really Crashies putting up numbers. You're looking at Baha and Mr. Fallen. Try and play off this.
Got a reveal back here.
He's got around the world too. He's got the timing on this one. Do they even consider it? Baha drawing the eyes, and Mr. Fallen might be drawing their blood! But take advantage! That's how you do an attacking round.
Very quick reposition here from Mr. Fallen, catching Fnatic totally off guard. See, Crash is considering the possibility. There's actually a swing with the flash that Mr. Fallen catches that kill. Slow and steady wins the race. But FUT now in front in map 2. Boaster disconnected here. 4 members of Fnatic to potentially try and find an entry here. Pick up at the pace here for Kayak.
Oh, but meeting head on. Zeus tried to deny him, but it's not going to work out. Kayak just let off the leash. Just devouring FUT on the other side, but this is still a 4v2. Crossley and Mr. Fallen way behind the curve here. Boaster still in spawn. Hell, what are you meant to do? Fnatic just straight head in. Do we go again, really? We're never leaving here.
We're stuck. It's Groundhog Day.
Over and over and over we go.
Unless Mr. Fallen.
You think? Hold on.
I'm listening.
Yeah, no,
I'm listening.
I'm leaning forward. How does he do it?
Well, the first is obviously baits out low H. And we go again. Fnatic throw one out and it sticks here.
And it's funny.
Kayak just again this. Okay, guys, come on. Let's Remember when we made plans earlier?
Literally, it looks like something out of like Jujutsu Kaisen, the way they're just playing against each other. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
What was that from Vikash?
Right. And that's got to suck for FUT, though, because they're like, right, we've finally got an attacking round. Sick. Oh, no, so did Fnatic. Surely not again. Right?
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 Much slower approach now.
Oh, yeah.
But maybe anticipating that Fnatic would carry that pace across now to the defensive round. Mr. Fallen does have the spike. Noted just yet. Alpha revealed.
Doing a thing.
And we are going again, actually. To be fair, oh my god, Kayak, you are a lifesaver if your Crash is on the other side, who looked...
Oh, no!
Oh,
No. Oh, it's heartbreaking. Two sitters. Spike scaling up now
Reddit,
as well.
How you doing? How are those threads? They're looking great. Still 3v3. 3v2. Fnatic obviously now with an advantage in this round. Oh, yes.
Thank God for that.
Spike down.
Spin on. Yeah, all good. Just skip that middle part.
Whew. Crisis averted. I was so worried.
Oh,
we're not slow-moing it. Why are we slow-moing it? No. 15-14 Fnatic. They won the round.
He's an IGL. He's an IGL, it's fine.
It's just so fragile at this scoreline.
I'm still not recovered, man. I'm working on it.
Stun locked.
Yeah, literally. That's actually unbelievable. I've been hindered. Here we go again. Fnatic on the attacking side. Keep in mind, this is one that's been difficult to deal with. An adjusted position for Baha, playing up close. Can he handle Kayak, who's trying to be versatile? Alpha clears that. Must have been spotted or considered. Zeus with a great trade, though, but Kayak's a little off the leash here, and it's a great follow-up from Zeus. Suddenly a reminder.
But again, you're almost expecting Fnatic to be on site here. They're trying to sell that fate. They've got to scale up faster because now they're the start lines from Connector. Vekaj shutting down Cross Toledo.
Still a player up towards heaven. Yedaje almost catching him asleep at the wheel. There was a window of chance in this one. Yedaje goes down and it's all falling to pieces. Has this been the saving grace, or is Zeus on for the ace?
Crashes has to hold them.
Oh, what a shot! Zeus!
What?
Oh my god, now Bosa.
He gets that kill.
Here we go, time to clutch up, baby. Make up for what just happened. Tries to do what he can, but Mr. Fallen dives head first in, and we keep going.
What the hell was that? What an insane round. And just when you think Zeus is about to get the freest ace or 5th kill you could imagine.
Oh, you will see quick relay of information there as well. Oh man, but Zeus, absolutely world-class impact here. And look, I want to talk across the board a little bit as we get this reset into another OT. Zeus has been filth, man. He's been so damn good. Difference maker. Mr. Fallen, vintage, safe pair of hands. But on the other side, Vekaj, 23 assists, by the way.
Yeah, I think he's actually tracking now. He just has more assists. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Again, the aggression coming through.
They just, I don't know what they want out of this when they are throwing them just into the blender. Kayak gone, but Cross Toledo on the other side then removed. Big info off the back. Can they reset in time?
The pause for thought now. Wall invested by Alpha. Expecting FUT to follow through here and try and stick the landing towards B.
Area.
And again we go, and again we are met with sheer force. Crashies, Alpha finding bodies to drop, but it's 2 players remaining, Baha and Mr. Fallen, who've been good. And it's Mr. Fallen who got them back on track, back still alive. He's got a 1v1, but the net is closing around him. Can he find a way forward? 50 seconds. He's got time.
He does.
I wants to drop a body first, I get it, but I don't think you're going to get that sort of grace here. He's still looking. Crashy's so ready. Does
Headshot,
go
though.
down with the damage. You look at it, and this should be the death of him. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay, we need to have a word at some point, Michael. Like, I'm trying here, brother. I'm trying. 16-15.
These rounds are just so volatile, delicate as well.
It's mad.
Such fine margins. Crashy's going huge here, though.
Nice, Austin. Nice, Brock. Let's go, Brock. Let's go, Brock.
That's
There's
foul,
trauma.
by the way.
We're relaying
Literally.
trauma.
The second, you know, Kai says that, Bo's just like, oh.
Yeah.
I forgot about that voice line. I'm like, we've got a third caster. Who's done that? Oh, we go again. Fnatic with the advantage, but hey, rinse and repeat. You did it. We'll give it a go. Let's see how this works out for us. It was a 1-for-1 trade before. That flash, gonna force him away, and a little bit of a trade out of space.
Can't find something on the opener, but Fnatic probably pretty happy with that result now. Revealing Zeus's position. See, noting a second potentially, but Crashy's again very deep on this drone, so just trying to sniff out any aggressive positioning here on the side of FUT. Still question marks.
Look at this tempo shift. Kayak has to clear every corner, man. You can't not at this point. That could be the difference of potentially getting out of this game or going again.
Launching thorns. Rip and tear.
Starting to commit to the safe side. 3 players here. This time Kayak, close commitment. Mr. Fallen's found him. Front line dead, and now they look towards Alpha. This time can't scale in. Lovely C's to follow. Now the swing. It's great from FUT. They've made up a plan in these last couple of seconds that works perfectly. Crashies looks irrelevant to outcome at this point. We're going again. 16-16.
This is a trend that just continues. They get stuck inside the choke because of the util from Baha, and Kayak's basically, he's all in.
Yeah.
It's what I say with his fine margins. If Kayak doesn't find the opener and some of these commitments, it's just so hard for Fnatic to scale up, make any further progress here. And we're all tied up once more.
Oh man, this takes so much sort of discipline and ability to keep going as well. So much resistance. And it feels like the momentum and pressure is very different on both sides. As much as, yes, the game is against FUT. There's currently a map down, right? But they have that momentum. They've kept answering back to Fnatic. They were one of the first teams to find that attacking side. And Fnatic keep nearly getting there and just falling short. Another chance. Another go. Another OT. 16-16.
Some of these early rounds are just excruciating to watch as well. This one, though, fairly cautious, safe for FUT. Now getting to the point where we need to make a decision. They might prioritize towards A. It's a heavy split through mid here. Crashy's at least catching the info ahead of any sort of threat developing. And immediately now, going to walk towards Alpha's site. Does have that catch? Crashy's already making moves this way as well. Lots of hurdles.
Yeah, the stall is solid on this. That's 4 noted as well. Big info, full rotation.
Fragment going to do damage there as well.
Just going to leave Boaster towards the A side. Everyone else now over. FUT, can you break through? Can you land it? 13 seconds. We're down to the wire, but Zeus is in. Yellow J on the follow. Crashes in the back line here, trying to keep them standing. They need this plant, and they need it now. They can't really cancel on this. Can't be denied either. Plant's in play, and FUT with a 4v2. They've done so much.
She's looking for a spam here, but down to 60 HP. Boaster still trailing. Issue being Baha has reset. Again, a moment of silence here on the approach. Boaster can't find the opener.
He's looking for that flank. He's looking for Baha, which he gets, but it's still going to leave 3 players alive. Even Crashy's great as he can be. This is so much to do.
Oh my God!
What an attempt!
He headshot him as well.
What a goddamn attempt! Jesus!
Oh my God!
But that's FUT again with the lead. 17 rounds in their name. They just need one more.
And this is a perfect example of just Zeus having a second player to scale up with him. The TP forward from Yetajay here, and even a kill on top of that. Just something else to split these sightlines early. An extra... I mean, watching that back, I just so unlucky for Crashies, but... Now FUT again in the lead. And a chance to convert. Fnatic
right here
have to respond once more.
First time we're actually seeing Fnatic focus a little bit more towards middle. We haven't seen Zeus tested this early, but he's been so good, and good again he is. 33 kills for the man. And Kayak's been on the receiving end here a lot of the time. Getting pressure, feeling pressure, but handling it exceptionally well.
3 members here for FUT. Fnatic almost walking into this trap.
And they're already clearing space on B. The map is getting small. If Fnatic pivot now, they have to really carefully re-clear all of this area. They don't know.
Looks like they're calling the cancel.
Yeah, but look who's left with the spike again. That's still there with Crashies. He's got to be careful. If they recheck this, if they want to clear, it gets dangerous. Now, you'd imagine the FUT wouldn't put fights on 2 fronts. They look for this.
Both is looking.
Timing there. It is, but it doesn't matter. Mr. Fallen just cleaner with it, better with it. And now you can't run. You can't hide. You've got 30 seconds, and you've got to fight forward.
Gonna be ushered into this stack now. Flashbang. Gonna come in, reveal as well.
And now they're looking a little screwed here. Vekaj, though, still trying to fight the good fight for Fnatic. Plant on the cards. Can he defend? Can he hold the line? Can he keep far away? No. But the plant goes down, but Alpha finds a kill. 2v3, it's not impossible. But look at the reposition spike. They are just in the corner. Crashies desperate to try. But FUT, I just can't believe the FUT have got this far, Mike. The fact they get across the line here is unbelievable. And Fnatic will be devastated.
Just absolute resilience on display here from
Unreal.
FUT.
Unbelievable. Look, we're going to throw it to a quick break because this has gone on way longer than people expected. But we are now on for a map 3. And if you're Fnatic, you're going back to the drawing board.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey. You ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's wrong.
We want to play aggressive, so that's why we put the Kaio.
Definitely felt like FUT took that memo very seriously after a 10-2 lead from the side of Fnatic. Like, what is going on? Longest OT so far of the year, by the way, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, we're week 2 into kickoff, but yeah, longest OT so far of the year, Ginny. I think this is something that Fnatic need to learn to get under wraps very, very quickly. We saw them lose a 9-3 lead against BBL last week on Breeze, and now we're seeing them lose a 10-2 lead against FUT here on Corrode, and all the credit needs to go to FUT as well in this case, in being able to bounce back and, you know, being resilient in this matchup.
Question then, from my end. Does that mean that there's a world where Fnatic loses this?
I don't want to like jinx anymore, because when we were like watching that match, like I was like, oh, they win now, like it's done, and
yeah,
then Minnie was like, Billy, shut up.
There is no shot Fnatic lose this match. There's no shot. It's Split, a map that they love, a map that FUT I don't think are very good at.
I don't make it a little more exciting, okay?
I think that Fnatic still got this.
I'm gonna be devil's advocate.
What I'm trying to do is just like, if Fnatic loses, I'm just trying to dig the grave.
And the thing is, like, just to show how close this was, they were even on first kills.
Wait,
round. Like, that was
did
good.
they have to fit all those rounds?
yeah, I feel bad that we ended up requesting that graphic, the amount of rounds there.
But I mean, it really does put it in perspective. Like, it was a 10-2, and you know, you're saying, oh, Split is a map. And, you know, it is a map, yeah, and Fnatic is very comfortable on it. But I'm gonna be devil's advocate here, and like, you just lost a 10-2 lead. Like, we saw at the start of the day, like Fnatic came in, they were happy, cheery, go lucky, very vocal, very haha. You know, they were the Fnatic that we are expecting to see. But then, as the rounds went on, it was quieter and quieter and quieter.
Yeah, of course. I just think that's the nature of them just losing. I think that, to be honest with you, I think that Fnatic thrive when they have very good reads on maps. And I'll be honest, I think that on some of these maps, they're not fully comfortable.
Okay.
Like on Breeze and this map so far, I think a lot of those attack side calling is because Bosa's not fully figured it out yet. They played Corrode last year a little bit and they were not bad, but like, I think that once he understands the map, like Split, I think that he really has it down. But yeah, Corrode so far, it looked like a bit of a mess. Like, anytime they went to go exec, it just felt like Kayak was just dashing in like he should. But then there was a gravity well behind him, and the team wasn't able to support him at all. And at no point Kayak looked like he had enough utility to actually like get a kill. And then the team was just stuck behind a gravity well like every single time. So yeah, I think that they need to go away and look at that basically.
Yeah, I think as well, like when it gets that far on into an overtime, it really does become a case of which team is going to make the first mistake or let their guard slip first, essentially. And we could see them try and do things like mid-control Fnatic at times weren't really fighting for it, and then they were deciding to fight for it. But yeah, I think all in all, like, you do kind of just start to...
I also think like we saw it in quite a few of the rounds where you can see that to a point there was some nerves because players were missing shots that we don't necessarily think they would. I'm trying to be nice.
No, that's copium.
Okay?
That's actually copium.
That's a bit copium. Yeah, I don't think there was any nerves, and I think there were no nerves in that.
They were just
situation.
missing shots because they were missing shots. You don't want to give them like, you know, the benefit of the doubt.
I know this guy very well that we're talking about. There was no nerves.
I think you kind of need to be like clear about who you're speaking about, because no one's saying the name right now. I mean,
you know what?
It was a long map.
It was a really long map. Yes.
So who was it?
So to me then, you want me to really like just put it out there. Either ways, when we're looking at this map, I think like one thing that we have to touch upon again is like, yes, it was really long, and Fnatic had already had a lead that they then threw away. So for them, it's going to be a matter of like being able to reset mentally. And of course, it's a team that has been in positions before, but last week against BBL, that wasn't the case. So of course, for me, when I'm looking at Split, which is the map that's coming up next, I'm also a little bit worried because what's going on here?
I think the only person I would be worried about resetting actually would be Alpha. I really think that last week that he was getting a little bit bullied and he was having a tough time and he looked visibly a bit distressed at times. I think this week he's obviously playing, he's carrying this week. Like, he's playing extremely well, and that's a good sign. But it's about how he's going to interpret this right now. Like, he's going into a third map in an OT series against, you know, Turkish team, and like, is he going to be still fired up for that third map in the same way? Like, he's a very, I don't know, it's been like very motivational player, emotional in a way. So I want to see what kind of alpha year is going to come out map 3. If he can keep it up, then they should be fine.
Yeah, I think as well, it's like what kind of composition are Fnatic going to play, of course, throughout the off-season. Last time we kind of saw them play split, it was that double duelist, which I know that Mini, you've been kind of screaming out for, because these first 2 maps we have had to see alpha on that Vise, and now, like I kind of mentioned in the first series as well between Team Liquid, going from an agent such as Vise to then having to mentally reset and move on to that kind of duelist ability, if they are going to continue that kind of double duelist composition that they have in split, I don't see why they'd move away from it, to be fair to them.
There it is.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot to put onto your player. We just, like you say, need to see that bounce back from alpha. And you can tell he really is wanting to improve his performance today.
Yeah, if Fnatic lose this, then like, it's not just obviously alarm bells are ringing because they've lost the FUT, but it's also losing on maps where they're historically really understand the theory, have some of the best macro in the world. They've got their players on the best agents they possibly can be playing, in my opinion. So like, that's when it's like, wait, like this would represent like a lot going on, you know? And on the FUT side, they got the SJ Waylay.
I mean, they're also like very vocal. Like, the more rounds they were getting under their belt last map, the more vocal they are. And now when we're looking at their cams, they look satisfied. They look happy. They are ready. They're fired up to go into this one, Billy.
I think as well, one thing that Fnatic can be happy about is the fact that they'll have the preparation of looking at FUT split against Gentlemates last week, and something that we commend Fnatic on is the preparation that they have coming into games and being able to anti-teams such as that. So yeah, I think looking at FUT, having that double duelist like we kind of mentioned, I'm intrigued to see if that looks any better this week, if we're going to see Zeus continuing on this operator like we've seen throughout the series so far as well. I've not seen it have a huge amount of impact just yet, but I'm intrigued to see how many kills he's going to get away with based on the positions he's in. I know like ramp is like a really important one, being able to hold that main space. So yeah, just wherever they're positioning him is going to be important.
I think honestly on split it's not a heavy operator map, so I don't mind Zeus going back to his old ways of just being a rifler here. If you pick up the op and then you find the site is lost on the other side, retaking the op on this map is just a nightmare. So I'm more looking for just a classic Zeus performance here with the rifle.
Guaranteed final map of today, split between Fnatic and FUT after quite the comeback from FUT last map around. Can they keep that momentum going, or is Fnatic's prep coming out on top? We'll find out for the last game of today with our casters Pansy and Hypa.
We'll do our best. I mean, at this point, I don't know where we are.
No, I don't.
I feel lost.
That was such a difficult map to watch towards the end. Again, just some very strange decisions being made that aren't really traditional to Fnatic. To Boaster, to the way they approach sort of, you know, let's talk about it, right? Fnatic are a team that are known for these kind of resilient comebacks and, you know, not necessarily let the game get away from them.
Yep.
And there it's just so topsy-turvy, so back and forth that it's just, it was a very concerning map to watch, considering them when you think back to what went wrong versus BBL. But the benefit being, if there's anybody you want on the front lines with Kayak, it is a pissed off alpha,
Yeah, that is
the raise.
That is true. I guess if anything, he's been let out of his cage at the ample time. Let's see what he does with it. Again, this guy, it's going to be one of those kind of like the highs and lows of being an emotional player, right? Either it works out perfectly well, or you get more and more annoyed and it tilts you off the face of the earth. I think Alpha's generally pretty good at this sort of stuff. Find out how it settles here in the first round, as we've seemingly carried on the pace before. But Yedajay still alive. And he does finally get found, I guess, by Crashies, but no one there to help him, no one there to do much. That felt weird from Zeus as well.
Very well. Across the lead. Boaster stands his ground here. So 5v2 in the pistol.
Brother, give him a break. Brother, give him a break. I can't take it. I can't take it.
FUT have caught Boaster in so many weird positions, like over the course of this series.
please, someone help him. Because, look, he had a rough miss in the last one. But genuinely, some of those were just hilariously, awfully timed. And again, credit, I hope he can keep his head up through it.
I mean, he's a
resilient
player
guy.
that's been under probably more scrutiny
Anyone
than
else.
most.
Yeah.
So I don't doubt that he's still locked in right now, but...
You feel for him, though, man.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez. Ah, brilliant. Good. Yeah. I'm dead.
One enemy.
Can't use Astra. However, good start for Fnatic.
They got a guy on ramp, and they have a guy in main, and a guy in vent.
See, he's fine.
Yes, he's confused
But
too.
what are they
so
doing?
are we.
I'm not the problem. It's them, Alpha. Oh, gets swung on by 3. Well,
bye-bye.
Let's see if that ups the fuel of his rage.
Off rip, that's just a concern. Obviously, weapons aside, but...
Here.
Fnatic looking to slow things down now. Still 3 players committed towards A
Portal closed.
or FUT.
Recovering it.
So right place, right time, potentially here. Kayak, does he get a freebie?
But he's crouched just under that expected head height, and now they've got 2 bodies dropped. I think Baha's dead, but still good damage done. Still one backside too. This scares me, man.
Yeah, Alex,
This
I'm
scares
already worried that it starts with a first blood.
They're in ratty corners. Yellow J could catch them if they don't clear deep enough. Hopefully they do it together. Hello. Yeah, all good. Just gotta, make sure you're crossing the T's, dotting those I's.
30 seconds left.
And they're still a little anxious.
He's made it out of Astra. It's already. Oh,
bring them
bit
down.
of chip. Prowler caught, so that's Zeus going to be noted. Zeus should be dead. Oh!
That's an upgrade.
Oh,
10 seconds.
it's 9 seconds,
seconds.
Michael. It's here.
my
Get me out.
God.
Get me out. Get me out. What are we doing?
They're just so scared.
Like, credit to FUT. The first one,
Yeah.
like that 3-man swing. Love that. Assertive, decisive. This, cool. But by this point, how are Fnatic fumbling this? Why are we leaving it to like 10 seconds for them to hit sites? Did we not learn our lessons?
The second positive to take out of that, Mr. Fallen reaching 1,000 lifetime
Jeez.
assists here in VCT EMEA. Third player to reach that milestone, and it couldn't come at a better time. And again, the opportunity after finding the kill in heaven, but they're not in a position to go any further forwards or take some space away, create some sort of win condition, and then we end up coin flipping again, or gambling massively. Less than 20 seconds left.
Oh, here we go. Okay, trying to be pacey. Stinger, Sheriff's odds and ends. It's going to be heard. Alpha. Boy, Baha though.
This way.
Because that's a nice first start. A little bit concerning, obviously, if you are FUT, that you've lost a player and they can now get behind you. So you want to take some space elsewhere, right? That's a natural reaction. Oh, Zeus might be screwed here. Stands his ground.
Spike
Still
down
dropping
B.
2 bodies. I mean, this is just getting weird. Like, are we still in OT?
Yeah, it's not how you ever expect to see Fnatic play the game, but forced to do so here. Kayak might be rewarded for his patience.
One enemy
He
remaining.
absolutely is. There's one left to
enemy
find. Up and
remaining.
across the lane. He's found Kayak though! And Boaster comes down to a 1v2 across the lead. A player who's shown hints of brilliance across this evening.
Yeah.
Will bail FUT out here. Again, the pace looks great for Fnatic initially. Isolating a player, big upgrade, finding the kills, finding the plant.
I feel like I'm being punished for something. I don't know what I've done.
I wish I could help you there.
Yeah, was it a priest cosplay? Is this divine intervention? What is this? Like, I don't understand what I'm saying. I mean, fair enough, they got a little bit scary in that one. They made it a little bit harder, cool, but it's still 2-1 FUT now up on the operator. Let's see what they can do with this. It's going to be in Zeus's hands. Instantaneous divide, and now we're seeing pace from Fnatic. That I ain't used to. Let's see how it looks. Great.
Bring them.
It's just the pathing there, both stacking into the same position. Crashes will find a response. We'll find a second as well, but now it gets weird. Boaster finally trading that out. Zeus has found a kill as well. Oh my god. And it's down to just one.
All right, Vekash, what have you got? 1 minute. 1 minute. Can I call a caster timeout? Is that something I'm able to do? Zeus is gap closing on this one. Join with the edge. I like that they've kind of like stacked up here. As long as they keep the spacing nice, they don't give Vekash a nice, easy lineup. Should be good to go. He is locked on the site.
Poison's off.
And that little bit of paranoia building, that little nervousness. That should be pretty telling. Eyes now trained, finds one, takes the fight. Great from Vekash, but can he find the second? It's Zeus who's been the threat, who's been the danger, and he still is! But with a stark reminder of why they got map 2. They can play in this chaos. They thrive in it, and Fnatic certainly don't.
I think as well that's just kind of synonymous with what we've seen. FUT just looking fundamentally better in some of these situations. And Fnatic just putting themselves into these really awkward exchanges time and time again.
They're out, Raptor! Yo.
Again, even just based on that, it's, like I said, FUT thriving in the chaos and Fnatic struggling to keep up.
Cutting through.
3-1 now to open up this decider. Alpha progress forwards here with Kayak, continuing with this tempo. One away from the showstopper as well. A lighter purchase, of course. Kayak just 2 away from his ult. Fnatic on the brink of a solid position in terms of the inventory, but what will it amount to? Can they invest in this round? But again, navigating really well to mitigate this threat, conceding the right spaces.
Toxin screen down.
Cleared. And that's a big clear as well, but can they then readdress this site? Do they want to try and catch them kind of in between positions? Hard to kind of close down on though when you've got 2 Bushies and a Stinger. Baha could be overwhelmed if they're not careful, but confidence is going to be high. Does eventually go down, but at this point we've got
30 seconds left.
Now coming in for Alpha. Is this just going to get weird? Did it stop being weird?
I mean, how did most to get there? Did it walk all the way through Heaven into spawn?
Neither got noted on the Nightfall either, I'm pretty sure. So that's pretty telling him to fall in. Gonna isolate Alpha in 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
1 enemy remaining.
Cross the lead, still tucked in here. Kayak finds the kill, but will need the plant as well. Doesn't get it. Number 4 on the board. Another chance for Fnatic to make something out of this lesser purchase, and unfortunately, it's FUT again in terms of the mid-round decision making. I kind of just, they're hitting.
Yeah, no, they're great. I love their re-clears of spaces. I like that they understand what Fnatic might be trying to gain and positioning really, really well for it. So again, I don't want this to discredit how well FUT are dealing with this too. I think they're doing this very, very nicely. I think Zeus is obviously a highlight, that's fine. But it's not just the Zeus show. We've seen Baha doing well, we've seen Mr. Fallen, Yedajay, and Crossley as well. Someone that's new to my eyes.
Yeah, it's certainly something we've been talking about this evening in terms of his impact. Obviously big shoes to fill in terms of stepping into a role that, like I said, has a name behind it for this team. But certainly here tonight, I mean, I've seen some fantastic rounds out of him and been pivotal to their success. See if this final map, stepping onto the fade, already having impact here.
Great little player. I mean, you saw the reveal that was just teed himself up to deal with Alpha pushing up, and he smacked his shins trying to get up towards rafters. I mean, this is it's just been weird. Again, it feels like a very weird tempo for Fnatic. This kind of like pace change where it's like super fast and then pause, and then a bit weird in the mid round.
Again, to come back to what we said, top of this series, we were talking about mystery of the meta. This is kind of like just missing how to play again. They're missing the macro in so many of these rounds. That I said Boaster, I don't know how much this kind of rides on him in terms of the mid round, but they're walking into stacks, they're walking into traps, they're not able to trade out in some of these situations where usually they would be able to.
And that's the key thing. We've
known
known
this
this
comp
roster.
issue here.
Yes.
There's just so many other issues we've seen.
Cutting through.
Which week one you could say, yeah, cool, kick off, like adjustment, oh yeah, back to the stage, but again here.
Just don't want to see it become habitual. You don't want to see it be unanswered. But now, good info in this round though.
Here.
Actually, going to see both players. Let's see the crunch here. Again, Kayak not able to operate at the degree he wants to. Mr. Fallen takes a lot of pressure on this, but Fnatic are winning out on the side here. Forced away, Zeus, he can't really fight back in yet. It is a 4v3. Man to the good here. Coming out for Fnatic. Planting play. Time on their side. I want to see this clean. I want to see good crossfires, good spacing, good hold on this. Not dedicated towards the site itself, and Zeus starting to look, starting to work. Alpha should have the drop on that, and he does. Good positioning. Looking for a follow-up. He's taking all eyes on him. And already noting really where Crossley and Yetajay are coming from.
I was going to say, should just give this up now. Hold on to these rifles. Don't necessarily want to lose another one, considering Baha and Crossley scraping together, but damage done here. Crossley's happy to stay. He's taking away some weapons.
I mean, it's a 1v2, but the time is really, really late. Yetajay considering it. He's having a go. Nah, I think he noticed it.
Maybe if you got a tap on him, might draw somebody back in, but
he's got the off at least. No, he doesn't get away far enough. Okay, that is a little bit of a loss there. Not the end of the world, but a good reaction from Fnatic. Comes out of a timeout, they post up a round.
Face your
on the same page. I was a bit worried when you saw that kind of catch on Alpha there.
It's a big investment.
Yeah, it is actually. Look at the ults coming in. Bloody hell.
So Vekaz have a safety net here if they can get themselves a plant, but a clean plant is what's eluded them. Some concerning player cam reactions.
I wish to keep note of those, how they develop. So right off the rip, Viper's pit towards middle. That's in play. So now the tempo looks very different from Fnatic. I think that may have been the intention from the start. Looks like a very passive mid-hold, obviously not expecting too much from that early game, but you've got to look at the extremities here.
Now what's the response here for Fnatic? They prioritize a site or an isolated player here for a pick. You can always see the TP said back out by Kayak. Crossley. Maybe that was the intention, but the aggression on the backside of that. Vekaz to win out here, a 2-for-1 in favor of Fnatic.
If they're getting the read of the kind of retaking of space on the other side of the map, it's good info for Baha. It's almost unfortunate.
Welcome to my world.
And there's a little bit of a note, it looks like, from Crashies that someone could have done this. Now they've won out on the side, barring Mr. Fallen. So that's the only one that would be a threat. Well handled, very heads up. That is the Fnatic I expect to be seeing.
Unfortunate for, like I said, make the right decision. They take contact on one side and Zeus just immediately looking to capitalize.
Space there for Vekaz though, just to sit a little bit disconnected so he can fight back in if they do go for that space take.
No!
Now,
come on! Becky! You are the man!
He is fired up, his Alpha.
Yep. It's down on pistols now for FUT. Do have the divide. Expecting some aggression here and actually going back, almost breaking his wrist to reset on that one. Elsewhere, Alpha has found Mr. Fallen. The divide removed now. Looking to make quick moves in here, no nonsense about the approach.
Yeah, it feels like a stern talking to's happened during that timeout because they are now on the same page. It looks simple so far, but it's doing what it's needed. That Cash could get swung on. Gotta be careful. Yeah, there's a lot of bodies behind that. Great stall, but a nice work. Bit of nice work from Zeus, but still you feel it's going to be limited. Yeah, true, but there it is. Kayak just watching the back lines. Just fell into the weapon. Comfortable. Better. Much better. Got to see this focus maintain. It can't get close. We know FUT get dangerous in those moments.
Tied up now, 4 apiece. Yeah, timeout to follow. I'm seeing Zeus immediately pick it up. Operator here.
Put timeout, I
Yes,
think.
Jay just tanking that. In certain situations here where, again, FUT just make decision, let's isolate this kill.
Bro, do you have a keyboard, bro? You died to my nade, bro. Come on.
And look, I'm always happy to see Fnatic then kind of, as said, same page, simple but effective, clear, execute, good game plan. And then you're seeing the star signs, you know, really starting to shine. You've got Alpha doing well, Kayak doing well, Vekash. I mean, finding those two was great. Starting to get a good read on how FUT were trying to keep that map pressure and map, I guess, awareness throughout. So the answer then becomes, or the question then becomes, what is FUT's answer? What do they have left in the tank here? Because this map, I don't know how well it sits with them, if I'm honest. It feels like, you know, the start of the new year, you kind of lose track of what people are comfortable with, how deep the map pool goes, where their comfort zones reside. I think we know that Zeus and Crossley have a nice combination there. I think we know the individual talent, but it's seeing how comfortable they feel when they're challenged now.
I'm already back on the showstopper. I didn't use it previously on that B-side execute, so pretty impressed to see that back in Fnatic's favour here. It's the top of the board at 9-6 for Fnatic. Close to the next closest, and on the other side, Crossley and Mr. Fallen. Well, Zeus just one away as well, so yes, he's on the operator, but a chance to maybe prevent being overwhelmed here. He is noted early on.
That's the Zeus line we're sitting on here.
Poison's off.
Deep hold towards A. Him and Crossley, a nice duo starting to build. Fnatic kind of doing similar looks, right? Slow presence towards middle, and then just holding those extremities, letting the map breathe for a second.
Not necessarily the sort of round that suited them, considering a couple of the early rounds here on Split in particular, but Spike not committed just yet.
First time really after that time I was seeing this attention towards middle of this 1-3-1. We hadn't seen that yet. It had been more site-centric. Kayak going to try and slip in towards Vents, but YellowJay's going to note that, so sees that there's intention and bodies behind that early util.
40 seconds left now, retrieving the spike.
Toxin screen
No
down.
real positives to build upon.
The late clear from FUT though, is this again a good one from Fnatic? It is. I feel like they've got the tempo down of what FUT were trying to achieve with getting this information back. Oh, Mr. Fallen, lucky boy. He might get away with daylight robbery here. Spots out one, takes him down. And now there's problems. Where was the spacing? Luckily, they get bailed out by Booster. But Crossley's still around. He's still a problem. 13 seconds for down on 19 HP. Surely not. Maybe he can. Exceptionally good scenes too. As Zeus now left to try and shoulder all of this, though. He ain't all that nearby. Getting closer, but the operator difficult at this task.
Yeah, and he needs this kill onto Vekash on an angle that Crashies can't trade.
Timing's everything. Zeus, are you quick enough? Are you fast enough?
Did he spot something in there?
Did he see a bow? Quick as lightning. Gets the change up, and speaking of lightning, pops the ult, goes in, looks for it, can't find it. Crashies. Ooh, getting close in this, Mike.
I didn't spot a star behind the divide there, but what keeps them locked out here? Didn't catch it in the replay either here, but again, it seems like an eternity that Alpha's got his back turned.
Oh, if Zeus had just even considered it for a second earlier, I think he wins that one, honestly. God, fine margins, but 4 in a row for Fnatic and get themselves back in the lead here. Money obviously in dire straits for FUT, but these close rounds, man, they're the ones that sting the most. But I think they've got to work on that timing, how they want to regain that B main control, because that late refight, they've lost it twice now. Once to, I think it was Vekash on that 2K.
Again, in my eyes, the right decision though. FUT continuing to make really good choices.
Yeah.
Just losing out there. Around as well, losing Zeus early on. No commitment just yet. I mean, again, it's, yeah, cool, slowing the round down, but aren't necessarily the ones that have suited them.
don't like slow rounds against ecos or even just, you know, sheriffs, anything. I like a nice decisive round. I know it feels almost more dangerous, but I don't want to see it get to 30.
They're so scared of getting
obscuring vision.
kind of stuck in these situations where they have to almost, you know, trade out 2 or potentially 3 follow-up kills. Like I said, FUT fundamentally in those scenarios have looked better.
Yeah, I guess it comes down, can Yetijay divide anything here, really? He's not had the biggest impact yet in this map.
30 seconds left.
Crossley's watching us kind of push up here. Now that Vision's denied, he looks kind of screwed in this. He should be pinched on, and he is. So good work from Fnatic, really nice. That's much better, decisive, clear-cut intention with utility, clearing out those dangerous corners, and now they can make towards site quite safely.
Baha still
Enemy remaining.
a million miles away from this. Baha shut down now. Long old walk for Mr. Fallen. Sheriff in hand. Chance maybe to do some damage. The bait comes through. Alpha happy to give some confidence across to Kayak potentially. 2 rounds to the good. Fnatic slowly but surely back in control of this half.
One enemy.
Come to this with a divide here, maybe a chance of a pit to close out the half at some point. Alpha trying to rely on some mind games down on the stage. Operator back in hand for Zeus as well.
And Boaster. And Alpha. Double up on attack.
No, Alpha swapped out?
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a very late swap too. So.
Observers. Boaster cam.
You're calling for it this early.
He's on a very aggressive line here.
Oh, no, you're right. Look at that. Watch out.
The OG Boaster Orp skin.
I'm looking in your eyes going to the minimap, mate. You stay focused.
Concealment.
See, here you go. This is it. Observers.
No faith.
None.
Boaster was about to catch that wallbang.
He was. He's been working on that.
Kayak's posted here though. Yetijay hasn't necessarily given up vents just yet.
All the timing. Hand on mouse, please. Barrel.
Bring
them. A ton of damage done by Bekaj there.
Boaster hits these though. I'm not gonna lie, but why have I said it? Why have I said it? Why have I said that?
30 seconds left.
Baited him.
What have I done? I'd like to say it's time to apologize because now they're in a 5v3. Kayak, Alpha, and Crashy. It's all looking a bit weird here. They're not getting what they want, and what the hell was Kayak up to? It's just Alpha in a 1v4. Not gonna happen.
I was going to say, do they hold on to the double up here? Maybe. Round 12 wouldn't look so bad, but still. Zeus holding on to his situation, but just able to pick apart the approach here from Fnatic.
Anyone have funds
Chance
to spare?
maybe if that TP goes behind for Kayak, he can catch them off guard, but a chance here, the final round for FUT to actually tie things up. String of rounds unanswered now. An opportunity to equalize. Alpha, the one to pick up the op this round. Another slow approach from Fnatic.
Smoked off B main. More of a presence towards mid though. I'm looking at what Yetijay's up to. We still haven't really seen him activate much. He's what, 4 to 8. It's not been, you know, a highlight for the game for him. It's been fine. But that Prowler's kind of got him dead here. Lucky to get out alive, but Baha unwilling to fall back to this one. He wants to keep control of that, but I guess you can then imagine that that A side's a bit weaker, but there's still 2 players here. Zeus being one of them with that operator.
Quick pivot here. Try and pressure towards ramp.
They can't do the same thing as they did last time to... Oh yeah, maybe they can actually. Yeah, they absolutely can. The pinch to clear that top side of ramp is really, really solid. There's one man on the site. That's going to be cross delete. Hard to hold this with so much coming your way. Yetijay's managed to slip through, but it's still not easy. Down to 25 seconds. Spike still toward that ramp side, swing, and a miss. Crossley goes down, great follow-up from Kayak. 20 seconds, they should be comfortable.
Much better here. Way more decisive on the way in here. Fnatic rewarded here with an in-zone flawless to put up 7 in the first half.
Yeah, we'll kind of call it on that one for now. 5-7, as Mike said. This is still anyone's game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So talk to me on our main takeaways here, because it feels like FUT went on an early run. It did get countered after the timeout, Mike, but it didn't feel safe from Fnatic, but they're up to 7. They are in the lead here.
Yeah, I mean, the first example of Fnatic really problem solving on the fly. Again, it's not necessarily a clear win. See, FUT still able to cause a lot of problems for Fnatic here. Still not absolutely sold on the ethos once more. See this evening, Fnatic winning out in terms of pistols here, should be able to get themselves another step in the right direction. Kick off the second half of this decider. Alpha, top of the board here for Fnatic on the raise. And FUT maybe a turn of pace here to kick off the second half. Bostuck going to have his hands full once more.
Yeah.
Made that frenzy work previously on Corrode, but...
He did. And they saw nothing in middle, so they are coming over fast to try and help him out. Trying to play close on this, but the Prowler should have him screwed here. They're trying to find him. He actually comes back out of the smoke, gives them an opportunity. Zeus wants to deliver it. What a shot from Zeus. Great trading as well, good spacing. Alpha patrolling in the back of the side, keeps it in hand. All right, there was Spike dropped there.
Still, a man to the good. Forgot about him. Just falling elsewhere on the map. Cut the site up now with the wall. A chance here to get a clean plant. Certainly now with the snakebite going in.
Nice to have that little insurance policy there. Planted. And with his space clear towards heaven, they know that this is a focus through CT. So they can create a nice crossfire. Actually, Alpha's already out, which is quite surprising. I thought they might be able to construct that earlier. But now the re-clear on Villa. And a big clear from FUT. I mean, they did everything right. They did everything right.
Still plenty of tools to work with as well. The wall to be late invested, the snakebite as well. Boaster, unfortunately, just overwhelmed with util, to be honest with you. From our perspective, it almost looks like he could sit inside the smoke for a little longer, but credit to FUT in that regard. See as well, just maybe another second or two and would have reinforcements after that initial clearance into mid. Looking to slow things down with the paint shell, but nobody's shown towards A, but Crashy's shut down.
Yeah, it doesn't even get a look into the round, really. It was like one Prowler and one out, so... yeah, looking like Fnatic want to put their main focus towards that A side, putting some players towards it. That's fine. Barheart sitting pretty deep, just in case anyone does go walkabout. It's not particularly committed either. Can disconnect from that. So let's see what the pace looks like from FUT. I'm sure it should be diligent at this point. I want to see how well they can clear and get this information. We just, I think, Alpha on the upgrade. everyone else sitting pretty much on classics.
Yeah, I think FUT have looked pretty solid in terms of anti-ecos. Well, ecos as well, to be fair.
Just in a spot of bother here, really. That will help matters, though. Baha getting far too curious for his own good. So a weapon will be recovered. Nothing major yet. And there we go. Lovely from Mr. Fallen. So that site now available. Khan should be next. They still have presence in middle. I want to see how long they stay there, too, because I think it's Yedajay who's just backpedaled deeper, but he spotted them. That's good. That's good for them. Good positioning. He doesn't need to stick around too long. He's been enough of a nuisance, and he's bought them time.
So now Fnatic forced to, well, Kayak and Alpha forced to try and clear back through this space, going to run the clock down. Necessarily going to want to hold on to what they've got here, so maybe just going to commit towards exits, but Yedajay.
Nice and slow.
Pop this out.
One enemy remaining.
On the first.
Don't miss me too much.
Lazy clearance onto Alpha, but his position revealed now.
It is good. It made it a little costly.
Grenade!
Considering they came in with just that bandit,
yeah,
pretty decent. So you take that. I mean, obviously you'd want more, but silver linings are silver linings. 2 left alive for FUT. Now Fnatic have to try and build. This is their buy round. The bonus shouldn't be too threatening at this point. I imagine it's going to be relatively light.
This been, yeah, Yedajay maybe that's going to struggle, but we'll see how the buy settles here. Okay, just one away from the ultimate as well. It's going to be just the 2 Bulldogs to come in, so protecting the follow-up here. This bonus conversion is going to be a tough task here for FUT.
Sorry, just dive a little bit there. It's a long day. Not used to this. Not too much time off. Thanks for the welcome.
Could be longer.
Oh, what the hell are you saying?
Have tied it up, man.
Bring them down.
Wasn't a 10-2 half, so. But making progress in towards B main. Start to pull the bomb once more, but he's so desperate to find a kill, but Zeus is the one to capitalize.
Yeah, and the cross is difficult to play with here. Vekesh has to fall away, and does Alpha want to stick around? He's on a bit of an island, but he does do well. Takes away Zeus, but the site's still under threat. There's 4 players here, though, man. I'm looking at this quick rotation in the middle.
The bait is beautiful. Still plenty of time, and they're actually in a position to capitalize towards 8.
Absolutely
Heads up
outdone this.
FUT.
That's unreal. Oh,
Enemy remaining. 30 seconds.
Man, you don't see that. FUT running rings around Fnatic there.
Just so much time and space to work with. And like I said, FUT just, again, making great decisions in terms of the mid-round. He just can't get a clean 1v1 there. Zeus and Yedajay in unison.
1 enemy remaining. 30 seconds.
Bonus converted here.
Well, that's the first red flag, isn't it, really? That worries
If you needed another one.
Yes, if you didn't catch map 2 or the start of split, then here we are at 8 to 7, excuse me, with FUT in the lead. The money now looking rough for Fnatic. The FUT, however, building blocks, stepping stones, 9 potential rounds. Can they once again control this map?
Fnatic probes sent out, but difficult to really commit to one of these situations. Vekats though, nice, stands his ground. That's Yedajay down.
It's just that spacing, so hard to then like scale off of. Even if you do get one down, no one else can really get much out of it. But I stacked up towards hell. Look how slippery they're trying to be here. You coined it, the slippery FUT.
It's the one that'll get you.
Just swag.
Speaking of, Kayak. Dealt with now. Still time left on the clock. Zeus's Raptors didn't even spot that happening. Saw the early indications. Crashes caught off guard now. 3 on the round for Zeus. Just 1 left to find. And Alpha will fall. 9 on the board for FUT
Their teeth will chatter.
immediately taking control of this
Timeout?
decider. Yeah. 4 unanswered will force Fnatic take a pause here. Have a break.
They did do well after that first time out, right? That was the thing that kind of got them.
Yeah, but I mean, a couple of these, the follow-up round for Fnatic's timeouts, FUT. I was going to say FUT's made right choices, but
FUT has made right choices.
I use lot word when you were.
Me speak short. FUT good.
There's been a
Fnatic
few
bad.
times FUT have made the right choices coming out of a Fnatic timeout. There you go, ship it. Got through a sentence.
FUT good.
FUT good.
I'm dribbling, coughing. I'm all over the shop. I don't know what's happening. Because you kind of like chalk up that first game.
It's
being
weird
like,
because it's not really been tense, right?
No.
There's been so many chaotic situations where Fnatic have kind of been unable to keep up. FUT have been unable to really stabilize. I mean, other than the comeback on Grode, there's been a real lack of stability on both sides. I mean, even through the skin of their teeth, they pull off the Grode comeback. It was like, what they won, was it 5 rounds in a row? And it's like, they're broke. How are they broke?
Yes, it's
Like,
weird,
what?
right? It just feels weird. Slipped into another timeline, but speaking of timelines, it is back underway. So 9-7, we go back in as Fnatic's timeout.
I'll find you.
What is the game plan? Yeah, FUT have already determined theirs. They are going head first in towards this. Set the tempo on A.
This set gets out as well.
And Fnatic have 4 players on this side of the map, so this is very early presence and potentially early pressure.
Here.
Started initially with just crashes and
Spike
able
planted.
to survive. Showstopper ripped immediately here, but it's shut down. How did he post that?
I don't know, it didn't look like it did. Fnatic still get away with 2. They are with a man to the good here. FUT are behind the curve. They are not on site. They are going to struggle to deal with this one. Comes down to utility, and a body block is going to be what is needed, and it's there. They can't get back. They can't get back. Fnatic. Woo! Getting away with that one. I mean, how did Alpha's ult get off there?
That looked like it came out of the side of him. Like he was looking a completely different direction there.
Show me the replay. I dare you.
He fired at that at like a 90-degree angle. Okay, it just looked even weirder on the replay.
Yeah, it made it no better.
But a response found. Fnatic convert out of the timeout. And FUT still comfortable in the purchase. Still plenty left behind this buy as well. God, but Zeus again to follow up on that.
Jesus. What are we witnessing? This has just turned into a brawl in middle.
Now FUT they look to slow things down. Still 2 players here for Fnatic though.
They are, but I'm reading chat obviously every now and then. But apparently there was a double suck on the site.
Missed that.
Need that back.
A rare strat.
I know, you don't see that every day. Oh, it's kind of nasty with it. Okay, this is getting a little bit strange now. 3v3. Over towards the site. Spam from Boaster. He was struggling to hold this with that double burst potential, but with Zeus down, a little less pressure. But that kind of lazy walk from the smoke ain't going to work here. Boaster's reposition great.
One
And I mean,
enemy
he's
remaining.
fully in control, buying time for every... Oh.
Oi.
9-9.
Good trade.
9-9. Oh, good.
So I'm not even going to go back to it. No, it's fine.
Andy will sort us out at some point. Yeah, see? Double suck.
Okay.
Yeah, Deckers.
Obviously completely catching FUT off guard. And now chipping away at that financial lead that FUT had established. Second timeout called now for FUT.
I mean, whatever's being said in these timeouts from Fnatic is gold. I don't know what's happening, but they're like, oh, we are Fnatic.
Oh, so that's how it works.
Like Champs Final, we were there. That's crazy. Ah. All falls back in line. Now, we have to see if FUT can do the same, right? Now, not quite the same accolades as Fnatic has had, but 9-9. This is where the game can fall away from you, right? Where that, again, we talk about it, that ability to be competitive when you're exhausted. You've had a long series, it's been a long game. Can they come up with new looks here? I still think they look very competitive, but the rounds are just falling away from them.
Going to be in a very good situation coming out of this FUT timeout though. Vekaj and Crashies both with ultimates to spend. Boasters just one away from the divide. The other side, a couple on the brink, but it's only the divide for FUT as well. Now a chance for maybe Fnatic to swing the pendulum back in their favor. Back on top of this decider. Oh,
hey, what is going on here, man? Oh! Zeus is filth. How many times is he getting his first kills?
He's digging so deep for some of these opening engagements.
But it doesn't mean it changes the outcome of the round. How many times have you seen Fnatic then flip this back around after a man advantage to FUT?
Vaha will be tested here in the back lines.
Ooh,
first one found.
Ticket box. Crashies, panic run away. Panic run away. Lovely info. They might still try and force forward. He is very alone still. Very alone. He's got a chance in this, and Crashies solid as a rock normally, I've got to say it. And he still tries. He goes down swinging. Rostley took a lot of damage on that. Yenajay forced to fight and forced to fall. Alpha brings us down to a 3v2. Boaster and Alpha now need to work together in this one. Boaster gets to... Oh, he does get caught.
He does get caught.
I thought he was just to the left of it. So they now know where he is. They should be able to identify where Alpha is as well.
Able to set up on both sides of this, though. It's going to be individual requirement if they want to go for this. I mean, Alpha's now going forwards. Yeah, I thought they might just hold for exits, but...
Still got a paint shell, but...
Grenade!
How much does that really affect
them?
Yeah, it could be. It should be. Force them into Boaster. Oh! Now down to the 1v1. Hold on. We ain't out of the woods just yet. Alpha should be dead. He is. Mr. Fallen. Calm under pressure. Got close there. Again, you think about what Zeus did at the start. How then they bullied forward off the back of Baha. And again, these shots. Nice. And then it gets so close still.
Unlucky as well. Boaster able to secure 2 kills off the back of the paint shell. Beautiful second, but a crucial trade from Mr. Fallen.
Oh, bro, I thought he has...
I am with you.
Money's rough now. Look at this with Fnatic. Boaster's got the ult, I guess, but he's got a frenzy as well. And FUT just going super high tempo here. Straight up ramp, making no subtlety of this either.
Looks for a span through, but nothing going to be found. Pit invested towards heaven here. So playing towards the post plant already. They can get this spike transition towards site. But we're going to have a weird and wacky post plant here for Fnatic to try and overcome.
Go, go, go.
Here comes the crunch though, here comes the side hit itself. Zeus, once again, leading the way. Selfless in approach, but he could be dead here. He is. Crashy stands his ground. Spins around for another prowler, outspots it close, goes for it. Can't quite get across the line on that one. And now the numbers become almost insurmountable, right? How do you get past this? Pit in the way.
How do you get into this pit?
I don't think you do.
Alpha wants to. He'll try and brave it. Actually going to get out on the backside here. He's going to catch Mr. Fallen.
Oh, that's absolutely unreal from Alpha. He's making something look near impossible. Boaster gets a rifle. They still have 3 more to locate. He is trying. Boaster delivering. There is now game on time. They are on the side itself, though. Back a pillar, maybe a pixel spotted there. Playing double. Oh, what a shot! And now down to the 1v1. Can he do what he couldn't last time? Takes a look left. You can see where Yenajay's repositioning to. Alpha on it, but he can't win it. So close, but again, heartbreak at the final hurdle. And FUT forcing another forward. 11 rounds to their name.
See Alpha as well. He's just tilted it himself. Put in another situation to clutch up here. And bested once more. Heartbreak.
No, same round.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Same thing again.
And that's the one that gets you. That's the repetition of being so damn close 2 times in a row now. Same person beside you, Boaster as well. Nearly doing it. But by the skin of their teeth, FUT are so deadly. If this is the come up of FUT, I'm so happy about this. If we're seeing the best of Zeus coming, we're seeing these new players looking excellent, Crossley looking great, Baha looking deadly. This is what it's about. But Fnatic back on a bye. A little bit lighter, I'm sure they'd like. Crashy's suffering down on that Stinger. Still got the ult with Boaster, but I mean, Alpha still one away. It's a very different tempo now.
And now FUT may be reading into Fnatic, making a desperation play somewhere, but as we can see, not on the cards here in round 21. FUT 2 to the good. Now looking to regroup outside A once more. They found success here. They're looking to really drive that home.
Crashies can't really challenge. I mean, maybe try and bait them in for Alpha. He's going to get caught by a lot of util, so it is on Alpha to try and save the day. Denies the first, dives in. Looks for more, can't find any. No one had scaled up yet. They'd taken away the front line, and the slower pace from FUT didn't quite get the reward that Fnatic wanted to punish.
Look at the damage as well. Yetishay down to 37 HP, so FUT need to find a kill elsewhere to swing this one back in their favor. Heaven control the FUT though, still two difficult players to dig out on site.
Time is running really low as well. This is much better for Fnatic. Keeping their composure, keeping their cool, and getting around back. 10 found for Fnatic, and the support system there almost kind of baited in off the want of closing down on Crashies. We've seen how good FUT are at isolating that first man. Having Alpha there as that bodyguard almost, as you can see it, is a great idea. But he's just got to be in the right place at the right time every single round, which is easier said than done. Again, support system great from Bekaj too.
Yeah, it's the first time we really see one of these kind of choke points pay off for Fnatic, right? Usually it's Zeus to maybe follow up on Yetijay's dash, and here it just seems a little individual in terms of the approach.
How are they skint again? Like,
concealment.
They need a financial advisor. Because this looks like Fnatic could equalize here. Sheriffs to work with though, at least just two. Do have Zeus's ultimate as well.
I need a green light for that though. It feels like you need something kind of on your side.
To avoid the Prowler though. Noted here very early on.
Look how deep Fnatic are sitting too. Super cautious. Should be checkmate positions. Alpha should get first for free. Stalls out any sort of trading, that's the Spike. So Spike gets recollected, but in the meantime, Boaster catching the player, trying to maybe pinch towards ramp. And they're just not getting the same sort of play in as they had before. This is very, very, very tight work from Fnatic.
Very controlled here. Vekaj as well playing good range towards Heaven, reading the buy perfectly.
Where are you?
30 seconds left.
Kayak's not been noted just yet though.
Okay, now we've got to see if that B main strike happens. So Kayak really solid. Good stuff. There we go, in zone flawless. Tick in the box, 11-11. What are you wishing for? What do you want?
To not go to overtime again, to be honest.
Yeah, what was it again? 18-16? That's quite long. You know it's bad when the producers are like, hey, if it gets 18-18, we're going to go to a break. Yeah, is that you're now soloing the show?
Desk has gone home.
You're absolutely just good observing as well.
Yeah, Dublin's about to clock out as well.
Time to jump.
So yeah, look, I mean, OT is not impossible. Okay, the desk is still here.
The desk are still here.
They've checked it.
We've had proof
they've told it. Yeah, we've asked for like a medical report. They're good. Mini, not sure actually. Seeing this scoreline, uncertain. I'm sure there's been some special conversations out there about this performance. He doesn't look happy.
He looks thrilled.
He's beaming. He just went, God, I hate Fnatic. Where's his little Sliggy badge? Crazy that Sliggy didn't give us some. Literally made the man's career. Wild. Yeah. No promotion. Love that FNS guy though. Big fan of those co-streams.
I've really started to enjoy his co-streams, yeah.
Yeah. It's funny how that changes.
Stack in Heaven though.
Oh, that's a nice high-low. The timing on this
just
one.
Turns Vekaj
oh
as
my
well.
God, he's in no man's
gave up the
land.
space.
How did FUT just find the timing so perfect? And now Boaster's screwed. FUT have done it again. So much power on these bursts.
Now, unfortunately, Kayak and Crashy's forced to hold on to what they've got. The timing absolutely disastrous for Fnatic. You can see Alpha giving up the angle to go and put the paint shell towards main. Misread on the execution there. I mean, on FUT's execution, in terms of reading, there was a heavier presence towards main, or that maybe that contact was going to come first versus any split through mid.
Man,
it's Vekaj as well.
You felt it for him, man. He's just like trying to get back, and there's just like 3 different angles now to worry about. They're flooding towards you. Oh.
I think maybe the follow-up there is that Vekaj maybe retreats towards stairs and takes a deeper angle. He's not necessarily giving up the space.
Ooh. God, man. Okay, what ults do we have as well? I just want to take a check on that. And what's the finances like for Fnatic?
We have Crostally on the side of FUT, and I think Mr. Fallen was one away. Yeah, Mr. Fallen one away for Fnatic. The buy's going to be there, even an op for Kayak. And they have the divide to play with. As FUT now on series point.
Oh, man. It could still be OT. It could still be OT,
It could still very
guys.
much be OT.
Yeah, don't write it off yet. What do we have as a start? 3-play start towards 8. Oh! He wants OT. He doesn't want to go down yet. He doesn't want to lose in regulation. Those dinner plans are screwed. He's committed now. But Boast has found Baha blind, I'm pretty sure, with just that spam on the wall.
Freebies to open up here. But we'd have to do God's work to find their way back into this. Vekaj has found Zeus as well, looking clean throughout here as we approach the minute mark.
Yeah, and I kind of like what Yedajay and Zeus have been trying with that kind of push and pull of attention. We kind of saw that Yoru during like Champs, right? Where it's like eyes turn, you've got the dive coming in from the waylay, but seeing how they were trying to achieve it here didn't quite land in this round, obviously. Yedajay not really getting much of an opportunity, even the cross being watched. There's a lot of Fnatic bodies on this one.
I'll find you.
And it feels fated to go the distance. How far does it go? Vekaj looking to close this account down as Yedajay, last one alive. And it started with a bang from Kayak. Who gets to shut it down? Vekaj, lovely from him. 3 at the end and in zone flawless to take us to OT.
Gonna reset here on both sides. Chance to catch their breath. Readdress maybe some issues throughout regulation here. Of course.
Of course it is.
Of course it is. King Charles fan. But now that tension fully on display for the decider. Again, a very back and forth exchange in this second half. FUT off to a flying start.
Yeah, they're getting pumped up. I can hear it behind us. Couple more seconds and we're underway. Diving back into this. It will be Fnatic on the attack, of course. Therefore meaning FUT on the defending side. Now let's see what the adjustments are. Let's see what we have coming into
Poison orb emitting.
Fnatic fairly quickly set up towards mid and B main. And FUT a little bit of a switch up here in terms of the mid hold. It's Yedajay and Zeus to pick up a crossfire here in vents. Do have Baha close by. Fnatic look to put their foot down in terms of this B side hit. We stamp their authority. TP sent through, Boombot as well. Mr. Fallen, got to be careful not to be caught off guard here.
He's still alive, which is quite surprising. Got revealed, got everything thrown at him, but comes out swinging, comes out living, comes out thriving in this. But still alive, but Kayak tries to put up some numbers, but it's just Vekaj. It was all in, and now they're all out. 13-12. FUT claim that first round.
They flip this on its head as well. Mr. Fallen running all the way around the pillar. Here to find Alpha, then catches the snake bite from Baha as well. Beautiful stuff from him. And the cleanup is perfect. A 3K for Baha here to put FUT ahead. Another timeout called here. Probably just to take a breather. Address maybe their approach to this attack round. Found a lot of success alongside Yedajay and Zeus, like you said, breaking those early sight lines and crossfires across the map, actually, showing The ability to do it in a number of different areas here on Split. Seeing an op in hand for Kayak. Brought it out in round 24. Found Mr. Fallen, I believe. They were able to convert into a flawless round on the back of that.
Yeah, Kayak actually quite involved, it seems like, in this conversation too. I saw Milan kind of leading what looked like the combo, but if it is maybe around how they want to implement that operator or what he's intending to do with it, how he's kind of reading out the game so far. Again, it's how do you isolate that first man in? Because Zeus has been really good, and obviously Yedajay kind of also just turning attention has been solid. So I want to see what the game plan is with this one. How does that operator handle it?
Positioned over towards B, so you'd hope the awareness there. I mean, the fact that Crostali's over the side of the map as well. Yeah, Prowler gonna at least confirm nobody on the deeper angle. Crashy's obviously revealing his position in terms of util. Kayak posted up now, looking to punch up into B main.
Bring them down.
You've got to just look at the aftermath of this round. If they're still alive, right? If they still survive this. But slow and steady, right? Take their time. Meticulous and cautious in approach. Alpha sat towards vents. Got Vekaj on the other side. And a 1-3-1. Looking to take space towards middle.
Much more considered from FUT in terms of the early round.
Still got that burst potential, but now kind of gathering towards mid.
So going to be burning in the back of Vekaj's mind this previous collapse in B heaven. He will be called upon once more.
Oh, that is brilliant from Vekaj. Knowing which target to focus on, he takes down Crostally. Cross now being watched by Kayak. Can they try and get together on this, create another layer of a crossfire? No. They have to back away and somewhat give up this B side. But the backfill there from Alpha, keeping numbers solid in their hands. Now the time is a problem. 10 seconds, and FUT have run out of chances. Fnatic back in this, 13 apiece.
And that one run away from them just a little bit. A crucial kill from Vekaj to remove the first player here. Again, it takes them an eternity to get onto a trade angle.
Spike down B.
And here, this time around, at least later on in the round, the operator of Kayak causing real issues for them. So all tied up, 13 apiece. We switch sides once more. And the pace continues to slow.
Well, half an hour away from midnight. It's getting late here in Berlin.
Poison's off.
But no stop in sight yet. Fnatic doing something very similar to what we saw last round, but look at the resistance here from FUT. This time much closer. Yedajay and Zeus trying to play in combination towards top middle. We saw Fnatic seem much deeper in how they wanted to handle it.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, FUT set up like this at the start of their previous defensive round as well, with Zeus and Yedajay happy to stand their ground. Vekaj forced off that angle. Noted, but FUT on the retreat.
Spike swinging towards the A site here. Steady, but heading that way. I'm sending Alpha to posture up towards that mail room, up towards heaven. Gets contact, but doesn't commit, obviously. Paint shot goes in. Don't get much more out of that. And now it's feeling a bit too choreographed, this silence on B main, but this is the weaker side of the map.
It is.
There's only 2 players here, but Zeus is one of them.
Gotta go.
Just looking to regroup here. Could be very late in the day. Seas doesn't catch. Crossley might actually just find the perfect reveal here. Doesn't actually tag.
Yeah, which is very surprising, but the thing is he still knows they're coming this way. 10 seconds, but Zeus has fallen, trying to maybe back towards Pillar. Great damage from Crostally. Still going to take a couple down on the way. Give a fighting chance to these 3 playing back in. This time it's not Boaster and Alpha, it's Alpha and Crashies to try and control the final 3 players.
FUT stacked up as well. Looking to just trade on the way back in. Fnatic have been able to actually get themselves off site though. This could be winnable here if they can catch them off guard.
Okay, there's the first audio cue.
What did he spot there?
I don't know if he even saw much, really. Alpha trying to catch the cross, but he's made a meal of the first, but Crashies does very well. All now ready. Gonna get the catch. Knows about Yenerjay. Time starting to tick here. Yenerjay's got to get a move on. As Crashies got the composure he normally seems to. He absolutely does! Clutching out when it matters. Fnatic taking the first in the second round of OT.
A big win here for Crashies in the clutch. Again, Fnatic just about have enough time to get themselves into a more comfortable position. Again, the swing.
Hey, come on! Come on! Look at him laughing at us, that little cheeky bugger.
Yeah, nice bait and switch here between Crashies and Alpha. We'll put Fnatic now in a position to close out on split.
Is there still fight left in FUT at this point?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to believe so. You have to believe so.
The resilience of this side.
Bring them down.
Starting to feel challenged. Put to the test. Spike left towards sewers. Could be indicative of intention. Kaya kept on a bit of a leash here. Can't overextend towards B main. Alpha staying on guard, and Zeus struggling to get going in this OT.
Ooh. He's found the timing though.
By Alpha. And Boaster so close by though. But the site looks like the red carpet's rolled out, right? You go for this.
Absolutely have to commit. There's a window of opportunity here, whether FUT know it or not. Boaster spotted there on the smoke drop.
Oh, but he doesn't want to lose his life. He's got to give this one up and wait for the rest of the team to come on over. Aha, not noted either. But it is a player disadvantage. They're down to only 3. Fnatic up with 4.
But if you can get
points.
Screen down. A chance to play spoiler.
Oh my god, though, but look across Delete. He is playing a risky game. That looks like a season. He goes too far. He's gone for something a little bit deeper.
Oh my god!
But Crashies showing him how it's done. Barhar's got to go nuclear. Takes away Vekash and gets Heaven control. Where is the other teammate? Mr. Fallen still alive. They are playing
have to get on this.
To the time. They've got to get the body block again. They've got to do it again. They can't do it this time. Oh, we really going again. Boaster falls and FUT survive. 14-14.
Again, knowing the gravity well is there. Just a moment's hesitation in terms of getting that first half on, baiting out. The gravity well, I mean, they're so lucky to get this kill onto Crossley as well.
Yes.
Issue being here, the vulnerable takes effect, and it's just shooting fish in a barrel for Mr. Fallen.
Nice!
We will never leave this place.
It's feeling that way, honestly.
It does, genuinely. Luckily, obviously, we're paid by the round, so all good. Here we go. On the attacking side, Fnatic again, but back on the defense. Man, imagine being a player in these scenarios. It's got to be absolutely exhausting at times to keep re-upping, refreshing the mind, coming back into this. Still in middle. Not in the same way, though. A little bit of a switch up in position. And they're both towards that Heaven side. And Baha playing towards that vent. Kayak waiting for someone to take a glance at it.
Double stack in here. Boaster aware of the possibility to break the sight lines.
Oh,
doesn't get shut down. It's Kayak that falls.
But Boaster backfilling this perfectly. Gonna find 2. Zeus goes, Baha goes. And now you look towards the site though. Crossley, can you hold again? You got 2, 3, almost 4 coming your way. An adjustment on Pillar, but he's getting checkmated here. Vekash has him dead to rights. But caution on the peak. Goes back in for more. Takes away 1, but this is still a 2v3. Aren't coming into play. And Yenerjay's position still feels a mile away from relevance.
Yeah, Mr. Fallen has to win out here. Slow creep back towards this retake. Alpha tucked into ramp here. Was he spotted on the first one? I don't know. Well, yesterday definitely knows now.
And it's time to go. It's getting a little bit hard to stick the landing on this Mr. Fallen. Not going to win the fight. Crashies controlling again that ult. He's getting an OT. A Fnatic take the first. Striking up to 15 and put the pressure on FUT.
or more animated now in terms of the exchange down on stage, but
I bet Baha's frustrated about that one, but credit to Boaster. Spins around and gets it. He looked dead to rights there.
Absolutely should have been. Like I said, it was Kayak. Of all the victims in that situation, it's Kayak to fall. Again, said it before, but such fine margins. Potential there for 2 casualties in Vents on the side of Fnatic. The ones to call this timeout here. Then take a breather. So FUT with a chance to discuss their approach. These teams neck and neck once more in overtime. It's like really actually a bit of a debate back and forth here in the Fnatic camp. Milan maybe stamping his authority a little bit. Love to see it. What will the approach be here from FUT? They're back on the attack.
This feels tense, man.
Yeah, Fnatic starting to figure out some of these 1-2 punches from Zeus and Yetijay. Yeah, Yetijay not necessarily reflected in terms of the numbers, but has been pivotal to FUT's success here on Split.
All right, Rashi's first contact. See the reaction. Alpha gets a bit closer, but it's pacey. Yetijay trying to find a fight here. Spam in, doesn't catch Crashy, so they've evacuated the site, but Vekash is going to catch Frostily on the cross itself. Zeus now in a bit of trouble here. Yetijay trying to keep him safe from heaven, but this is looking like it is already a 5v3, and they've barely seen him, Mike.
Alpha get a kill as well. Means Fnatic can sit back, force out the plant here. Or at least wait for an overstep. Somebody from FUT trying to swing things back in their favor.
There's not many layers to this. They're all on site. This is hard to find a way to break forward. Zeus, Yetijay, Vekash again. My God, this man in OT has found a bit of form here. As they try and take a fight, it's all on Zeus. A 1v3 needed. Fnatic looking like they've got the ability to go the distance here. And for FUT, it was a glimmer of hope, a chance that is now dwindled. Fnatic going as far as required. My God, though, it was a marathon.
Absolutely exhausting series. Both teams pulling out all the stops.
Yeah.
Unable to really get a firm grip on the macro here. It's another nail-biting overtime.
God.
There's Fnatic to come out on top. A huge sigh of relief. Alpha worth his weight in gold here on the decider. Back on the raise, we've talked about it.
God, that's got to be gutting as well. Looking at FUT in this scenario, so close, so many times. Right ideas, but again, that kind of...
sorry, to cut you off there. In terms of bigger picture, you come out of this with a bigger positive for FUT, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
in terms of expectations coming into this, we wanted to see Fnatic obviously return to form and maybe back to basics in some regards, but for me, I'm like, FUT, let's go.
Yeah,
You've shown us something. That's what we wanted.
I liked what we saw from Crostally. I like what we saw from Baha. Maybe not putting up the biggest numbers in the final map, but throughout that series, they were very, very good. They're a good team to keep our eyes on, see how they develop throughout this. But Fnatic, it feels like I'm still not sure. I know they have resilience. I know they have perseverance. I know they have talent. I just need to see consistency.
Yeah.
I need to see that pedigree in play. And it is a rebuild roster, right? They are going to have to take a bit of a road to get back to full form. However, we are going to be wrapping up here. It's taken far too long for the day, so we're going to be shutting the hell up, and we're going to hand it over to the delightful Desk, who's ready with the post.
Thank you so much, guys, for putting in an incredible shift. Welcome, everyone, to the post plan. So far, it's just going to be me and Minnie. But we'll get some people joining us quite soon. What a series. I mean, coming into this, you said if Fnatic loses, that is terrible. But they were pushed to their absolute limit.
Yeah, it's like almost as bad, but they still get to keep the lifeline. Like, honestly, like... That's worrying, honestly. Like
alarm bells ringing,
they took it over the yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I can't even.
No, that's
I can't muster words right now. I'm that that just exhausted from that Valorant. Like, it's just crazy, yeah. So yeah, Fnatic got a lot to work on. So we'll see a couple of players in a second, and we'll ask them what they think.
Absolutely, but on the flip side as well, it's really important to praise FUT here, because coming into this, you know, the way that we set it up was the David versus Goliath story, and then for them to actually not only come back from a 10-2 lead from the side of Fnatic on that second map, also now on Split, a map that you said dead to rights. Fnatic has it under lock and key, but FUT somehow still made that magic happen.
Yeah, I think that, like, you know, if Fnatic actually closed that out on the map too, like, we'd be talking about FUT in exactly the same way as we were before. But now there has to be, even though they've gone down to that lower bracket now, like, there's got to be some respect put on their name when it comes to being able to maybe make a little bit of a rundown there. But honestly, yeah, that was it's just a game of Valorant.
It was a game about a very long game of Valorant. We are also approaching the midnight mark here in Berlin. But just to really put it into perspective, like, if you look at the round next to round, on the bottom of the screen at the graphic, how many rounds there were back and forth between these two rosters, it is absolutely incredible. The mental fortitude for both of these rosters to go back and forth for this long, because it's not just this map, it was also the one before. The stamina as well that these players need to have to be able to do this.
Yeah, I stood off by the stage watching for just a little bit, and it got me into that. So I felt very empathetic. Like, up here, just like chilling, even like watching from home, like, you don't quite feel that sympathy for the fact that how difficult it is.
Hi guys.
Hello, how you doing?
Welcome, welcome. Congratulations. That was a game of Valorant. Feel free to pick up your microphone. I am going to give you a second to breathe. Just.
Why is Boaster dodging?
He's feeling a bit ill after that.
Oh,
you know, he actually clocked into the midnight shift just so that he could talk.
Really?
I was gonna rip
I don't even know what time it is. What time is it?
It is exactly 23:48.
What is that in NA times? 11:54.
11:48.
11:48. All right.
Yeah.
Well, here we go.
That's
not.
Okay. Woo. You know, that's a great start. Let's just get it out of the way. How are the emotions right now? Because what a series. Alpha, I'm going to start with you because you were so vocal throughout the entirety of that match.
I'm happy that we win because I didn't want to lose against FUT especially and go in a lower. So I think, yeah, we could finish the core out earlier, but yeah.
Why FUT especially? Is it because of the Turkish thing or because...
No, because I think they're bad.
OT, both maps? Yeah. Come on.
That was a joke. But okay,
I'll be honest, Alpha, like, the way I set this game up was that you guys had to 2-0 it and look really convincing. So, like, honestly, like, that is kind of how we set this up.
I will be honest, we had a think before the game. Everyone saying, like, Jake was saying, I'm the best IGL, I'm the best IGL. So when I go on towards the game, I was like, I'm the best Turkish player, I'm the best Turkish player. I was manifesting that. So I didn't want to lose against Turkish because we lost in last week and I didn't want another, like, lose against Turkish. So, yeah.
So here we are. Crashies, I'm going to have to ask you as well when it comes to the games today, when it comes to the bounce back as well from what happened last week against BBL. What do you think is the current mindset that Fnatic are finding themselves in, and how are you making sure that you're taking it game by game and continuously pushing forward?
Yeah, so I think after our loss to BBL, it kind of set like a fire under us. Fnatic has always been kind of known to start slow in these tournaments, so I think it was really no surprise we lost, to be honest. But I think in the fashion that we lost was, I think, just disrespectful to everyone involved. Like, our practice was, like, could be better, but I think after that loss, like, going into this game, we focused really hard on practice. We focused really hard on fundamentals, protocols, just everything to make us better. And, like, I do think today we should have 2-0'd and it should have been way cleaner than it was. Like, we were up 10-2 on Corrode and we should have closed it. So definitely a lot of odd footage to watch, but I think we're on the path to the right direction, hopefully.
So what were the takeaways specifically about the loss last week, and were they the same issues that you faced today in that latter half of this game?
So I think on Breeze, we had a 9-3 half on defense, and I think attack, we just struggled with the Sage comp that we had. I think we just didn't really know the solutions, and I think, like, when Jake is struggling, it's hard for me to also find solutions in a comp that I'm not super comfortable in. So we just talked about it over the week or whatever. And then the second game, what was the map? Haven. Yeah, they kind of just destroyed us, but I think they taught us, like, how we were getting abused and stuff. So it was just valuable lessons. And in this, in this tournament, you have 3 chances, so it's okay to lose. And yeah, I think we're just learning as we go.
Okay, we don't want to keep you guys too long, so I also kind of want to have more of an overarching theme in terms of like kickoff specifically. I'll start with you, Alpha, when it comes to the expectations that you have from this iteration of the roster here in kickoff.
I don't have that much expectation, to be honest. I'm not gonna say like we wanna win Chile, we wanna qualify for Chile. I think we're just going game by game right now. And after BBL loss, I think we prepared this game well. So we're just gonna make sure we're getting prepared for the next game as well. Like no expectation, we're just going for the game.
Crashes?
Yeah, I agree. I think our mindset has just really changed since our first game. And I think after this game, getting that first win is very important just because you kind of get a feel for what it feels like to win, especially if you have a new roster and stuff like that. So yeah, I think we're just going to focus on what we've been doing. Like I said, it should have been a 2-0, should have been way cleaner. So I think we'll just keep our practice the same and just keep striving for greatness.
Yeah, accountability, hindsight 2020, all the great things. We do love that. But let's have a look as well at the bracket in terms of how it'll populate it out. Because today, Liquid as well as Fnatic both have secured a win, which means they stay in this middle bracket. Yo, I am not wearing my glasses. That is a bracket and a half. But yeah, you know what? You guys are chilling. You're up against Liquid next. Have you had a chance to see their game earlier today, or were you guys locked in with any prep?
Yeah, we saw parts of it. I mean, same old Liquid. They look good as usual. Nats is being like a really good leader in IGL for that team. So I think with whatever roster he has, he kind of knows how to, get the job done. I think it'll be a really good game, and it'll be a good test to both teams. And whoever wins that, I think will have lots of momentum going forward.
All right, we also have the schedule for tomorrow. So we have Giant X against Pacific, and then we have Heretics against Ulf. Alpha, do you have a prediction you want to throw out for both of these matches?
I mean, I think everyone is gonna say the same things like Giants, Heretics win. So.
All right, fair enough. Nothing spicy.
What if Ulf had their full roster?
If Ulf had a full roster, I think they had a good potential in this tournament, but they didn't have a full roster and they missed a lot of practice. So that's why Heretics 2-0, Giants 2-0.
All right, 2-0, 2-0 day. Yo, almost unheard of.
I don't think they have a chance, mate.
All right, but thank you guys so much for joining us. I know it's late, so we are going to sign off. That's it. I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Minnie, as well, for sticking around for so long. That's it from us for today. Thank you guys so much for watching this much Valorant. We're going to be back again tomorrow, but we're going to leave you with the Razor end of day highlights. I hope you enjoyed those, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Bye.
Dosia, new man on the block, already taken over in the pistol.
He comes in with the Outlaw and goes back in for more! Purple alone, one shot onto Shados, would put a 1v1 on the board, but Doja doesn't let him anywhere near him. 13-2. Not sure about this one. And then they go 1-by-1 into the angle after. Giving them an Outlaw when 3 players are one shot to it, and also, he had an Outlaw, but it's fine. It's fine. Miniboo's found 2, and in goes the Rocket to seal in a 3rd. Nade as time runs out, and the late lurk of Doja, well, it's going to be coming through by the time map 3 starts.
A beautiful tap will at least turn it into the 1v1. Camo on that cross and Lemon, whoa! There we go, that's the ping, that's the attempt to try and take him out. What? 11 forgot this, all runs out.
Time was so desperately low, though. It's going to come down to a fine margin indeed. And in the end, Team Liquid from the depths of defeat.
Mayax looking.
Blocks him.
God damn, that was quick from Alpha. He wants the first. See if he can get it. Nah, not gonna happen. Bekash all too awares, and as were Fnatic. A great flash, but the shots coming in from Bekash are perfect. but Mr. Fallen in a 1v2 standing gets one. Oh, I thought he could add another. But look at the repositions, Mike. They are just in the corner. Crashy's desperate to try. But FUT, I just can't believe the FUT have got this far, Mike. Should be dead. Oh.
That's an upgrade.
Oh, it's 9 seconds, Michael. It's here. Get me out. But it was a glimmer of hope, a chance that is now dwindled. Fnatic going as far as required. My God, though, it was a marathon.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤 솜이 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain 옴이 다가서면 bang